I am in an insane curse. When I woke up that day on the morning of a great battle, I had a strange dream. I had died in the battle. My roommate complained that there was a spider in his boot, but that's nonsense. So when the battle began, I fought bravely and let my sword fall. I picked it back up and returned to the fight. I attacked a soldier, but he was too fast. It was over. I died. But I saw a blue light. My body was cold and tired. It was lonely. Then I woke up. Damn it. What was that? I clearly remember now I was hit in the throat. So when my roommate found a spider in his boot, I was sure I remembered this, but I couldn't think about it. Today was the day of the great battle. I fought and an enemy attacked me from a blind spot and hit me. It was over. I died. Then I woke up again. Now I remember even more clearly. It wasn't just a nightmare inside the nightmare. I went to battle for the third day. I knew the dangers and I didn't die. But that soldier, that damn soldier was too strong. When we faced each other, I felt his gaze as sharp as his blade. He hit me. It was over. I really am going to die. I felt a warm puddle below me, but soon it became cold. I did everything I could. I don't regret it. But then a cold voice said, "You were pathetic. What is this? I cannot accept these words." Then I woke up. This is a drag. This wasn't a dream. I told Rem that there was an insect in his boot. Rem then looked suspicious, and it was true. He asked if I put it there as a prank, so I said I just saw it go in earlier. Little did Rem know that this was the 18th time I saw that squashed insect. Will I manage to finish this day alive? Encred recalled that since he was young, he had wielded a sword and trained. He had learned swordsmanship from a retired mercenary who, by chance, had visited his village. The man told him, "You're incredible. If you're already this good, you might even become a knight in the future." With those words, Encred began to dream. As time passed, he dreamed of being a knight, someone capable of killing 1,000 people alone and changing the dynamics of a battlefield. In his mind, he imagined an invincible hero, the knight who could end a war, aspiring to be called the Knight of the End. He saw himself as the protagonist of a traveling minstrel's song. Determined, Encred left the village to become a knight, but at the tavern, reality struck him. People laughed at him, the rookie who had fallen so pathetically. They laughed at the coward who was afraid of a simple stray dog, questioning if such a person dreamed of being a knight. They said he wasn't even fit to be a wandering mercenary. Wounded, Encred felt the pressure of reality. He who had left the village to join mercenaries realized his talent might not be special. However, it was too early to give up after one failure. He convinced himself that hard work alone wouldn't get him anywhere. Even without talent, he believed that with time and effort, things could change on the battlefield. He gradually improved, convincing himself he could overcome anything. He slew beasts, gained experience, acquired strength and stamina, and earned recognition from others. He thought he was becoming strong, that he could be a knight. However, that strong hope began to crumble in battle. He lost his sword and was knocked out by someone much younger. Hope was fading. In a village he was in, a child challenged him to a duel. The child looked at him with boredom and said, "That man is weak." The child was 12 years old and had only started learning swordsmanship 6 months ago. Encred, who had spent over a decade wielding a sword to the point his palms were ruined, realized he was infinitely more pathetic than a genius's 6 months. He felt as if all his effort had been in vain, questioning if there really was no way to make his dream a reality. As time passed, Encred continued to dream of being a knight. Even with everyone disparaging him and saying his dream was impossible, he believed that by dedicating less time to eating and sleeping than others, incessantly swinging his sword, one day he would achieve what no one else had. While training, he looked at the tree, his companion. Then, he thought that even if he couldn't become a knight, he could at least be an experienced soldier. He continued training, filled with hatred. 3 years later, in the present, in Divine Cyprus, there were 4 companies, 4 platoons, and, beneath them, 4 squads. Encred became the commander of a second-class squad. He claimed this was the best position he had managed to achieve after his tireless training. However, being a regular soldier of the kingdom was better than being a wandering mercenary. Then he spoke with Jackson, who was behind him. "What is it?" Jackson questioned. Encred told him to do the morning rotation. Jackson looked at him with great disdain, saying, "Pay me later." Han called Jackson a bastard. "He looks like a wild cat, especially the way he looks at you." Encred then spoke with Han, asking if he would also try to push something on him, referring to the beast's heart, which Encred wanted to learn again. Han questioned, "Didn't you give up trying to learn that last time? Do you think you'll succeed now?" They headed for training. Encred thought that the hand-to-hand battle between Niolili and Aspen, which was restarting, was the same one in which he had died, the one that made him relive the same day repeatedly. During training, he realized that although he learned the beast's heart from Han with each return to life, he still couldn't predict the tip of the sword that always stabbed him. He thought that on that day, he would surely succeed. Encred and his platoon went to the battlefield. It was the 21st time in that scenario. Giving his all, he had completely memorized the repetitive situation. He dodged several predictable attacks, like the spear coming from behind and the enemy's attack right after, evading them all. He remembered a member of another squad saying he would die soon, so Encred acted to protect the man, remembering he had died last time. Death continued to pursue him. Another soldier tried to kill him from behind, but Encred acted again, killing the assailant who threatened his ally. He thought it had worked. Even though he had blocked the first arrow, the man had died immediately. Encred completed his first objective of the day. Encred thought the rest was to kill the man who always killed him. As the enemy finished off another ally, he looked at Encred. Encred thought he always ended up facing that man inevitably. The enemy walked towards Encred. Encred told himself that man had pierced his neck and killed him 20 times, but this time he would survive. As the enemy advanced, Encred remembered Rem warning him, "You always close your eyes in dangerous situations." The enemy hurled the axe, aiming at Encred's neck with killing intent. And indeed, Encred closed his eyes once again. However, Rem's voice echoed, "If you do that on the battlefield, you'll die immediately. You need to be brave and not let yourself be easily agitated or intimidated. Become an individual who does not know death, like a beast." Encred looked at the enemy with an intense and savage gaze, the same one the assailant had in his eyes. This time, Encred kept his eyes fixed on the sword's tip. He thought, a beast does not know death. He started to wonder if he was afraid of it. No, death made him stronger. This time, he managed to deflect his neck from the sword, evading it and avoiding death. In that adrenaline rush, his heart beat harder and harder. For the first time, on the 20th attempt, Encred had dodged the blow. But the instant he turned, euphoric, to try to strike his opponent, the adversary had already changed his grip and thrown his sword at Encred's neck. On that 21st attempt, Encred managed to dodge the first attack, but not the second. Thus, he returned to Karen. The ferryman said that on that endless day, Encred had been trapped, feeling pain and despair, telling him to give up and get on the boat, so he would recognize his weakness and find peace. But even prostrated, Encred refused. Waking up once more that day, he thought that on his 22nd day, he would challenge death again. Back in the war, on the 33rd time, Encred thought he could clearly see the man's sword. He promised himself he would dodge before the blade reached him. However, in the counterattack, he was killed again. He barely failed to dodge, and the sword grazed his neck. As he fell, the pendant on his neck rolled across the ground. He remembered his mercenary days, when he accepted requests to subdue monsters. He wasn't obligated to do so. He merely found a village that asked for his help. The reason for helping was his dream of becoming a knight, and protecting the weak was his duty. The village leader said that because they were poor, that was all they could give as a reward. Encred looked at the amulet. A ridiculous reward for risking my life, he thought. However, at that moment, the elder had told him the amulet would grant him what he desperately desired. Encred wondered if that was the cause of everything. Could it be the amulet making that day repeat, just so he could become a knight? This time, as Encred writhed on the ground, the knight approached. "You must be in pain," he said. "Here's a bit of my mercy," he added, about to plunge his sword into Encred's back. Encred thought that wasn't mercy, but a farce. He looked into the eyes of the bloodthirsty killer, who smiled as he slew him. "You're just a pervert who gets pleasure from skewering people," Encred thought. Once again, Encred woke up on that same day. He spoke to Rem, who had put an insect in his boot. "What is this?" Encred asked. "Why are you playing tricks right at the start of the day? Have you gone mad?" Cendric ordered Encred to stop grumbling and approach so he could master the heart of the beast. Thus, Encred returned to training. This time he managed to keep his eyes open, dodging Rem's attack. Rem asked what Encred had been doing, questioning how his heart's skin had thickened so suddenly. Cendric affirmed that Encred had trained. Rem retorted that wasn't something that could happen so quickly. Encred thought this had already happened over 10 times. He said it wasn't a secret family technique to be taught to another person, but Cendric insisted that it was, in fact, just as Encred had said, a feeling he had learned from death. Encred played it off, asking what the big deal was, and said it might have just gotten intense by chance. Still trying to hide his thoughts, Encred challenged Rem to a sword fight. Rem found it odd, but thought it was a great idea. Even having learned the heart of the beast, Encred thought he'd be killed if he couldn't land a single thrust. He tried to fight Rem at a faster pace, dodging his axe and evading with all his might. Rem questioned how long Encred would keep dodging, trying to strike him with all his might. Encred realized that the only sword technique he truly possessed was that of the mercenary Valen, an anomalous style he had developed. Some criticized it, while others simply called it a petty trick. Rem charged Encred with full force, remarking that his inferior strength was quite weak. Yet, Encred thought that, among the techniques he mastered, that one was certainly the most decent. As Encred took his battle stance, Rem felt felt something. Encred remembered the thrust he had already experienced dozens of times and launched it at Rem. Barely, Rem managed to knock the sword out of Encred's hand, sending it flying. Encred noted that for a moment he had imitated the pervert's thrust. He realized he had died by that thrust more than 10 times, and his body remembered. Rem began to speak, saying it should have drawn blood. He stated that, among everything Encred had shown so far, that thrust was the most decent. Rem then showed Encred how it should be done, explaining it needed impact and that his hand should have bled. He noted that Encred harbored significant self-doubt. "This attack cannot fail," Rem stated. Encred asked what he should do if it were blocked. Rem replied that he should declare he couldn't dodge and that his opponent was dead now. This would ensure he wouldn't lose his grip on his sword. Encred looked at his hand, realizing that even if Rem had explained himself poorly, he understood what he meant. The difference between his thrust and the enemy's was a fundamental lack of confidence in his own sword. Once again, on that battlefield, the man who always killed him granted him his mercy, the last thing Encred had in mind. The enemy stated that Encred should thrust with killing intent. Encred continued training death after death with Rem, dying at his opponent's hands, taking one step at a time. But he thought, no, he would advance even if it was just a quarter step. He kept dying over and over again. On the 111th day, he was about to die again. On day 123, he kept dying. Finally, on day 124, Encred attacked Rem with the utmost hatred possible, managing to throw his axe away. Rem found it strange, asking if Encred was crazy. Encred's hands were ruined and gushing blood. Rem questioned why Encred was laughing like a madman. This time, finally, Encred had achieved the madness of a berserker, realizing he had mastered that pervert's thrust. Encred was toying with death. He died as if there were a tomorrow each time, but the process strengthened him. Now, he needed to face the enemy. On the battlefield, Encred thought he needed to be faster. With pure murderous intent, he lunged at the man. Finally, he managed to hit him, but the attack struck the helmet. In return, the man struck him in the throat. Encred told himself that his first thrust attempt was a failure. He thought he wouldn't blink, nor would he let go of his sword. Everything that had happened, from every clash of swords to the current thrust, was in his head. The opponent stepped on his chest, saying he seemed to be suffering and that he would grant him mercy by killing him. Before dying, Encred looked directly into the pervert's eyes. "Tomorrow, you will die," he thought. The man smiled sarcastically. "The dead have no tomorrow," he told Encred. The amulet acted again. Encred woke up on that same day. This time, he removed the cockroach from Rem's shoe, killing it. Encred said he had seen Rem coming in a while ago. Rem simply thanked him. Encred then said that if Rem was grateful, he should take on his guard duty. Rem asked why Encred was giving him orders so casually. Encred replied that this marked the 125th day. He called Kreis, a boy from his company, and asked him for shin guards, a shield, and a dagger. He promised to pay them later. Encred thought about later, as he was the chief and normally didn't do favors for anyone. Rem questioned if the squadron commander had ever been so insistent with his commands. Jackson started saying they always pushed their tasks onto Encred, calling them lazy. Rem questioned what he had said, asking if he wanted to taste his axe. Everyone there started finding it strange. Rem thought Encred was really acting oddly, saying he wasn't usually so intense. As Encred trained with his tree friend, he felt excruciating pain with each death. The possibility of never winning, even after thousands and tens of thousands of times, haunted his mind as the enemy deeply frightened him. Encred questioned if it would be possible to find a way to escape and survive, if he would sleep and wake up the next day, or if he would even wake up that same day. He accepted that the tree was stronger now than before, wondering if he shouldn't be content with that. But Encred thought no, that wasn't an option for him. He had to overcome that wall and learn to thrust. Thus, he continued attacking the tree with everything he had. He thought he wouldn't abandon that blessing. Finally, Encred split the tree in half and prepared for battle, thinking he had to keep moving forward. On the battlefield, as the troops organized, Encred took the lead. When the battle exploded, he thought that despite being a person without skill, he managed to survive because of 3 things: preparation, luck, and a cold mind. On day 46, his left shoulder was shattered by a spiked mace. On day 47, he rolled to dodge the mace, but someone crushed his head. He then added a spin to cut down the aggressor first. On day 71, the nearest soldier cut his foot, which prevented him from doing anything against the thrusting pervert. This time, however, Encred had hard armor on his shin. He managed to defend himself and kill that man. Encred thought that on day 89, his head was split open by someone who threw an axe. If he let him live, that man would interrupt his fight with the thrusting pervert. Letting him live was not an option. Encred had trained throwing weapons throughout his countless practice sessions. Therefore, it wasn't difficult. Thus, he managed to kill the man. After that, one of his allies yelled from behind him. Encred thought that adversary always appeared there. He was almost hit by an arrow, but Encred managed to defend his friend. An elite sniper known as Hawk's Claw was approaching. Encred didn't have time to kill him, as someone else turned their focus back to his ally. However, Encred easily cut off the assailant's head. He thought now was the time to face the wall. The pervert started moving toward Encred, eyeing him with his usual killer gaze. This time, the two stared at each other with a psychopathic gaze. As Encred was no longer the same, they stood face to face. When the man tried to attack him, Encred managed to defend with his shield. He thought that dodging and thrusting alone wouldn't give him any chance to win. Encred thinks this works better for him, so he charged at the soldier with everything he had. Despite being common, the soldier was strong, almost at the level of a prodigy. The enemy noticed that Encred seemed to be attacking, but was actually blocking him. He was surprised by this. Encred, in turn, thought his opponent lacked real combat experience. He easily dodged and headbutted the enemy, declaring that Valen's mercenary sword technique, with its many variations, was effective against him. Encred dug his foot into the dirt and threw sand into his opponent's eyes, raising his sword and almost hitting him. But the enemy reacted quickly. Peering with only one eye, still full of sand, he tried to thrust at Encred. Encred dodged, moving his head aside, and the blow passed straight by. The soldier quickly turned, attempting another strike, but Encred already anticipated this action. He drove his sword into the tip of the pervert's blade, completely shattering it. At that instant, a distant archer launched an arrow toward the two. As the archer loosed the arrow, Encred prepared to strike him, certain of victory. However, the arrow was intercepted by a hammer mid-flight, splitting it in half and preventing it from reaching Encred. Encred finally killed the pervert. Meanwhile, Rem exclaimed that he would kill Hawk's Claw. Jackson, however, intervened. "It's too late. Don't waste your energy." Encred finally killed his nemesis with a thrust. The opponent lay on the ground, bleeding. Encred stopped in the middle of the battlefield, satisfied with the result. Kneeling, he moved his sword, looking into the eyes of the man who had killed him hundreds of times. Declaring, "That is mercy," Encred ripped off his head. He smiled as he did so, thinking he had finally broken the wall. But then, Encred forgot he was in the middle of a war. He was kicked away, falling to the ground with immense pain, screaming. Everyone noticed what happened and identified the assailant, Frog. Apparently, the creature is not human. As Encred groans in pain on the ground, Frog declares he invested heavily in creating that being and can't believe someone like Encred defeated it. When Encred looks at the thing gushing blood from where its head should be, he starts to pant. Frog prepares to kill him, bringing his axe down towards Encred. However, Rem interposes himself, defending Encred. As Rem forces Frog's axe down, Frog tries to strike him but then halts his own attack. Rem and Frog start an insane fight. Simultaneously, as Encred pants on the ground, he's almost killed by another soldier. Just then, Jackson appears and rips off the attacker's head. Frog and Rem continue their face-to-face battle. Rem thinks that to recapture his squad commander, he first needs his permission. Frog questions, "That weakling is your commander? Isn't it you, Ren?" Rem doesn't answer. He reflects on the frog warrior race, born to fight. He thinks about burning the damned frog with magic or piercing its heart with a single blow, considering it a major nuisance. Frog, in turn, wonders why someone like him is on such a trivial battlefield. To kill him, he'd have to risk his life, as Rem is absurdly strong. Frog starts moving sideways, thinking the battle isn't worth it. He prepares to turn his back and leave, and so he does. Rem considers him a coward. Jackson starts crossing the battlefield, carrying Encred on his back. Rem defends them, ripping off the heads of everyone who tries to attack them. Another soldier from Encred's platoon also helps, clearing the way. Everyone tries to stop them as they head back to camp, but they form a front, defending Jackson and Encred. Thus, they retreat, battling their way out. Encred calms down, as that day finally ended. A drop falls into the ocean, the place he always returns to after death. Apparently, Encred returns there once more. Karante speaks to him. "You survived for a day, but that's it. You won't withstand the walls that will keep appearing in your path. Your fate is to despair and give up." Encred reflects on this fate, standing up and looking at the ghost of the one he decapitated by breaking the wall. He replies to Karante, "To me, walls exist to be overcome." Karante then says he's eager for the moment when those eyes, full of greed and ambition, will completely lose their luster. Encred wakes up in the camp, all bandaged up. He's in the infirmary. Rem speaks to him. "You were fine, slept for 2 days straight. I saved you from that damn frog. Remember?" Encred thinks about Frog, remembering the pain he still feels. He realizes that, in the end, it was a frog. Rem adds, "It's incredible that you survived. Your bones weren't broken, however. They said your head was badly affected. Do you remember him? Your best friend forever?" Encred replies, "I never said we were friends," calling him a noble hunter. Rem tells him to shut up because there are other people there. He questions, "Just because it's the secret of someone it doesn't concern, does that mean I can just reveal it?" Encred retorts, "Am I someone it doesn't concern, or your best friend? Pick one." So, a new day begins. Encred survived. Kreis orders his commander to pay 3 times more, asking how much Encred cost for him to get in there. Encred thinks he was wondering why a regular soldier like him, who would be left to fend for himself, managed to get into the infirmary. But then he remembers that Kreis was nowhere to be found during the battle. As always, there's nothing to say. Kreis offers Encred a special discount, saying he'll only pay twice as much. In the afternoon, Jackson goes to Encred. Encred questions, "What's wrong? If you have something to say, spit it out." Jackson throws something to Encred, turns, and says, "Use it tomorrow and at night twice a day. Don't ask where I got it." Encred thinks it's the ointment Jackson used to use and wonders if he didn't hate sharing personal items. Meanwhile, Alden also goes there to see Encred. Encred sends him away. "I'm not dead." Encred questions their agreement to take turns, especially after all this time, when they were busy doing whatever they wanted. He asks if they're worried about him or if they're waiting for him to fall asleep. Just then, Ragnar enters the infirmary, finding it strange. He asks, "Why is the commander here?" But then, he simply turns and leaves. Encred thinks there's no way Ragnar is worried since that scoundrel doesn't care one bit. Besides him, there are two soldiers in the infirmary. One is the platoon commander from another company with whom Encred used to fight. The other is a soldier whose name Encred doesn't know, who just spends his time staring into space. Encred notices he looks like a low-ranking soldier and wonders how he got there. As Encred observes everyone in the room, someone arrives. He finds it strange, noting that the person isn't a common human. Apparently, that woman is a noble elf with considerable status in the army. She asks, "Who is the commander of the 44th Squadron?" Encred is eternally doubtful seeing the woman ask that question. At that instant, the commander who dislikes Encred asks, "Is it a fairy?" She questions, "Which group do you belong to?" He replies, "I am Vengeance, the commander of the 3rd Platoon of the 2nd Company." She asks if his company teaches them to state their race when encountering a superior. He apologizes. Encred realizes she is the superior, the new commander of the 4th Company. Encred introduces himself to her. "I am the commander of the 4th Squad of the 4th Company and the 4th Platoon." She says she's heard he's leading his problematic squad members well and looks forward to his contributions. Encred wonders if she came all this way just to say that, but then she stops, asking the name of the last person there. The young man gets confused and replies, "It's Krang." Encred wonders if Krang just made that up, as his attitude in front of the company commander is also quite bad. He asks if he's a noble. The commander merely looks at him and leaves. Encred doesn't quite understand it. That night, Encred notices he's improving. Most of the pain is gone, and he can now put strength into his body, thinking he should start training. Vengeance asks, "Where are you going?" Encred replies that he's going to the training area. Vengeance calls him an idiot, saying he's acting tough for a lower-ranked soldier. Krang merely watches Encred leave. Encred raises his sword again, thinking he needs to recall the past battle. He reflects that it's one of the useful new methods he spent a lot of money to learn when he was young. He also thinks about the lunge he made at the last moment, wondering what would have happened if that last desperate attack had failed. He starts to notice that it's not a good idea to put all his eggs in one basket, and if that attack fails, he will surely die. If the king's axe attacks are lethal, then after lunging with all his strength, Encred would have to make a next move. Just then, someone arrives saying, "You're training in pain." Encred is startled. Krang appears sitting beside him, saying he doesn't know what Encred is doing, but his hands kept twitching in the barracks and now he's just sitting there staring into space. Encred thinks he was doing that to train his grip strength. Then, Encred says he's replicating the battle. Krang asks why Encred is doing that. Encred replies, "It's so I won't be caught off guard." Krang asks, "What if you aren't caught off guard? You want to become something while preserving your life?" Encred understands the boy. He thinks what Krang wants to become is his dream, but that when Krang says it aloud, people laugh at him. Then Encred looks up and shares, "It's a dream I've already realized with my humble talent, but a dream I never stopped wishing to fulfill." He raises his sword, thinking he wants to become a knight. Krang thought to himself that he'd forgotten to laugh, but suddenly remembered something. He understood what he needed to do after observing. Then he simply stood up and left. Encred thought that was new to him. Krang turned and said, "If you become a knight, remember my name." He called him friend. Encred reflected that it was the first time he'd received support. Meanwhile, everyone sang in their equipment area, thinking, "Who is the hero of the battlefield?" They said, "It's Cypros." In the infirmary tent, Encred couldn't stand being next to the man who complained constantly anymore. He thought that, after waking up because of the Wanderer and waiting for the late breakfast, he would take a short, quiet walk instead of going to the training area. He passed Jackson, who asked about his injuries. Jackson replied that the medicine worked well and thanked him. Encred then said that if he was grateful, he should hurry up and return soon. In the infirmary at night, Krang wished Encred good night. Encred also wished his friend good night. He thought that sleeping early was all he did. Meanwhile, the grumpy man told them to shut up, saying they were talking nonsense. Encred thought it had been a day of doing nothing. In the morning, he was awakened by the Wanderer. Encred noticed the Wanderer had come again, wondering why he kept coming back if he was a Wanderer. The annoying commander commander started complaining again about the delayed food. Encred thought he was too loud and was repeating the same things from the day before. Then he realized something was wrong. He got up and went for a walk again. Jackson spoke to him, asking about his injuries. He replied that the medicine worked, exactly like the day before. Encred thought something was terribly wrong. He was certain it was yesterday, all over again. Then Karanti said, "Another wall will stop you. You must try to survive." Encred realized he had died in his sleep without even knowing. He died in a more desperate manner than when he was stabbed. Although he felt humiliated, this made him more determined. He figured this was another challenge. At bedtime, Encred wondered how and who had killed him. The enemy needed to get past all defenses to reach him there, something possible for knights. However, he considered that unlikely. It had to be a hidden assassin, and it was highly likely they were among them. Someone who knew the location of the medical tents and concealed their presence. Someone skilled in assassination. He remembered the woman who looked him straight in the eye and felt fear. Silent feet and a fairy's stealth were perfect for assassination. The reason she had come that day was to scout the location beforehand. He began imagining everything she might be doing and felt he needed to confirm it. There was only one entrance to the medical tents. He could end everything by shouting and waking the other soldiers the moment he saw her. He just needed to wait for the assassin. But then, Encred died without even knowing where the attack came from. A needle pierced his neck. He noticed it was a poisonous needle and didn't even see the assassin enter. Encred began to agonize, falling to the ground, unable to move his body or speak. It was a potent, paralyzing poison. He understood this was why he had died, clueless. He realized that the others, Vengeance Platoon Commander and Krang, were also dying. Encred identified the attacker as the assassin. The assassin killed Krang, plunging a sword into the boy's chest. Krang died without a chance. Driven by hatred, Encred slashed the tent with a sword. He noticed there was another assassin. The person entering was the same woman who had appeared in the morning. The next morning, this was the third time Encred was living that day. He realized that despite being alert, he still couldn't detect her presence. This wouldn't be easy. What's more, even if he managed to stop the assassins, he'd still have to face the company commander right after. He began to feel powerless. He'd felt the same way a few days ago when he faced that knight. Despite that, he was the victor. Encred believed he would find a way, as long as he didn't give up. At that, Encred went up to the annoying Captain Vengeance and lifted his blanket. "What's with you? Are you crazy?" Vengeance asked. Encred replied that he was wrong to assume the assassins would have already infiltrated the base. He thought he should stay vigilant outside and grabbed his sword. Vengeance, however, still considered him crazy. "Is today's training catching cockroaches with a sword?" Vengeance scoffed. "I find that appropriate for low-level soldiers." Encred didn't rise to the futile provocation. "I didn't know you cared so much about me," he said. "I was being sarcastic," Vengeance retorted, starting to insult him. Encred thought he was being sarcastic too. Vengeance then told him to leave, saying he didn't want to see him anymore. At that moment, Krang arrived, noticing the two were arguing again. He asked if he should come back later. Encred said it was fine and told him to come in. Encred continued observing Krang. Given how attentive the assassins were to him, Encred was sure the boy was their target. He was suspicious, but Encred wondered who exactly he was. He decided he wouldn't investigate something the boy wasn't willing to tell, unlike those insane. Encred went up to Krang and said, "Thanks to you, I got involved in the assassination attempt." He thought there was no other way, so he asked Krang directly, "Who are you?" Krang didn't quite understand the question. Encred wondered if he had done something wrong, or maybe his communication skills were on par with Rem's. Krang thought for a bit about the question. "That's not something I can tell you," Krang said. "Why not?" Encred asked. "It's a long story," Krang replied. Encred merely accepted it, but the grumpy man behind them started to fume again. "If you're going to accept that kind of answer, you shouldn't have asked in the first place," he exclaimed. "Krang isn't from this country, considering his rude manners. Be honest, what country are you a spy from?" Krang stared at him with a rather frightening gaze. The grumpy man started to become a bit more subdued. Krang walked up to Vengeance, getting very close. "I have not betrayed, nor will I betray the kingdom," Krang declared. Encred thought he could see the aura of a knight in his eyes and movements. "Is that how you speak to your superior?" Vengeance asked. At that, Krang quickly changed his demeanor. Encred thought Krang wasn't a knight after all, as he too was helpless against the assassins. However, he felt the boy was definitely hiding something. At night, they wished each other good night again. Encred wondered if Vengeance was afraid of Krang because of what happened that day, as he was extremely calm. Encred watched the tense entrance. He thought that if the assassins invaded there, everyone would die. He stood up. "What are you doing instead of sleeping?" Vengeance asked. Encred replied, "Assassins will invade this tent soon. Cooperate if you you want to live. Vengeance didn't take Encrid's words seriously. He said Encrid must have lost his mind. Krang also seemed quite calm. Encrid expected this reaction. Then, he heard someone ask, "How did you know?" Encrid was killed by a sword thrust from outside the tent. He wondered when that happened, as he didn't even have a chance to reach for his sword. Vengeance also received a deep cut to the neck. Lastly, Krang was killed. As he fell, Encrid tried to see what was happening, but woke up for the 4th time. He thought that since there was no evidence of the assassins coming, he wouldn't get help from Vengeance or Krang. He thought he should inform his superiors to get reinforcements, but when he went to a superior, the superior questioned if he had gone mad and sent him away before making him shut up for good. Encrid then thought he could perhaps lie in wait and predict the moment the assassins would appear, shouting well before them. He wondered, is it now? He remained nervous, awaiting the attack. However, when the attack came, his throat was pierced before he could do absolutely anything. He thought they were too fast, with no chance of getting help from the others. He needed to ambush them and defeat them before they did anything. Encrid kept dying repeatedly. He wondered how he would fight an enemy he couldn't see. While he couldn't see them, they could see everything. He died time after time. He thought that as long as he couldn't avoid the poisoned needle, he would die without being able to do anything. On another morning, he realized it was the 20th time. For the 20th consecutive time, he couldn't do anything. Encrid was growing increasingly desperate. Then, a grim smile appeared on his lips. He had died 20 times. He woke up with excruciating pain, and every time without knowing what was happening. He stated that he needed to think of a way to avoid the poison needle first, and only then deal with the assassins. Encrid concluded that one way to avoid their attacks, by being faster than they could see, would be with Jackson. He went there. He then remembered a conversation he had with the king. He had asked why he called Jackson a wild cat. The king hadn't quite understood, and Encrid reminded him that was what he called him. Because he's a cunning coward, Encrid had explained. He never tries to fight enemies head on. He prefers to stab them in the back and run away. Doesn't that remind you of a cunning, cowardly wild cat? When Encrid approached Jackson, he found it odd. He asked, "Are your injuries all right now?" Encrid thought Jackson would easily defeat the assassins, but he couldn't just take him, as he lacked the authority. Besides, even if he could, it was a barrier Encrid had to overcome alone. He thought all he needed to do was become like Jackson. He then spoke to the boy, posing a hypothetical situation. "What would you do if someone tried to stab you in the back?" he asked. "How could you stop it?" Jackson thought for a moment. "I'm not sure," he replied. "No one has ever survived my ambushes." As Jackson spoke, Encrid got a bad feeling and his eyes widened. Staring at Jackson, Jackson stared back until Encrid lowered his head, saying that person would need to have eyes in the back of their head. Encrid wondered about this, asking Jackson, "What does that mean?" Jackson replied that it would be perfect timing and asked, "Did you see that cart?" Encrid hadn't even known the cart existed. Jackson pointed, "It's behind the tents." Observing that, Encrid wondered how Jackson noticed something so far away. Does he really have eyes in the back of his head? Encrid thought. Then Jackson warned, "This is going to go wrong." The cart collapsed, and he was completely right. Encrid, shocked, asked, "Jackson, are you a prophet?" Jackson retorted, "Encrid must have spent too much time with that barbarian." "Don't provoke me," Encrid scolds him. "How did you know?" "It's a matter of sound," Jackson explains. "I heard a creak in the wagon's axle. If you can hear what's happening around you, you can predict what's coming next." Encrid wonders if he heard something so silent, as he himself hadn't noticed the wagon approaching. Jackson continues, "Basically, you don't need to see to perceive what's around you. Keep trying to listen to practice, sharpen your senses, and thus isolate sounds." "That was a good explanation," Encrid comments, remembering that Jackson seemed too lazy to answer before. Jackson confirms his laziness, but adds, "It's better to do this than have you following me closely all the time. After all, lately, Encrid, the squad leader, doesn't seem to give up. Day and night, Encrid thinks he's facing his second wall, and this one is even worse, as it comes in the form of a merciless death. He believes he can survive if he can sense them. He thinks about irregular spaces, noticing it's the patrol and the sound of the torches. As the assassin approaches, Encrid keeps trying to find him, wondering where he is. He tries to sense the sound of that bastard, but then, when he hears the sound of someone jumping outside, the needle already pierces his neck again. Of course it failed, Encrid concludes. The next day, he states that he didn't take a single step forward. His body, however, clearly remembers everything: the learning experience, the beast's heart, and the thrust. He goes to Jackson to ask questions again. Jackson explains that one can get a lot of information just from sound. It's possible to know something's location by the sound's intensity and direction. Once you can hear faint and distant sounds, your ears practically become a second pair of eyes. Jackson makes a noise that catches Encrid's attention and explains that sound is a wave that resonates in all directions, no matter how silent it is. says, in the case of thousands of mixed sound waves, you need to isolate a single wave. Encred starts hearing the sounds of everyone around him, observing and trying to identify each one. He thinks there are too many mixed sounds. He needs to capture an intertwined sound wave amidst it all. He begins to meditate, saying he needs to listen, categorize, and isolate them. He thinks about all the flags waving beside him, noting that they still sound like one single large flag sound to him. But then he wonders how many there were, trying to remember if it was 7 or 10. From right to left, soldiers marching close to him and 2 far away. He thinks he's starting to feel the waves, the familiar sounds, and the unknown ones too. Just then, Krang goes up to him calling him Encred and asks what kind of training that is. Encred complains about the name. Krang replies that Encred is his name, so Encred must be fine. Encred says it's not, but that Krang can stop calling him that if he wants. Krang just says Encred is standing there looking like an idiot, asking if that looks like training to him. Encred asserts that he's not an idiot who wastes time. Krang notes that he knows something. That night, Encred dies once more from that poison, and he keeps seeing Krang die too. After another death, he states, "This is the 33rd time, another failure." On the 34th, he heard nothing new. He keeps having failure after failure. But Encred continues training in the free time he has in the morning. He says he doesn't need more experience to overcome this wall, nor divine intervention, nor sudden realization. He just needs to repeatedly do what he needs to do. Thus, he starts hearing the hawk landing atop the flag and can feel things more distinctly, even seeing Krang approach. He opens his eye before Krang could say anything. Krang states that this surprised him, as he approached stealthily. He questions how Encred knew he was there, saying Encred had kept his eyes closed for a while, and asking if he was training his perception. Encred replies that he's not really an idiot who wastes time. He grows sharper and sharper. This time he manages to dodge the needle. Doing so, he quickly draws his sword, attacking the assassin. The assassin finally falls backward and starts to despair, as this was not something he expected. Encred thinks to himself that this assassin is no longer the faceless death. Encred can now face death head-on and also understand everything happening around him. Apparently, his troop is also formidable, as Rem is incredibly strong, and Encred has now learned from Jackson how to create a second eye. At that, the assassin grows more and more desperate and lunges at Encred again, calling him a cursed rat and trying to hit him. Encred thinks that this guy certainly isn't as good in combat as that perverted stabber, and that he can handle him. But then, he notices Vengeance is already dead, while Krang is still alive getting up. However, Encred can't take his eyes off the assassin trying to kill him at all costs. He thinks he shouldn't let his guard down, as this guy is still an experienced assassin. He manages to dodge the first attack, but the second thrown knife cuts his chest. The assassin keeps coming. Suddenly, a sword slashes through the tent. Encred is surprised to see it's the ferry company commander entering. He thinks if he doesn't stab her first, he'll surely be the one to die. But as he lunges at her, the assassin asks if Encred had a guard and throws several spikes at Encred. Some of them also fly towards Krang, who tries to defend himself. While watching this, Encred tries to keep going for the ferry, but she jumps over Encred and whips off her cloak, defending Krang from all those spikes. Encred says he thought she was with the assassin, but is surprised she came to protect them. He thinks that whatever the case, now is his chance. He goes all out against the assassin, trying to kill him. He actually manages to hit the assassin's knife, but the assassin stops the attack, and with nothing much else to do, simply retreats, leaving the area. Encred relaxes, noticing the assassin fled. Krang notes that guy was probably after him. Encred says he knows, but wonders how. Encred asks who would pay an assassin to kill someone insignificant like him or Vengeance. The fairy confirms, "Exactly, you're quick to grasp things," but she places her hand on her sword. Encred notes she was an ally until now, asking if she can't let this be known. He thinks she won't leave witnesses. As she draws her sword, Encred also prepares for a fight, but Krang steps in between them, saying he has a favor to ask her. "I don't want anyone to die that day." Encred simply understands. She lowers her head, saying she'll do as he wishes. However, Krang adds, "That also includes that platoon commander over there. He's not dead yet." The fairy replies they have an antidote, so he should be fine. Encred notes she must have knowledge about antidotes. Krang says he's now thought about cleaning up this mess, as it would be troublesome if people found out the assassin had been there. Encred asks if it would be okay if there were no traces left. "There's a way," he says, looking at the flame nearby. With that, he sets the tent on fire. Everyone gets up, preparing to quickly put out the fire, while he pulls Vengeance out. They notice there are 2 survivors. Encred thinks that, with this, the assassin's traces have been erased, erased, and they'll deal with the aftermath. Further away, in the middle of the forest, Krang continues walking with the fairy. She comments that if vengeance hadn't delayed them, he would have died, and asks if Krang changed his mind because of him. Krang replies yes, asking if Encred isn't interesting. The fairy doesn't respond while Krang thinks he's been trying to avoid this. The next day, Encred returns to his training, while Krang departs, saying Encred must have influenced him. He states they will surely meet again in their respective roles. Once again, with Carant and his scythe, Encred dislikes it immensely as the scythe disintegrates. Encred appears before him, and Carant says he'll see him again. Encred replies that he welcomes his return any time. Thus, he thinks he was confronted by the repetitive again. He survived against that silent death and woke up the next morning. Encred thinks he can sense the presence of most things, but he couldn't sense the fairy. He thinks he has a lot to do when he gets back, and fortunately, he wasn't injured, so he can return immediately. Vengeance asks if Encred saved him from the fire, and why. Encred wonders if Vengeance is scolding him for saving him, and why he dislikes him. He replies that it's because they are comrades, asking if he needs another reason. Vengeance is speechless, saying that after everything Encred did to him, he's a very selfless bastard. He asks if Encred is returning to his squad. Encred confirms. But then Vengeance says Encred is out of luck, as the weather will be terrible out there. Encred asks if something happened. Vengeance says there's a rumor going around that the entire base is cursed. Back at Encred's base, Ragnar tells Rem not to bother him, calling him developed and giving him a shove. Rem gets excited for the fight. Everyone starts running, saying Encred's squad is fighting again. Rem simply picks Ragnar up, wanting to throw him to the ground. He wonders where Encred, the leader of that squad, is because they're acting like this since he's not there. Rem throws Ragnar onto a tent, completely breaking it. They tell everyone not to approach the two, as they'd get hurt too. Ragnar charges at Rem, smashing a crate over him. Thus, they start exchanging blows. The brawl was about to begin. Rem, seeing the situation getting serious, grabbed his weapons. "I'll decorate his skull with my axe," he roared. Everyone noticed he was armed and shouted for others to clear out. Ragnar retorted, "I'll cleave that barbarian in half." He then wondered where the others were and ordered the fight to stop. Encred arrived. "I don't know about the cursed base," he said, "but these two bastards could very well be its curse." He ordered them to stop, declaring that the squad leader was back. Ragnar asked, "You're still alive? Didn't die? I thought you did." Encred replied that he hadn't died, but he might go crazy because of those two. On a new morning, Encred noticed that 4 days had passed since his return to the team. Upon waking, he saw Jackson beside him. Jackson was trying to quietly slip away. "You're awake?" he asked. Encred replied, "I was going to wake up and train anyway." Jackson commented that Encred had started recently, but was a great listener. "I've been practicing," Encred said. Jackson encouraged him, "Keep it up, that will help you someday." Battles were few and far between, especially with winter approaching. Encred used the extra time to train intensely, doing one-handed pull-ups. Others approached to greet him. Encred noticed Alden training, doing push-ups under a massive stone. It was an impressive sight. Mid-push-up, Alden questioned Encred. "Back from morning training? You keep yourself busy." He set the stone down. "That's good," Alden said. "However, a well-trained body is a weapon in itself. You should be able to withstand a frog's kick." Alden called Encred a scrawny chicken. "You're still too skinny," he teased. "You need to keep training." Encred replied that Alden was excessively large. "I'll try," he promised. Alden added that the training technique he mentioned earlier was very effective. Just then, they heard Rem shouting again and kicking Ragnar out of bed. "It's your turn on duty," Rem said. Ragnar was still asleep. Rem called him lazy. Ragnar dragged himself up, grabbed his sword and prepared to attack, but Rem didn't back down. Encred showed up. "Are you two fighting again?" he asked, asking for a break. Aldine commented that rampant violence solved nothing. Rem replied that Ragnar was the one worth starving. Encred told Ragnar that if it was his turn to work, then he should start cooking. Ragnar simply agreed. Rem kept provoking, but Encred paid him no mind. Encred asked Rem to stop. "Are you bored?" he asked. Rem questioned if Encred had noticed that the lack of battles was making him restless. Encred told Rem not to take it out on just anyone. "Come fight me!" he challenged him to a match. As they fought, Encred began to regret it a little. Rem said Encred needed to take hits better. He tried to hit him with the axe, tossing the weapon upwards. Encred almost lost his sword. He thought, "I need to stay calm with the beast's heart." When Rem's axe approached, Encred defended himself calmly. He thought of using the technique he'd practiced hundreds of times while dying, the lunge. He almost hit Rem, who dodged with great agility, grabbing Encred by the collar and throwing him to the ground. "I expected more from you, especially since you've improved so much recently," Rem said. "What made you so boring all of a sudden? That thrust already bored me. Don't you have anything new?" Encred realized he knew now. He was different from before. He could repeat everything hundreds and thousands of times and keep going. He told Rem to come closer again. "I'll destroy you properly this time." Rem kept thinking Encred's skills were lacking, but he wasn't bored by it, seeing his eyes. Rem thought he could say that after leaving a mark on him. The rain started to fall, and they canceled the battle. Encred noticed the rain suddenly start and stop. Rem grew furious, saying mushrooms would sprout on his feet at this rate. Everyone hid. Kreis arrived, wondering how many times he'd have to cancel his duels because of the rain. I'd even believe it if someone said we were cursed, he said. Encred asked, what curse is that? Kreis asked if Encred hadn't heard the rumors. Encred remembered Vengeance saying their camp was cursed. Kreis explained that the weather was strange, the number of casualties was rising, and there were fires. Especially in the escort squad, Jack, Boo, and Relton were all injured. People said they were cursed because of it. I'm sure we're not actually cursed, Kreis affirmed. The temperamental weather just fueled the rumors. Encred thought their superiors wouldn't let something like that go unnoticed. Kreis questioned Encred, why are you standing by the entrance anyway? Encred replied that he was training his senses. Kreis asked if that would work in this torrential rain. Encred explained it was precisely because of the torrential rain. Rem questioned Encred, what are you doing? Are you trying to be a stray cat? What's that for? Jackson said it wasn't a bad way to train. He's doing well, he commented. Rem asked what Jackson had taught Encred. Since when do you care about your squad leader? Rem provoked. Encred thought it was too noisy there and that he could barely endure the rain. Rem kept yelling. Jin said that if Encred was looking for a way to train in the tent, there were some things he could do even while lying down. At that, Ragnar questioned if Encred wanted him to check his posture again. Rem observed their attitudes, realizing they had also noticed. Looking at everyone, he was sure they had noticed what he had as he stared at Encred. Meanwhile, in the superior's tent, company commanders were instructed to keep their soldiers in check. They were to send an escort party before winter again. They asked if anyone had suggestions to fill the gaps. The fairy watched. She inquired about the 44th squad leader. Karanoth, the superior, thought he's a bit reckless. Wouldn't it be good for him to lead the scouts? She asked. The fairy replied that he could bring unexpected results. The superior asked her reason for thinking that, and she said, it's just a fairy's instinct. Encred found out he was being sent to the scouts. The fairy just looked at him. Her eyes questioned if he had done something to anger the company commander. He wondered what he could have done for that. The fairy's eyes questioned why else she would have picked him specifically. Encred remembered that time she almost drew her sword on him. He wondered if she wouldn't kill him because Krang had left. Hank questioned if Encred would really go. I can help you get out of this, Hank offered. Encred knew that, gripping his axe. It's not like I can use my axe on the superior like him, Encred said. Hank replied he wouldn't tell him to do something like that. However, Encred warned him, you better not do that either, as you already have a history of doing such things. Odin began to pray for the captain. Why do you test your poor servants? He implored. Don't take our precious little squad leader from us. Encred wondered what had gotten into those men. Ragnar also stood up. I can go in his place, he said. Encred replied that others perhaps, but not him. Everyone agreed Ragnar was a bit dangerous and could get lost. Jackson asked if Encred had been told to scout the tall grass fields. He instructed him to pay attention to changes in sound in the grass because noticing disturbances is the first step to overcoming an ambush. Rem was furious. That sneaky bastard thinks he can teach me again, he roared. I already told him to stop teaching those weird things. Encred said no one would stop them from fighting once he was gone. Is it right to leave them here? He asked. He thought, in fact, there was no one better than him for the task. After enlisting due to his weak skills, he was constantly moved around, replacing others. The only place he ended up being useful was among those crazies who constantly brawled and nearly killed each other all the time. He stepped in between the two as leader of the Soviet's squad. He asked for a truce. With Encred between their blades, Rem questioned, is he brave or stupid? Jackson said he should be thanking Encred. Otherwise, you'd have another hole in your heart, Jackson stated. Rem retorted that his head would have fallen off first. Encred thought, those damn bastards are truly skilled. We can't afford to lose them. Compared to them, I'm not a big loss in combat power. He concluded there was no need for such sudden contemplation, as he knew where he stood in terms of skill. I just need to improve, he said. As he departed with the scouts, Encred thought that since they were going to the front lines, he could use the time to train his senses. Just then, one of them noticed Encred walking with his eyes closed. Soviet squad leader, he called out. Focus! Encred didn't quite understand. The man explained, we may both hold the rank of squad leader, but I am the leader of this scout squad. If you have any problems, we'll take care of them. It was Andrew Gardner. His friends started mocking Encred. Do you think you have what it takes to fight him? They asked. Since Encred was in that squad of exiles, they questioned if Encred even knew how to wield a sword properly. Andrew said that if Encred came at him, he would try not to hurt him. He called Encred a gnome, stating that the squad only functioned because of its members. Just then, Andrew started shouting, if we find the enemy, we must crush their skulls. Everyone agreed. Encred thought, they keep shouting. Don't they understand what reconnaissance means? He figured that squad leader was a complete rookie and wondered if that reconnaissance mission would end well. At that, one of the scouts found tracks. Those are gnome tracks, they exclaimed. Let's follow the trail. We'll have a barbecue barbecue tonight. However, Encred knew very well that gnomes travel in groups of at least 20. He wondered if Andrew would really take that on. He kept wondering if they would actually fight it. What's Andrew thinking? Encred thought. A man beside Encred started to laugh. He believed the tracks didn't belong to a gnome, but rather a gazelle. Noticing Encred's presence, the man commented that the squad leader was quite unpleasant. Henry, for his part, tried to be friendly with Encred. Encred said he used to be a hunter in a mountain town. Henry didn't seem to care about the squad leader. He struck up a conversation with Encred, and they soon became close. Henry shared the basics of a hunter's life, information Encred found quite useful. He mentioned that there was usually a separate path for animals in those fields, but promised to talk more about it the next day. That night, they commented that they had spent the entire day looking for non-existent gnomes. Thus, the scout squad's day was wasted. Andrew, still determined, wanted to continue hunting gnomes. He needed results, and anything would do. Encred merely watched him, lying down. The next day, they continued their journey and arrived at their destination. It was the Green Pearl, also known as Akka, an apparently useless grassy field where they were supposed to conduct reconnaissance. A huge field stretched ahead, with grass so tall it covered their heads. Andrew declared that after crossing the field, they would find enemy scouts. They would bring them back as prisoners and be rewarded. His followers began to shout enthusiastically. Henry, however, questioned whether they would really enter the field. He asked if the order wasn't just to scout up to that point. Encred replied that it was an order from the squad leader and moved forward with the others. Encred thought that crossing the tall grass wouldn't be easy. He hoped Andrew would give up soon, but the leader continued unexpectedly. Encred noticed that Andrew wasn't complaining and seemed to be taking the situation seriously. Henry noticed the absence of animal droppings and questioned if that was a problem. He explained that this meant there were no animals in a place with abundant food. As they continued walking, Encred heard the sound of paws that he was sure weren't human. This startled him greatly. He looked to the side and saw a beast running ahead of them. When it looked at them, Encred yelled for everyone to get down. Andrew shouted that it was the enemy, ordering everyone to run. The enemies, armed with crossbows, attacked in a group. Several soldiers were hit. Encred tried to run last, but started to be surrounded. Even while fleeing, Encred knew the enemies had crossbows capable of hitting him from a distance. He heard the sound of a crossbow being drawn and thought the listening technique he'd learned from Jackson would be useful. He managed to dodge the arrow. With all the noise, Encred couldn't distinguish the sounds. He thought the technique was only useful for delaying the inevitable, as targeted from all sides, he was brutally pierced and died there. In an ambush, the most sensible thing was to avoid it. In another attempt on the grassland, Encred warned Andrew. Andrew questioned what Encred had said, asking if he wanted to get his head cut off. Encred realized they couldn't possibly have heard. He would find a way to act alone. Soon, the ambush was noticed. Encred tried to run a different way, but the enemies intercepted him once again, piercing him from all sides. It's all right, he thought. He could always find another way after all. He had daily repetition on his side, but he kept dying again and again. He was caught by about 20 crossbowmen to the east, dying riddled with arrows. In another attempt, he went north to avoid the crossbowmen, but ran into a squad of spearmen and was killed again. During the night, in one of these repetitions, he remained alive, slowly dying and consumed by hatred. He thought that even if he managed to avoid everyone, they wouldn't stop pursuing him. Slowly, he saw people approaching. Their uniforms were painted green, as if they were preparing for an ambush. Encred wondered what there was to protect in that field for them to be so prepared. He continued crawling until he reached the middle of the camp, and there saw something that left him utterly incredulous. But before he could commit it to memory, someone plunged a sword into his neck. Those damn Iceman, he thought. What are they hiding there? Once again, Encred continued following Andrew, even knowing what would happen. They had already tried dozens of times. Once inside, there was no way out alive. But the Iceman were hiding something there, and Encred needed to find out what it was. If he gave up on this goal, he wouldn't have to die. Reno was retreating. Encred thought that might be the end, but he quickly corrected himself. No, I won't run from that wall. He advanced ahead of them. Andrew kept yelling, asking what the useless one was waiting for. Another man said he knew Encred was becoming a burden, but ordered him to get used to it, as the squad leader had his own struggles. Andrew asked why he should do that. He said there was a limit to the crap he could tolerate from an idiot. He questioned if the man wasn't tired of licking the boots of that childish squad leader. He asked what Encred had said, but Encred simply shoved him aside, stating he wouldn't play that game anymore. Andrew asked if Encred was disobeying orders. He said Encred needed to rethink the situation, as disobedience was intolerable. Andrew thought Encred simply wouldn't be able to survive on his own. Encred told Andrew that he would take command himself from now on. He stated that if they used everyone's strength to get out alive, it might work. Andrew didn't like that at all. Encred thought that Andrew, along with Henry and another soldier, was one of those who survived the longest in the repetitions, especially the soldier with the mark across his eyes, who fought as well as as he looked. He was the most skilled in the squad, but he stayed on Andrew's heels as if he were a nanny or a bodyguard. Andrew said Encred could try to take control, but only if he defeated him. He ordered Encred to draw his sword. Encred thought a normal soldier wouldn't have a bodyguard. From his posture, Andrew was well trained, but Encred noticed his lack of experience. Given his skill level, he should be the son of some rich lord or something. However, if that were the case, he wouldn't be so desperate for results. Perhaps he was a disgraced noble. Andrew, in turn, said that judging by Encred's pathetic skills and high rank, he must be a loser who never trained, but still expected to be paid. Encred thought that whoever Andrew was, he couldn't keep following his orders. Andrew claimed he was different from Encred and had a mission to accomplish. Encred, however, simply said Andrew talked too much and told him to attack, assuring him he wouldn't even need to draw his sword. Andrew lost his temper and charged head-on. Encred thought that, normally, he would have difficulty against someone so skilled, but Andrew was underestimating him, and his impulsive actions led him to recklessness. Andrew advanced, extending his sword. Encred simply deflected the blade with a light tap, throwing him off balance. Then, he landed a strong punch in the middle of Andrew's chest, who fell to the ground, gasping for air. Everyone noticed he had been defeated with just one blow. Henry could barely believe it, as he'd heard Encred was the bottom of the barrel. Everyone looked at Encred. He declared that from now on, the squadron would be under his command. Anyone have a problem with that? He asked. Henry could hardly believe it, and the other mercenary remained silent. Andrew had nothing to say, so everyone agreed. Encred thought that was the first step. As they went in, the soldiers wondered what Encred was thinking. Encred asked Henry what his dream was. Henry questioned the reason for the question, but replied he wanted to marry a beautiful woman and work in a flower shop. Encred said that, to do that, he'd need to survive today. Encred questioned another soldier, who replied that his beloved had recently had a baby. If you don't want your child to live without a father, you'll need to get out of here alive today, Encred said. He questioned the last two soldiers. One of them said he wanted to save money and open his own business. The other wanted to go home. Encred also asked Andrew, who replied that he would fulfill his mother's last wish. His dream and mission was to revive the Gardner house. Encred said all the answers were the same. To achieve them, everyone needed to get out of there alive. He turned his back to them, stating, "You're all getting out of here alive." Encred thought that from now on, he needed those people to be proactive. Obviously, there was no greater motivation than life itself. Encred said the enemy would appear soon, and he was planning to deal with it. He told Henry to shoot an arrow in that direction, at head height. Henry claimed there was nothing there. Encred said he wouldn't repeat the order and told him to shoot. Henry did so, hitting and killing an enemy soldier. The enemy realized the ambush. Encred's team was surprised to see them as enemies. Encred called Andrew to position himself behind him, and he obeyed. Encred said fighting with the advantage changed everything, killing another enemy. He thought they needed to find them first and ambush them. Encred followed the enemies closely. They wondered what had happened, yelling to kill everyone. Andrew managed to kill the man who talked too much. Encred thought they needed to take advantage of the confusion and reduce the number of enemies as much as possible. An enemy appeared behind Andrew, almost killing him. Encred thought that if he kept Andrew close, his bodyguard would follow without hesitation. Indeed, the bodyguard cut off the head of the enemy who almost killed Andrew, easily killing him. Encred figured that with the bodyguard at his side, his chances of success were much greater. He continued decimating the enemies. He thought that of 12 original enemies, only 8 now remained. The remaining enemies cried out about the ambush, calling for help. He wondered how many there were amid the chaos. Encred thought the enemies would die one by one. They regrouped. Encred ordered everyone to completely slaughter the enemy army. They carried out a massacre. Encred said that in a field with tall grass like that, the enemies also had difficulty locating them. But Encred explained they were discovered first because of the puma moving back and forth. This time, however, an enemy soldier got startled by the animal and, annoyed, tried to kill it. Encred took advantage of the distraction to take down the soldier chasing the beast. He remembered the first time he saw that animal. They were pursuing the beast, and it was then, by coincidence, that they were discovered. This time, the enemies didn't notice the ambush because they were focused on the hunt. Things were going well thanks to Encred. He wouldn't die easily. Henry shouted to Encred, announcing that they had finally finished off everyone. Encred said they couldn't waste time and called for them to move on. The puma continued to follow him, watching him. Encred informed them that, after a casualty, only 6 remained in their unit. Even after multiple cycles, it was impossible to save all of them. However, this time, most had survived. He called for them to continue. An enemy soldier appeared. Encred, coming from afar, calmly ripped off the opponent's head. He knew the locations and number of enemy soldiers due to the repetitions of that day. If they continued on that path, they would be annihilated by 30 crossbowmen. Encred called for them to turn in another direction, explaining they needed to turn right to avoid them. The spearmen who persistently pursued them in each return needed to be eliminated quickly, or they would hinder their movements. He quickly killed them one by one. Encred wanted to avoid difficult fights and use lightning ambushes to gradually escape the enemy encirclement. Even Andrew was doing a good job killing the enemies. However, Encred's bodyguard thought Andrew was starting to overdo it, as it would be difficult to find the exit when night fell. He said they needed to escape while there was still daylight. Encred called for them to go forward. Then, the guard asked, "What are you doing? This is going even deeper." Encred replied that he knew, assuring him that it was the right direction. He wouldn't accept any disagreement and ordered the guard to follow him. Both Henry and Andrew were startled. The guard placed his sword at Encred's throat, saying, "You should think clearly. I don't intend to follow you to my death. I'll find a way to get out alive, even if I have to kill you." Encred retorted that, of all people, the guard should know there was no going back. After the noise they made, the path back must already be swarming with enemies. He asked, "So are you saying you should keep following me?" Encred clarified that he also wanted to survive. Andrew began to notice that Encred might be different. He had thought Encred would be a useless piece of trash like his father, who gave up everything and squandered the entire family fortune, but he realized he was wrong. In fact, Encred reminded him of someone else. He recalled his mother's last words on her deathbed, saying that even though their family might be ruined, she hoped he would become someone capable of leading people just by being there, earning the trust of others, becoming a leader and rebuilding their family. Andrew thought, "That's the kind of person I always wanted to be." Encred looked directly into the bodyguard's eyes, ordering him to trust him, for they would get out of there alive. Andrew thought to himself, he truly is a man who paves the way. Looking into Encred's eyes, he called him Captain. "I trust you." The bodyguard tried to speak to Andrew, but Andrew said, "He's the captain now," and the squad followed their captain's order. The bodyguard noticed that Encred had truly changed. Encred noted that everything was in order. He said that until he gave the signal, they should follow him, crouching low and making no noise. He thought the first step of the method to escape that day was to take the initiative, seek out the enemy, and break the encirclement. The second step would be a bit more complicated. As they walked, completely crouched, they looked to the side and saw many spears all around. Encred said that was the critical point he had found after dozens of repetitions. Everyone was scared, but still silent. Encred confessed that it was only at that moment and in that place that he felt terror. He thought that as they walked there, they could let the enemy pass without direct confrontation. Everyone was looking for them, but he kept moving, fully crouched, avoiding confrontation with so many enemies. Everyone was sweating while Encred continued observing only with his ears. He remained crouched with everyone, the tension unbelievable. He said everything was according to his plan, and now it was the last step, as the sun was setting and darkness was falling. The reason he kept talking about escaping this field was clear. Encred announced, "We've arrived." Henry couldn't believe it, and the other soldier thought that after everything they had been through, they were in the enemy camp. Encred explained that Aspen soldiers were killing everyone who entered the field to silence them. This was happening because they were hiding something no one could know. In the middle of that camp, there was a peculiar monument, with several skeletal remains under a completely shredded flag. Encred wondered what would happen if something more important than their capture occurred. He called them to go, thinking a way to escape would surely appear. As they snuck behind some tents, they asked Encred if he would burn down the enemy camp. The bodyguard asked, "Are you crazy? We're in the middle of the camp. We're more likely to end up surrounded and dead." Encred then asked for the bodyguard's name. He replied, "Call me Mac." Encred declared he wouldn't tolerate disobedience. Mac even tried to complain, but Andrew told him to shut up and followed Encred closely. Mac remained frustrated, saying he didn't need Andrew to scold him, and that they wouldn't be able to get out of there with the moon hidden behind the clouds. He argued that, in a situation like that, they couldn't trust anyone else but their squad leader. Encred cut open one of the tents. Mac wondered what he was doing, questioning if he was tearing the tent to pass through. Then, he noticed the tent was empty. Mac kept finding it very strange and wondered how Encred knew such things. Encred calmly continued on his way at full speed. Mac thought Encred was very reckless for passing through the enemy camp, but strangely, even doing so, they hadn't seen any soldiers. "Come to think of it, we're definitely in the enemy camp. How is this possible?" he questioned. Encred told them to stop and wait there. He thought he had infiltrated that camp dozens of times. The first time he noticed that flag and touched it, the entire base's attention turned to him, and he was calmly killed. Encred explained that what the Aspen soldiers wanted to hide in that thicket was that flag, and their main objective was to protect it. He wondered what would happen if it caught fire. Mac then began to wonder if Encred already knew the flag was there, and how. Mac supposed the company commander had told him, remembering she was the one who indicated they were enemies. He thought there must be a reason for it. Encred stated that the Aspen soldiers would be too busy protecting the flag. Mac kept thinking that the reason Encred suddenly took control of the squad and infiltrated the enemy camp was to complete a secret mission, but that was still just a supposition. Encred said they would flee while that happened. He explained they would split into two groups. One would be the bait, drawing the enemy's attention, and the other would start the fire. Mac said he would go with the bait group. Encred was doubtful about this, thinking he had been complaining the whole time, but had suddenly become cooperative, but he thought that was better for him. Encred had dragged the squad into Aspen's camp many times, but this was the first time he had so many people with him, and this was the best day he'd had so far. He had a good feeling, thinking he would succeed. The battle began with an arrow shot. Mac took the lead, running and drawing the enemy's attention. Everyone aimed at him. Meanwhile, Encred went to a candelabra, taking a flame. He declared, "I'm heading toward morning!" As he was taking the flame, a man appeared beside him, delivering a sword strike to Encred. It didn't just hit him, it cut the candelabra and knocked the fire from his hand. Encred thought he hadn't heard him arrive. The man stood face to face with Encred as the latter prepared to draw his sword. Encred noticed that this was an enemy combatant he hadn't seen in any of his other cycles. The man seemed quite imposing as he stood before him. Encred asked, "Where did someone as strong as you come from?" The man called Encred a worm. Encred replied that they were late. Then, that guy finally noticed the tent beside him was on fire. Everyone screamed that the tents were ablaze as they noticed the intruders. Encred's group ran with an incendiary artifact on his arm. The man in front of Encred ordered everyone to put out the fire first. Encred thought Mac had drawn most of the enemies, and he himself had caught the attention of the rest. Andrew had set the tents on fire. He just needed to escape that place now. But then, Encred acted against his mind, stepping forward. He thought all attacks started from the foot, preparing a lunge, aiming at the man in front of him. He had to kick the ground to propel his body forward. He would land that attack on that man. But as the sword approached, the man managed to quickly turn his eyes and evade the attack. Encred missed him, passing directly past him. Then, Encred was shocked. The man hit him in the meantime, and the pain in his side made him start to limp, while the man remained calm after striking him. Encred thought that was the most perfect lunge he could have made, looking at the man behind him. The man said Encred was weak. Encred thought he couldn't defeat him. He wouldn't be able to defeat him with his current skill level. He thought he had barely made it there, through countless deaths in field ambushes and everything he had endured until that moment. He had thought he had finally overcome the challenges this cycle had to offer, but he noticed that the real wall he had to break was that guy. With that pain in his side, Encred thought he would simply die if he challenged him. He would need to regain control of the squad, escape through the fields, and repeat the cycle countless times in the process, dying again. Then, after going through all those insignificant deaths, the man in front of him looked at Encred, who was badly injured. Annoyed, he asked, "Are you laughing?" Encred actually was, thinking, "I'm still going to finish him off." The man said, "You deserve to be cut up and fed to the dogs." Encred continued to think, "I'll overcome this wall." While Encred faced the knight, the latter easily stopped the attack. Encred noticed he had parried his blow and was about to launch another. Encred got out of the way in time. However, the knight, with such mastery, continued a sequence of attacks, heavily pressuring Encred. Encred was surprised he had attacked from above that position and was almost hit by another sword blow, but managed to parry it right before his eyes. His movements were fast and precise. The man had blood in his eyes. Encred thought, "I can't find any opening to counterattack." He noticed a vast difference in skill. Encred was thrown backward again. As he fell backward, he pulled a dagger from his chest and threw it at the knight. The knight, however, easily stopped it with his gauntlet, using the back of his hand. The knight, filled with hatred, prepared to attack Encred again. This time, he used a lunge. Screams echoed, "The fire is spreading!" Encred managed to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. Enemy soldiers were putting out the fire along the way, noticing someone had thrown oil. The fire advanced upon the banner and the maestro they were defending. They shouted to the platoon commander attacking Encred, "Don't you understand what's at stake here?" But the commander looked at Encred, noting from his gaze that he wouldn't give up without a fight and was ready to attack once more. Then, the commander said, "I'll wait for a next time." Encred noticed he retreated so easily that he questioned, wasn't he the true wall? But then, he thought, if he isn't the wall I need to overcome today, I still need to improve. At that instant, Andrew ran up to Encred saying, "We need to go now." However, Encred continued to look at the squad commander, who was advancing towards the fire. The commander looked back at Encred, a direct gaze, sheathed his sword, and ordered everyone to retreat. Everyone ran off after finishing what they came to do. As he ran, Encred looked to the side and noticed one of the men had disappeared. Only 5 squad members remained. Mac asked, "Is that it? They're not sending a large-scale pursuit group?" Encred replied, "Probably not." As they ran, Encred noticed Henry falling behind, his arm seemingly injured. Some soldiers pursued them, shouting, "Don't let them escape!" Henry, who was slowing the group, became increasingly sluggish. Without needing a single word, Encred, Mac, and Andrew turned back to fight the pursuers. All of them began a widespread slaughter. Encred told the others not to stop and to keep running, carrying Henry in his arms. He said, "They won't be able to pursue us if they continue through the fox and snake field habitat." Encrid's friend said, "But that also means it'll be harder for us to escape through there." Henry, however, said, "I know a safe route, a hunter's path." Encrid replied, "I'll trust you. Guide us." Sometime later, Henry said he no longer heard the footsteps of the pursuing group. They kept running until a fox observed them. As they pressed on desperately, Encrid said, "Thanks to Andrew and Mac's efforts, we managed to shake them off easily. If it weren't for Henry's path, we wouldn't have done it this quickly." He added, "It was thanks to the efforts of the entire squad that we made it this far." He noticed the sky dawning once more and realized the day had finally come to an end. After running through a long field, they finally reached the camp. The others questioned, "What happened to you all?" But they just wanted to collapse. Encrid felt the wind, thinking, "Another year has passed and a new day begins." Meanwhile, at the enemy camp, the flags were completely burned. The commander questioned about them. The one who looked like a mage said, "We need to prepare everything again." Who would have thought the famous gray dog wouldn't be able to stop a few strays? I truly don't understand, because the soldiers camped in the tall grass fields were the best of the gray dog. But a few enemy soldiers attacked head-on, started a fire, and escaped. He described the gray dog as an independent company, whose name derived from the dog residing in the Principality of Aspen. With a persistent temperament, its members had the need to connect with their targets, whether in love or war. Because of this characteristic, the company was also known as persistent lovers. He then spoke with the man who fought Encrid, asking platoon commander Meade, "Was this person you faced strong?" Meade replied, "If it weren't for the fire, I would have finished him off right then." The gray dog thought, "He was lucky, and that alone is a skill." But Meade said, "That won't happen again." Meanwhile, Encrid thought, "What bothers me is that I faced that wall, but I couldn't overcome it. I wanted to keep fighting him, and soon, eventually, we'll have to face each other again." Meade thought, "I'll kill him with my own hands." Encrid, in turn, thought, "I'll overcome him too." Thus, it was said that the persistent lovers had chosen their next target. Meanwhile, Rem was in the tent, tossing his axe into the air, thinking, "I'm bored. The squad leader should be returning from the reconnaissance mission. Why is there no news of him?" He caught the axe, questioning, "Did he die?" He thought, "He's really improved a lot recently, but he's still a rookie, so it wouldn't be surprising if he died. It doesn't happen often, but I really liked him." Rem considered what he would do if Encrid were dead, thinking, "Nothing interesting." Then, Ragna woke up and came face to face with Rem, who was looking at him with an expression like he'd found something to play with. Ragna questioned, "What are you staring at?" Rem simply gave him the middle finger, and Ragna returned the middle finger using his foot. Rem thought that would cure his boredom and told Ragna, "I really want to kill you." Ragna called him crazy, drawing his sword. Meanwhile, the company commander questioned Encrid, "Did you happen to discover an enemy ambush, infiltrate an enemy base, and also by chance end up burning the entire place down?" Encrid replied, "I kept making the best possible decisions in that situation and got lucky." She pondered his luck. As she looked him in the eyes, she just accepted it, telling him to rest and recover. She thought, "I expected this to accomplish something, but not something so massive. Who is that guy anyway?" Encrid thought to himself, "I really can't figure out what she's thinking." At that moment, Andrew approached Encrid saying, "I'm sorry I acted poorly at first. I'm alive thanks to you. Will we meet again?" Encrid replied, "Yes, if our paths cross once more," and then left. The boy simply paid his respects to Encrid as he departed. However, Encrid thought to himself, "I'm alive and managed to bring those 4 back, but is this truly my best? I ended up losing 2 squad members. If I were a little stronger, I could have saved them too." With the repetition of that today, he would be able to surpass his limits. Eventually, he would end his desperate struggle and strive to achieve his goal of becoming a knight, using his todays as stepping stones for that purpose. To avoid repeating the same day over and over, he needed to become stronger. As Encrid returned to his company, he heard people shouting, "Those crazy guys are at it again!" Rem and Ragna were clashing once more.
Rem was quite excited about it, and so was Ragna. Encrid thought, "I've never seen those expressions. I've trained with them countless times, but never seen them like this." One of them commented, "They're not even human, they're more like animals." They continued to clash with all their might. Encrid realized they had never needed to push themselves to the fullest against him.
He started to think, "I need to set my priorities straight. First, I need to make them make those expressions in front of me too." While fighting, Ragna ended up glancing aside, noticing the squad leader there. Rem said, "You have to tell us if you're back. Why are you hiding like a cat again?" He asked, "What are they looking at? If they're not going to fight, they should get lost." Ragna also noticed Encrid was hurt, but Encrid said, "It's just a scratch." Furthermore, Encrid spoke to Rem, saying, "When you blocked Ragna's attack a moment ago," but as he was about to speak, Rem cut him off. "You're starting with that nonsense again. Just go wash up and get some rest." Encrid tried to talk to Ragna about his attack, but Ragna played dumb and just walked away. Encrid wondered, why? Ragna didn't say anything and just left. Encrid noticed he seemed to have something to say, but thought he can say it if he wants. Sometime later, Encrid learned that the battalion commander, after hearing about the enemy ambush, moved the entire battalion closer to the tall grass field. His wounds healed significantly during the journey. He constantly reflected on his fights and trained. Even at night, he prepared for more training. Kreis was surprised, saying, "You're going out again tomorrow? Why don't you get some rest?" Encred replied, "I'll be out for a moment." Rem said, "You're doing this without being fully healed. If you keep this up, you'll die soon." Ragna also noticed something was wrong with Encred. When he woke up in the morning, one of the soldiers noticed the squad leader training again, waking up early. As he picked up his weapon, the soldier thought, "I'm good with a sword. Getting stronger wasn't difficult. I had a chance to become a knight, but it's tedious. There's nothing I want to do as a knight, so why would I spend time and energy on it? I find no meaning in it." Thus, he lost his purpose and stood still. But then, as he watched Encred training, Encred felt his wound and thus dropped his sword. Ragna, observing Encred, thought he had learned the fundamentals completely wrong. He needed to learn the basics correctly, from the very beginning. With all the shortcuts Encred used to compensate for his deficient foundations, it would be impossible for him to get stronger, even with training. But then Ragna wondered why Encred pushed himself so hard, dedicating his entire body to training. Looking at Encred, he questioned, "Why do you do all this?" Encred replied that it was because he wanted to get stronger. Ragna then asked, "What will you do when you're stronger?" Encred said he would become a knight. Ragna retorted that a knight was just someone who fought well. He asked if that really held so much meaning for Encred. But Encred explained that the knight he aspired to be was someone who decided for himself what was right and raised his sword for honor, for the sick, for the poor, and for those he loved. Observing Encred's determination, Ragna pondered honor and merit, questioning himself if that was truly it. Strength was just a tool. A knight was even a sword. He wondered what he wanted. Then, he picked up his sword and started walking towards Encred, saying, "I won't know until I walk the path myself." He called out to Encred, "Want to learn how to use a sword?" Encred, hearing the invitation, responded that he definitely wanted to learn. Ragna, however, thought that maybe he shouldn't have made the offer, as laziness was already assailing him. Still, the sparkle in Encred's eyes made him reconsider, promising himself that it would be interesting. Ragna continued, "The barbarian taught me about the beast's instinct, or rather the beast's heart. You need to forget everything but that and the thrust." Encred questioned, "Do I even have to forget the sword technique of Valen's mercenary?" Ragna was emphatic, "Especially that. If you don't abandon it, even if you learn a new technique, you'll end up falling back into old habits. If that happens, you might as well give up. Choose, forget everything, or stay in the same old rut." But Encred didn't let him finish his sentence, stating that he would start from scratch. Ragna was surprised. "Are you serious?" he asked. Encred questioned where he should start. Ragna thought that Encred certainly wasn't normal. He had a good physique, so he didn't need a light weapon. A longsword would suit him well. "Switch," Ragna ordered. Encred asked if it was okay to give him his sword. Ragna said it didn't matter, that there was nothing special about it. "Hold it with your right hand above your left," he instructed. When Encred held the sword, Ragna questioned the strength of his grip. Encred replied it was so he wouldn't lose it. Ragna then asked who had taught him that way. Encred mentioned it was the king in Ragnashama during the night. Ragna told him to just stay in position and simulated an attack with his sword. Encred quickly brought his own sword forward to defend himself, but his hand began to tremble. He questioned what that was because it hurt. Ragna replied that it was expected. "If you stay rigid, you'll only end up breaking. You're like a branch or a pillar," he compared. Encred wondered why everyone in his squad was so bad at conversation. What does he mean by that comparison? He thought. He realized, does he mean I'm too rigid because I'm holding the sword too tightly? I need to be flexible to prevent my sword from breaking, and my movements need to be more pliable. Thus Encred began to hold the sword a little more loosely. Ragna lunged at him, ordering him not to lose his balance. When Encred retreated, Ragna questioned where he was pointing his feet. "You're rigid again," he exclaimed. "Do you want to break your hip, or are you fighting or dancing?" They continued. Encred ended up on the ground, with Ragna victorious. Encred thought he had no idea he was so bad, as he hadn't even mastered the basics. This wasn't something that could be taught. But Encred, even tired, picked up his sword and stood up, looking into Ragna's eyes, challenging him to train again. Ragna went for him, saying they would go easier. At that instant, Rem arrived, asking where they had been all day. "Are you having a picnic with snacks and everything?" He scoffed. He asked Encred if that good-for-nothing was giving him trouble, and if he wanted Rem to sort him out. Ragna began to say he would rip Rem's hands off. At that moment, Rem asked if something had happened, and why Ragna was dressed like that. Rem explained they'd been summoned. Enemy forces were gathering on the horizon. Moments later, the ferry was already in an elevated position, observing the entire army. Encred's group was assembled. Rem wondered if teaching Encred the art of the sword had been a mistake. He was new to that technique, so he likely couldn't fight well enough. Because of that, he was likely to die that day. Rem raised his sword, thinking Encred would need a babysitter. Meanwhile, Encred thought he would continue learning more of that technique. Then, he wondered why everyone was standing still, thinking the formation was strange. The tattered flag continued to be raised on the enemy side. They commented that that the formation was strange. The mage beside them simply raised his hand, telling them to witness the end. Then, the mist began to appear. The fairy noticed it was magic. The mist advanced upon Encrid's army. He realized that mist had appeared out of nowhere, and he couldn't even see who was beside him. In the middle of all that mist, they wondered what was happening. Encrid's ears grew increasingly alert. They began to hear strange noises, wondering what that noise was, noticing something was happening above. Encrid yelled to them that they were flashes, but it was too late, as several of them were killed by them. Meanwhile, the fairy began to use her wind powers. She said it wasn't normal mist, that there was no predicting such a tactic. She ordered everyone to take cover, raising their shields, and noticed that they had lost. The mage began to laugh, saying it had been very complicated to get that magic right. He had to offer the blood of various animals, collect the purest water from lakes, and constantly use rain magic. The moment the magic was activated, it obscured all vision, unless one was below the point where the magic was cast from the flags. "This battle is already over," he declared, calling it the Mist of Annihilation. Mithi arrived behind him, saying he looked rather pleased. The mage replied that it was obvious, since he barely managed to make it work, especially with the flag nearly burned away. If it weren't for that, it would have been an easy task. Mithi remained deeply irritated, noting that Guy must be on the other side. At that instant, with flashes coming, someone ordered Encrid to duck his head. He noticed Ragnar was behind him. Beside him, he noticed Gakiru and the manifestation of a spell. That mist was a spell. Ragnar started swearing. Encrid noticed it was Rem's voice, right in front of him, but he couldn't identify him just by looking. He figured he couldn't fight like this. He was almost hit by a weapon. His breathing was growing heavy and he was starting to tense up. His legs wouldn't move. Like this, he wouldn't be able to use anything Ragnar had taught him. He thought he didn't expect to succeed on his first try. Ragnar had warned him that for now, he'd end up reverting to old habits, even if he learned from him. It would be better for Encrid not to fight until he finished learning what Ragnar was teaching him, but Encrid knew he would die unless he fought on the battlefield. Encrid pondered his own death. Then, he started walking. At that moment, Ragnar came close to him, telling him to stay behind him. However, Encrid said he had found a way. If he couldn't do it in one attempt, he could move on to the next. He charged toward the enemy team. "Are you crazy?" they asked. He ended up being killed in front of everyone, stabbed in the throat by an enemy soldier. The soldier rejoiced in the kill. However, Encrid thought that with that, he would go back to learning from Ragnar. The soldier almost couldn't believe this man who threw himself onto his own spear. He pulled Encrid. Encrid returned. Already mid-training, he kept giving his all. He thought honestly, Ragnar wasn't a great teacher. Encrid felt that for Ragnar, a genius, everything was too obvious, and it ended up being difficult for him to put into words what was wrong. Ragnar wondered if this was what they meant when someone understood something, but couldn't put it into practice. He said he was just asking Encrid to swing his sword downwards, and asked if it was that difficult. Encrid knew Ragnar wasn't mocking him. He was genuinely confused, but Encrid asked him where his center of gravity should be. However, Ragnar had an absurd difficulty demonstrating where it was. Encrid thought that, as he'd imagined, people like Ragnar had no idea how they did what they did. He found Ragnar's explanations vague, but observing and listening were among his strengths. He would remember his posture no matter how many times it took, and so he returned every time thinking he was still too stiff. And so he let himself die, saying it was fine, because he could die and keep learning. Thus, as he returned, he kept getting better and better. On the 31st day, he could already move flexibly. Ragnar noticed that the footwork Encrid used was very good, asking where he had learned it. Ragnar said he should now be able to start learning the basics. Then Ragnar explained that the 3 basic sword attacks are cutting, thrusting, and slashing. He told Encrid to use the tip of the blade to defend himself, and that if the sword was of good quality, he could use the sides as well. He pointed his sword at Encrid, saying that the shortest distance between him and his opponent is called the line of attack, and sword fighting is all about blocking your opponent's line while expanding your own. He should visualize his opponent in his head and reach them with his sword. So, as that lancer came at him trying to kill him, Encrid managed to dodge. He thought his feet felt light, managing to evade him with ease. But other lancers came and pierced him with 3 spears. Then he thought that, little by little, his today was starting to change. He began to face Ragnar with a little more ease. Ragnar was surprised that Encrid had stopped his strike, asking if he had predicted the movement of his sword. Encrid advanced, dying and returning, continuously improving. Ragnar said Encrid no longer needed to practice the diagonal strike. With each small improvement, he persisted, dying and returning, building constant progress. Ragnar started taking the fight very seriously, reaching the point where he had to give his all. He was increasingly shocked. Who is this in front of me? He wondered. On the battlefield, shrouded in mist, Encred had thought he couldn't evolve much more with his talent, but Ragnar called him again, ordering him to wait. Encred, however, pressed on, stating that he had surpassed his previous level. He could dodge the spears more easily. His ultimate goal was still to become a knight. Walking among the soldiers, he was killed once more. But then, Encred began to smile, realizing there was something beyond pain. He found it amusing, with an almost psychopathic look as he died. It was so much fun he could go mad. Ragnar approached, asking if Encred wanted to learn the art of the sword once more. Encred thought that if he could get stronger, he would die as many times as necessary. As Ragnar went back to training him, the master noticed something strange. "It's not possible that the squad is that good," he said. "Have you been purposely fighting below your potential until now?" Encred replied that it wasn't quite like that. Ragnar then stated that Encred had a very good foundation, and what he needed was experience. Encred returned to the battlefield. He had repeated that more than 200 times that day. He advanced towards the arrows, charging into the midst of all the enemies. "I'll see how far the techniques I've learned will take me," he thought. He carved a path of death, taking heads. He knew where the enemies would appear from behind the mist and killed them with ease, even executing multiple strikes, stating that he could finish off some of them without seeing them. The enemies wondered, "Who is that?" Encred moved through the mist, knowing their exact location, but they couldn't see him. One of them questioned if anyone was there, but lost his leg without even knowing where the attack came from. Encred finished that man, and the enemy army erupted in chaos, questioning what was happening and telling everyone to be careful of the ground. One of them even pointed his crossbow downwards. Encred remembered Ragnar, who had instructed him to remember the eyes, feet, and hands, observe with the eyes, anticipate and move with the feet, and then act with the hands. Encred became increasingly determined, transforming into a killing machine in the middle of the field. He thought it was different, that the feeling was completely distinct compared to when he had no idea of the principles. He wanted more, asking everyone to come at him. At some point, he noticed several crossbows pointed at his body. A soldier said, "You did well infiltrating this far, but do you really think you'll get out alive?" Encred, however, simply looked at them, saying he wanted to fight with swords and challenged them. "I want to fight like men." He kept wanting to test himself. Obviously, they didn't fall for the provocation, firing their crossbows and completely piercing Encred. In the astral plane, Karen said Encred walked into his own grave and must have lost his mind. Encred woke up again, questioning what had happened because it appeared out of nowhere to offend him. He thought the entity really just appeared to offend him and then left. At that moment, they questioned him about what he was doing, so distracted. Rem looked at him. Encred remembered the moment Rem said that it was a spell. He thought about the enemy formation, completely broken from a tactical point of view. It seemed they were guarding the flag like on a battlefield, but he wondered why. He asked Rem if he knew anything about spells. Rem, surprised by the sudden question, wanted to know why. Encred replied that he just found it interesting and asked him to tell him what he knew. Then Rem asked if Encred knew the difference between magic and spells. Encred replied that magic was more common. Rem confirmed he wasn't wrong, but explained that a spell requires a medium, and the medium is much more important. Spells cannot exist without a medium. Encred understood. The mist was an enemy spell, and the flag was the medium. In other words, if the flag were destroyed, the mist would dissipate. He questioned Rem if his tribe used spells, remembering that spells originated from the east, and Rem was from the western frontier. Rem said he had seen them and asked if Encred didn't know that many true sorcerers existed, explaining that most of them were, in fact, wizards. Encred simply left the tent. Rem asked where he was going. Encred replied that he was going to train. Once again, he returned to Ragnar. Ragnar said that luckily, it seemed both of them had the same basic training. He spoke about the Onyak sword technique, asking if Encred knew anything about it. Encred explained that about 500 years ago, there was a rare prodigy, a child born on a sword farm who killed 12 bandits that attacked the property using nothing but a fire poker. Having lost his parents early, he learned the art of the sword from a very young age. A noble who had heard the rumors adopted him. That prodigy was named Leonisis Onyak. However, as blessed as he was cursed, he began to lose his strength at 10 years old and became completely paralyzed at 12. In this way, the prodigy of runes and mists was lost to history. But Ragnar corrected. At 20 years old, Leonisis, completely paralyzed, immortalized himself in the history of sword art. He compiled all sword techniques from the earth and categorized them into 5 styles: the just and elaborate sword art, the strong and heavy sword art, the fluid and disorienting sword art, the fast and inconsistent sword art, and the gentle and deflecting sword art. Encred thought about the Onyak technique. Ragnar said that Leonisis rewrote the history of the sword, and with that, the Onyak family became the greatest house in the empire. The effects of this technique can still be felt in the foundations of current sword techniques. Ragnar spoke about all sword arts, including the Oriental sword art. He explained that, among them, the technique he developed had had roots in the heavy northern sword art. Then, Ragnar asked about the consciousness of the beast. Encred corrected him, saying it was the heart. Ragnar affirmed that it should be more useful, instructing him to focus on a single point, forgetting everything around him and focusing only on his own sword and its enemies. "I'll show you what it's like," Ragnar said. He simply raised his sword and attacked Encred so quickly that Encred didn't even see it. The sword passed, making a cut on Encred's neck, which he only noticed afterwards. He realized that it was a faster blow than Rem's axe and exclaimed that he almost died. Ragnar asked if he felt anything. However, Rem appeared there, scolding Ragnar. "Are you trying to kill the squad leader?" he asked. Ragnar replied that people focus better on the verge of death and that he was just helping. Rem argued that Encred wouldn't be able to learn anything in that state and asked how long it took Ragnar to learn the beast's heart. Ragnar retorted that it was expected, since he had a stupid barbarian teaching him. They started arguing again. Encred thought they were both terrible teachers. Rem said he was from the far north and questioned if Ragnar's people weren't more barbaric than everyone else. Ragnar replied that he was from the barbarian tribes of the sun. Rem was already starting to pick a fight. "That's enough," Encred said. He asked Rem if he wasn't there because of the retreat order. Ragnar instructed Encred to remember how alert he became in the moments before death. "If you can focus on a single point, everything around you will disappear, and you'll feel your sword doing its part," he said. On the battlefield, Encred thought it was similar to the beast's heart, but still completely different. The beast's heart made him lose himself in the face of death, but focusing on a single point made him more alert. He said he needed more experience to recalibrate. He kept thinking about the flag, which was the spell's medium. He started aiming, stating that he needed to get rid of that flag to escape the carnage. With the fog, everyone became blind again. Encred said he would set a new goal above gaining experience, destroying the flag. He kept advancing, thinking it would be easy to get there with Rem and Ragnar, killing their adversaries. He started thinking he would try until he couldn't anymore. Encred thought that focusing on a single point was very useful. He died many times while unprepared. To survive the assassin, he trained his ears. To survive the battlefield, he learned the beast's heart. But focusing on a single point was something else. Ragnar brought his sword to the tip of Encred's nose and asked if he understood. He said that if Encred managed it, he should be able to feel the tip of the blade slowing down or something. Encred, however, thought he didn't understand. He questioned if the boldness of the beast's heart was interfering, but he didn't think so. Ragnar said that Encred should feel everything around him disappear, except for the opponent's sword. "Are you able to predict the sword's path? Haven't you felt anything like that yet?" he asked. Encred began to think that channeling his fear of death wasn't the right thing to do. Encred asked Ragnar how he had learned that. Ragnar in turn asked, "Learn what? I've always been able to do that after all." Encred questioned if he was serious. Ragnar replied that it was in the name. He just needed to focus on a single point. Encred, frustrated, thought he wouldn't get any useful answers from Ragnar and that he would have to figure it out on his own. "I won't let myself get impatient," he told himself. He would continue practicing focusing on a single point, but his priority was to take down the flag, minimize damage to his allies, and penetrate enemy lines. The moment the fog covered everyone, Encred shouted for them to get to the ground and raise their shields. They managed to contain a large part of the incoming arrows. Encred thought he had repeated that day 300 times and knew where the attacks would come from, even with his eyes closed. As he advanced, he killed enemy after enemy, forming a line of corpses. Then everyone advances against him, trying to get him. Encred, however, is relentless, tearing apart everyone around him. He truly focuses on a single point. The enemies order them to hold their positions, shouting to stop that individual. Encred continues smiling and advancing, killing many and becoming increasingly similar, both to Rem and to Ragnar, in his berserker state. As he moves forward, the enemy soldiers disappear. Encred estimates it took 10 cycles to reach the flag, but when he tears it down, he notices something strange. He's sure he destroyed it, but wonders why the fog remains. Then Encred dies. The soldiers think he understands a bit about spells, but that he was mistaken. Encred thinks, "That's it. There's only one true flag. The others are just distractions. I need to find the real one among them." As he reflects, he continues trying to advance alone through the midst of everyone. Encred calculates he has 5 attempts to get it right next time. He orders everyone to the ground and to use their shields. He manages to defend himself, but many die. Encred wonders why he wasn't heard like last time. Was it a matter of time? Maybe he needed to give them more time to recover. He manages to tear down the second flag. After 3 cycles, the previous one revealed itself to be a copy, and 4 still remained. Encred dedicated 5 more days to tearing down the third flag, which was also a copy. The 4th flag took 7 days to reach, but it was also a copy. Encred thinks he only has 2 more. However, when he looks at them, he feels that the one with a burnt part is the true flag. Furthermore, it's the furthest one and also close to that call point. As soon as the fog appears, Encred orders them to get to the ground and use their shields. Everyone listens to him, protecting themselves from the arrows. Ragna questions, "Have you gone mad?" Encred thinks the flag is positioned quite far from him. He can't get tired until he reaches the barrier. He leaves, taking Rem with him, saying he'll let Rem attract the enemy's attention to seize the opportunity to get past them. Rem, in turn, grabs one of the enemies and questions who cast the spell. He thinks the enemy won't speak and hopes the next one will. Encred continues onward. He reflects that the equivalent of a year has already passed, living that day repeatedly. He finally reaches the flag, thinking it will be the end. However, as he launches his sword strike, his blade is stopped by Myth, who shoves Encred's hand away. Myth says, "This feels like a dream, for God has answered my prayers." Encred defiantly replies that he doesn't even know who he is. Myth is incredulous that Encred could have forgotten him in so few days. Encred still can't remember him at all. Myth says, "You'll remember when I cut you down." He lunges at Encred. Encred manages to get out of the way and quickly counterattacks. Myth is surprised. Myth asks, "Is this the same guy I saw before? You've become incomparably better. Are you trying to achieve mastery in a single leap?" Encred lunges at him again. Myth thinks Encred is loyal to the basics, using the technique of the righteous sword. He realizes Encred is mixing it with the technique of the fluid sword, with which Encred attacks. Myth throws him back once more. However, Encred attacks him again. Myth thinks he needs to focus all his attention forward, because if he gets distracted for an instant, his balance will collapse. He needs to concentrate everything he has on what's ahead of him. Encred thinks he must forget the flag, the outcome, and sword techniques. Everything around him must disappear, leaving only the sword. He manages to deflect Myth's attack head on, but as Encred processes what he just did, Myth pierces him, killing him. Encred says, "I remember you. You were protecting the master back on the field." Myth introduces himself. "I am Myth Ruria, commander of the Grey Dogs platoon of the Principality of Aspen." Encred replies, "And I am King Naulilia's squad commander, Encred." One of Myth's soldiers asks, "Is he an enemy?" Myth replies, "Yes, he's that expert who was hiding." Myth's soldiers comment that he seems harmless. Myth looks at Encred and asks, "What's gotten into you? Why are you smiling?" Encred thinks that Ragnar, that individual, wasn't the concentration preceding the fear of death he needed. What he needed was a good rival, an opponent who would risk everything and give their all to fight and encourage him. Myth wonders if Encred was just a madman. He pulls the sword from Encred's chest. Encred returns to Ragnar, who continues talking about concentration and the single point, explaining that it's similar to the feeling of nervousness that precedes death. Encred begins to understand. Ragnar questions, "Why do I feel like you're not listening? Are you giving up already?" Rem says, "We've been called." Encred simply calls Ragnar. Ragnar thinks that, in fact, Encred seems even more animated. He reflects that Encred is a weird one and wonders if he should intensify the warm-up that day. After their fight, they return to that mist. Encred gives the order for them to take cover on the ground and use their shields. They defend themselves. Rem tries to talk to Encred, but he simply calls him to follow. Rem questions, "What the hell are you doing?" Ragnar says, "If you're not going, I'm going with him." Rem asks, "What got into you? Did you take an arrow to the head?" Encred replies, "If you don't want to take an arrow, look forward." Encred is killing everyone while the two follow. He says he'll clear the way just like before and meet Myth again. He does so, reaching Myth. Encred says, "Good to see you again. Come fight." Myth asks, "Did you come for me?" Encred questions, "Problem? First confession? I came here because it was love at first sight." Myth says, "My squad is the Grey Dogs, the persistent lovers. This is the first time anyone's come after me." Encred questions, "Upset?" Myth replies he wasn't, not even a little, and charges into battle against him. Encred thinks that entering the state of concentration, where he can only feel his sword, won't be so easy again. He dies again. Myth says, "You lost too easily. I don't know what made you think you could just come at me like that." Encred says, "My approach was wrong. It can't be forced. I need to be engulfed in the fight." He keeps repeating that to discover that feeling. On his 80th attempt, when Encred attacks Myth, he gets a new chance. On the 28th, Encred learned to intentionally enter a state of concentration. On the 48th, he returns to Ragna, who starts rambling and provoking. As Ragna's sword advances, attempting to cut the side of Encred's neck, he manages to simply deflect Ragna's sword. This certainly surprises Ragna. Ragna wonders, how did he deflect it by focusing on a single point? Encred thinks it's pure concentration, which means completely controlling his body and sword. His strength and technique had developed to a point where they could no longer be compared to what they were before he started the repetitions. Ragna calls, "Where are you going?" Encred replies, "I'm going to meet Commander Plateau." It's time to overcome that day. He goes to the fairy, who is surprised by him wanting to see her. She asks, "What is it?" Encred talks about spells, saying he remembered seeing them during reconnaissance. The fairy doesn't quite understand. Encred explains that Aspen's soldiers were calling a strange man a sorcerer. She tells him to elaborate. He says he told her everything necessary to win the battle. So when the fog arrives, everyone goes to the ground and uses their shields. Encred just hopes his commanders are competent. He states that what he needs to do now is go to Myth. He really will overcome that man. When Myth sees him, he immediately gets annoyed. Encred calls him by name, and Myth is surprised he knows his identity. Encred says he wanted to fight him from the start, and that he's going to defeat him going all out. Myth also gives Encred a lot of trouble, but Encred manages to defend himself much better from his attacks. Myth is surprised that Encred has improved so much, making their fight difficult and causing him to break out in a cold sweat. As they exchange blows, Myth asks if he was hiding his abilities. Encred replies that apparently yes. Myth asks for Encred's name and he reveals it. Then they return to exchanging blows. Myth says, "I will remember that name." Encred replies, "You don't need to. If you forget, I'll remind you myself." With that, Encred enters a single-point concentration mode, turning everything around him gray. He notices that Myth's balance has shifted to his right foot and that he's preparing a diagonal cut. Encred easily dodges. He reflects that the technique he learned was the experience acquired through repetitions, and all of it culminated so he could see Myth's movements. As Myth tries to attack him, Encred manages to land a cut on Myth's neck, but Myth also manages to do the same to Encred. Myth is surprised to have been hit, and then starts to grow more desperate. He asks, "What's happening? I thought I could defeat him in a few moves, but I'm having difficulty against this man." Myth thinks he can't accept this because his fair and fluid sword techniques are meant to stop. He needs a decisive attack. He reveals his ultimate technique, learned for this type of situation, an attack that starts from below, cutting everything in a huge arc, the spinning cut. However, Encred thinks to himself that he can see the technique by which he died so many times, all because he couldn't see where and when it began, but this time he can see and starts to smile, sadistically. He throws Myth's sword away. Myth can't believe that Encred not only saw it, but also managed to stop it. It is said about the Rurians, one of the three main houses that govern the kingdom of Aspen. The Ruria house represents the kingdom's brute force and recruits all those who show talent with their sword. Myth says he was also recruited by a regional house for this purpose. After adopting the name Ruria, he proved himself and his skills, facing 2 adult knights at just 15 years old. At 18, he defeated a city's champion swordsman. By 22, he was strong enough to be the champion of an entire city and became one of the 3 strongest fighters among the Grey Dogs, solely by his skill. Few could match his talents. He wondered why people trained until their legs gave out, and why they swung a sword until their hands bled, especially when it only took a few attacks to win. He was satisfied with the present and confident in his ability, but he recognized that this was a mistake on his part. At that moment, Encred not only deflected the attack, but launched a counterattack, striking Myth's chest. As the blow landed, Myth felt the pain of the strike, spitting blood, while Encred seemed quite happy with the outcome. Myth then said he underestimated him, thinking the attack would surely land. He claimed Encred wasn't as good as him in strength or technique. Encred replied, "You're right, but I won." Myth was enraged. If he had tried harder, instead of being complacent, it would have been different. Encred, for his part, said it was fun. Suddenly, another man arrived to protect Myth, throwing Encred away with a sword slash. They asked Myth if he was all right. Loro told him to take Myth to safety. He turned to Encred, saying he hadn't imagined a single man would cause such a mess, and that he wouldn't have a peaceful death. Encred thought he couldn't forget he was surrounded by enemies. He needed to break the flag and secure his escape. He thought he was facing another wall, the wall he needed to overcome today. Everyone shot at him, but Encred kept moving forward. He thought he couldn't dodge all the attacks, and that he would take them and keep advancing. Loro shouted that Encred wouldn't dare move forward and threw his sword towards him. Encred felt that after just one attack, his sword was breaking. The opponent's sword technique was extremely heavy. He was thrown back. Encred thought that to win that battle, he would have to die many times, but remembered that the goal now was different: destroy the flag. Encred threw a dagger at the flag's fabric, saying that the spell's medium would stop working even with the slightest damage. He almost hit it. Encred thought that if he aimed at the flag, the dagger would just go right through. Loro noticed what he was doing and almost stopped him. Encred, however, thought he needed to aim for the connection between the flag and the mast. He actually succeeded in detaching the fabric from the flag. All the fog began to dissipate. The fairy said she had informed the commander about the spell and requested resources to combat it, but they did nothing. She thought this kingdom was rotten and that they had sent an incompetent person to command the front lines, predicting they would be decimated at this rate. Then, she realized all the fog was dissipating. The enemy soldiers didn't understand anything and asked what happened to the flag. The fairy started killing all of them. She said the enemies were caught completely by surprise with the fog's disappearance, and that now was her chance to change the tide of battle. She ordered all soldiers to counterattack. Everyone charged. The fairy thought the situation was more favorable now that the fog had dissipated, but wondered who destroyed the spell, questioning if it was that squad leader. At that exact moment, Encred was in the worst situation of his life, his body riddled with thorns. He thought he'd made a grave mistake. After destroying the flag, he'd believed retreating to Allied lines would reunite him with King Anhagna. He wondered where they were now. At that very moment, the king was surrounded by several men, demanding sorcerers be brought to him, or everyone would die. Anhagna was also surrounded. Meanwhile, some of the allies watched. He ordered everyone to wait and asked, "What kind of situation is this? Do you want to be executed?" Encred was also in a bad situation, with the men asking if he thought he'd survive and telling him to give up. Suddenly, the puma from before appeared. Encred noticed it was the puma he'd seen in the fields. The men spoke of the beast and tried to hit it, but it kept leaping from soldier to soldier, stopping them all. It then stopped in front of Encred, defending him. Encred told the puma it was better to leave, because that blonde man was different. The blonde man continued to stare at Encred with a terrifying gaze. Someone touched Encred's shoulder, telling him to go back. Vengeance said he would save him, rushing towards the blonde man. But then, Vengeance was thrown far away with a single attack, and realized the opponent was very strong. Encred questioned, "Didn't you say you'd save me?" Vengeance got up and ordered his companions to fire at all of them. However, the blonde man stopped all attacks coming his way. Vengeance asked, "What is that guy? He's a monster." The puma tried to attack him, but received a powerful blow and was thrown far away. Encred began to enter a single-point focus. He thought he could see, but noticed he couldn't deflect the opponent's sword with his scythe. Then he simply said he needed to let it flow, like Mithy did. He managed to do so, being grazed on his shoulder. The blonde man noticed what was happening, and realized that was Mithy's technique. Encred, with a bloodthirsty gaze, thought it worked, getting excited. Vengeance helped him, trying to attack the blonde man, but he managed to get out of the way. Several soldiers began to gather. Seeing that the situation was becoming too tumultuous, the blonde man decided to give up the battle, saying he wouldn't forget Encred. Encred told the blonde man to go on, and the blonde man ordered all his troops to retreat. Vengeance ran over to Encred, concerned about his shoulder. He said Encred was without a bandage and they needed to return. Encred said they also needed to take the puma. Vengeance, however, told Encred to worry about himself. He picked up the puma and carried it in his arms. Encred yelled to the third platoon, ordering them to the rear as they were going to retreat. Vengeance asked Encred not to close his eyes, saying he was losing too much blood. Encred began to lose consciousness. Karanti said Encred got what he wanted again. He thought, that man is very persistent. What motivates him? While Encred was in this encounter with the ferryman, the war continued, and Vengeance took him back. A short while later, Encred opens his eyes again. He hears everyone talking, some worried, others arguing, and a giant praying. Encred wonders what's happening, as the puma sleeps in his hand like a kitten. Rem asks if Encred is awake yet, saying he truly thought he was dead this time. The giant speaks again, claiming God answered his prayers. Encred asks what's going on. Jackson asks if he's okay, giving him some water and mentioning he lost a lot of blood. Christ says that fortunately, the doctor confirmed there wouldn't be any lasting effects. The goddess of luck must be on his side. As Encred drinks water, a little splashes onto the puma, which starts to stir. Encred thinks he must have passed out during the retreat. Jackson says that since Encred woke up, he'd be heading out. Ragnar would sleep a bit longer. Encred thinks he made it through another day. Rem stares at him. Encred asks, "What are you staring at? Want to pet the puma?" Rem says he's not interested in beasts, but asks how Encred knew it was a spell. Encred thinks Rem wouldn't believe him if he told him about the repetitions, so he'd need to lie. However, he refuses, as Rem had always been loyal, and Encred needed to return his kindness. He then says he was friends with someone like Rem, a colonizer, and had only suspected it based on what he'd heard from him. Encred thinks this was perfect. He didn't lie to Rem, and he really had heard it from a colonizer, Rem himself. Rem says that if Encred didn't want to tell, it was fine, but he shouldn't get too interested in spells. Encred thinks that despite his appearance, Rem really understood things quickly. He also remembers to ask Rem what he was doing during the battle. Rem says he went after the man who found the flag, but didn't like him and decapitated him. Encred remembers he didn't see the sorcerer, probably because Rem took care of him. Meanwhile, Christ tries to touch the puma, but it almost bites him. Encred tells him to be careful. Christ says he couldn't resist getting 10,000 krona. He heard from Enri that because of that little guy's blue eyes, they call him the Lake Panther. They are supposed to keep the Earth's energy inside them. Each of its claws is worth 10,000 krona, and they always grow back. Encred thinks a single bronze coin is worth 1 krona, and 10,000 must be worth a gold coin. That was worth more than his pay. Christ says that after Encred passed out, they easily dominated the battlefield, as the fog had dissipated. However, the battle itself was inconclusive, and since then, they haven't marched or ventured out. The defense Encred put up He wonders if he could do it again, if he tried. Encred thinks he wasn't sure. Even after some time, Jackson tells Encred to stop moving so much. Encred says he wasn't exaggerating, as he could move a little. Ragna says the most he could do now were stretches, and it was better to go back to sleep. Rem asks if Ragna was trying to spread his laziness to Encred, then tells Ragna to get out of the way. Rem starts to reach for his sword. Encred remembers he had a question related to it. He says he was able to use a technique he'd never practiced before. He hadn't done anything like that and asks if it was normal. Rem says that was normal, nothing special. Using the beast's heart, Encred could see what the enemy was doing, how he swung his sword and used his strength. Ragna says it must have been easier since Encred had learned the basics. He had also managed to use single-point focus, so he must have seen even more. Ragna concludes that Encred was still lucky, because at his level that would only be possible after hundreds of real battles. Encred thinks that's exactly how it was. That day wasn't just one day for him, it was hundreds of days of unimaginable hardship. He achieved it through his hard work, not just by memorizing patterns on the repeating days. Encred concludes that no matter how pathetic he was, he could get stronger. Encred talks to the two, as different as oil and water, asking for a duel. Rem says he called him a madman, but Encred was even more so. Ragna says it was rare to agree with Rem, but questions what Encred wanted to achieve in those conditions. With his body in that state, duels were out of the question. The commander goes over, asking Encred if he broke the spell. Encred replies that he imagined she would ask questions soon. He questions, however, why the commander herself came. Encred confirms he was the one who broke the spell. He explains that he saw it while on patrol and already knew a bit about the spell beforehand. The commander then mentions there were 5 replicas and asks how Encred discovered the real one. Encred replies that he guessed. She just accepts the answer, saying it's fine. Encred questions if that was all she came to ask. She replies that she also came to get a look at him, believing that fate had brought them together. Encred questions about fate, asking what she means. Rem starts to ask what the secret is. Ragna questions if Encred had that kind of ability. Encred replies that it's not quite like that and tells them to be quiet. Kreis appears, suggesting Encred start a business with him, promising favorable conditions. Encred refuses and tells him to shut up. He wonders why she, the commander, is like that with him, since she is his boss's boss, which makes him uncomfortable. Then Kreis announces news. The squire from the Order of Knights is here. Encred widens his eyes at the information, thinking of the renowned Order of Scarlet-Cloaked Knights. He remembers that his battalion, the Cyprus Division, is named in honor of a knight from that order, known for having extremely skilled warriors throughout the continent. The Order of Knights is composed of various ranks: knights, squires, servants, and knight students. When a squire is approved by his knight, he becomes a proto-knight. Above them are the knights, those who have surpassed humanity. Encred ponders that squires rarely fight in battle without their knights. He concludes that this squire, then, is about to become a proto-knight. The squire calls everyone to battle. Kreis comments that perhaps they were waiting for the knight, and now they are leaving. Rem suggests Encred rest for now. However, Encred thinks that he wants to see him. Rem looks back and notices Encred's desire to go with them. Encred assumes he probably won't have anything to do. He thinks that man is the ideal he held as a dream, a small piece of that dream. Encred watches the man before his eyes. The proto-knight advances, accompanied by archers. A rain of spears approaches. He simply ducks, draws his sword, and prepares to run. Encred realizes he fueled his legs with determination. The man advances with surprising speed, covering 100 meters in half a second and reaching the enemy army. With a single sword strike, he flings at least 20 people. Encred can hardly believe what he's seeing. The knight's allies question what's happening, as he continues to eliminate enemies simply by swinging his sword. Everyone wants to retreat. The enemy commander orders them to stop him, but his head is cut off before he even realizes it. The knight steps on the horse's head. Encred remains stunned by the scene. Rem comments that the man is quite good, and it's no wonder he's called a war specialist. Ragna thinks that, at that level, he might be able to. Jackson, for his part, states that the enemy had at least 5 opportunities to stop him, considering the enemy commander incompetent. Kreis declares that the battle will end without them needing to do anything. Encred wonders about the squire's sword style. He realizes that it's not just the fair sword art, but that there are elements of the heavy and fluid sword arts. Encred reflects, the fair sword art is an intrinsic technique that draws the opponent into its movements. The heavy sword art is powerful and colossal, using strength to cut and dominate. The disorienting sword art is a confusing sword technique that deceives and corners the opponent. The fluid sword art is a swift technique that overcomes its enemy with speed, and the last one is a soft and gentle sword technique that deflects enemy attacks and counterattacks. Encred thinks that the heavy and fluid sword arts are opposites, but he can see both in that man. He concludes that, although the techniques may have different characteristics, they all had a common beginning. The important thing is to understand what the 5 have in common, wielding the sword as if it were alive. Thus, he closes his eyes and begins to concentrate. Rem and Ragna look at Encred smiling and comment that the squad leader is about to overcome something, asking that no one disturb him. Meanwhile, Encred thinks that nothing changes despite his understanding, for understanding by itself is nothing. He returns to the place where he saw a much larger wall, realizing that it exists only to show him how much higher he has to climb. Encred begins to think that he will reach the top. As the battle unfolds, he remains still, meditating, until his army wins. It is declared that the war is coming to an end, and that the upcoming winters and springs will be intense. It is said that the Principality of Aspen is controlled by 3 main families. Sitting on Aspen's sovereign throne, the leader begins to speak. He declares that those broke an agreement of courtesy not to bring any knights. Ruriel the Mighty and Atkins the Administrator are with him, reading everything the sovereign has to say. They explain that the frog general was used as an excuse, and the frogs demanded a response from the knights, which doesn't leave many options. The sovereign comments that the frog general acted without orders. He observes that the frog species usually acts on its own, and that they probably would have found some excuse anyway. Others add that this wouldn't have happened if the spell had worked. The sovereign promises that the Grey Dogs will pay for this. A counselor comments that this won't end well for them. After a long war, Aspen's forces return, and with them Encred and his group. They head back to the Border Guard, a remote fortress near Aspen. The city is heavily militarized, with 1 in every 5 inhabitants a soldier. The leaders begin by thanking Norelia's heroes for bringing the war to victory. Next, they announce they will reward the common soldiers who proved their courage and loyalty. They call Encred from the 4th Squadron to be rewarded for destroying the Aspen soldiers' spell. Everyone is shocked to see the squadron leader called up. They question how Encred broke the spell, considering him weak and claiming it's impossible. Some suggest he's stealing his squadron's credit or that he flattered the commander. A soldier comments that maybe Encred is good at something else. Another soldier tells him to shut up. Angel states that Encred isn't someone you can talk about like that. Henry thinks Encred is much more than he seems. Encred receives a sum of money. Kreis and others quickly ask what he'll do with it, suggesting drinks or women and offering recommendations. Encred replies that he wants a good shop, asking for the best blacksmith in town. They are shocked that Encred will spend all the money buying a sword. Kreis argues that ordinary swords aren't bad and that there are many fallen swords on the battlefield, enough to supply the squadron for the rest of their lives. Encred explains that to become a knight, he needs to prove his strength. Kreis, persistent, asks why he needs something so expensive. Encred reveals he'll take the soldier promotion exam. He thinks his time as a low-level soldier is over. Kreis finds it strange that Encred wants to take the promotion exam, as he thought he had no interest. However, Encred states he can't stay in the same place forever. Kreis agrees and says they'll arrange everything. He explains that Norelia has a soldier ranking system to boost morale. Highest rank, high, medium, low, and lowest rank. Those stronger than the established ranks are designated as special, and treatment varies according to rank. Encred thinks that to be promoted to a rank, one must duel and defeat 3 soldiers of the desired rank. For the witnessing soldiers, it's an entertaining sport involving bets. Kreis, joking, announces it's time for the betters. He asks if anyone will bet on squadron leader Encred. One of the soldiers approaches Encred, saying that Liz, from the lowest rank, will try to jump directly to medium rank. He suggests that Liz, having won an award for his squadron's actions, is letting it go to his head. Encred realizes Liz is his first opponent. He thinks Liz is skilled, even among those of medium rank, and comes from a famous mercenary group. Meanwhile, Kreis and the others notice that someone actually bet in favor of the squadron leader. They ask who the idiot was. Kreis replies that you can't guess the outcome before the end. Encred thought that, until then, he had only grown stronger through near-death experiences. However, in this fight, there was no risk of death. He had only one chance. He needed to look forward and not let his guard down, despite his previous limitations. Most of the people there, he wouldn't even have had a chance to face back then. But he decided he shouldn't hesitate, fighting as if his life depended on it. Liz charged at Encred, calling him an idiot and announcing his attack. Encred planned to use the defense he learned in the last battle. If he could perform it and create an opening, success would be guaranteed. He lunged his sword towards Liz, disarming him with a single attack and sending his sword flying. The impact was so strong that Liz's fingers seemed to break. Encred hesitated for a moment, assailed by doubt. Liz started screaming, complaining about his fingers. Encred, in disbelief, struck his opponent's chin with the sword's pommel. Liz fell limp to the ground. Encred, not understanding, wondered why Liz was so weak. Everyone then noticed that the squad leader had won, and Kreis himself didn't understand the situation. One of the men complained to him, "You're the one who bet on him. You knew how strong he was." Kreis replied that he didn't. questioning if the man was really that good. He just didn't want the bets on Encrid to be empty. The man, however, insisted that Christ should have more faith in his leader. Encrid questioned if he had let his guard down. Even if he had, he wondered if all duels ended so quickly. He shouldn't be so weak, as he was mid-rank. He decided to just observe what would happen next. Another combatant approached, warning him not to get cocky. "You got lucky," he said. "This time, I'll be your opponent." The man wielded a spear. Encrid realized he was part of the heavy infantry, the strongest in the battalion. The opponent tried to distract him by moving the spear tip, and then would try to surprise him with a frontal attack. However, Encrid simply tore off the man's spear tip with enormous ease. He was still confused, wondering if the attack had truly come from that position. Was it a trick? He thought. He must have something else in mind. From his opponent's expression, however, that was his entire arsenal. Is this serious? Is it my turn to attack? With a single blow, Encrid took down another mid-level man. Everyone was surprised. It wasn't a coincidence. He had won twice. Someone of the lowest rank had defeated two mid-rank individuals. Christ began to shout, "Does anyone else want to duel him?" Many crowded together, thinking it would be shameful to lose to Encrid. The insufferable squad leader called everyone idiots. He said they all got scared after belittling him. His friend Olado asked, "But weren't you the one who treated him with the most contempt?" The leader told his friend to shut up, saying he had no idea what he was talking about. Meanwhile, the noble who accompanied him on the mission thought that, after the previous defeat, he had trained with Mac every day and wanted to ask for a rematch against Encrid. Mac, however, asked him not to. The noble hesitated. Mac explained that Encrid had become much stronger and that he himself wouldn't be able to defeat the current Encrid. The noble quickly sat down, knowing his place. Then, the barbarian went to another man. Encrid noticed that it was the individual who, in the arena, talked about how he had flattered the commander. "Are you scared?" Encrid questioned. The man replied that he wasn't scared, standing up to face Encrid. Encrid thought it was so common for him to struggle until now that he hadn't noticed. The thrusting pervert in the first opponent he faced, and the assassin in the next, as well as Mitchell Rourier recently. Even the squad member who trained daily. He had only struggled until now, and his old teacher always told him to never underestimate his opponent. The new opponent, approaching Encrid, questioned if he was spacing out before the fight. Encrid replied he wasn't. He thought that advice was irrelevant to him, as he never imagined he'd be superior to someone else in a fight. However, the opponent insisted he was spacing out. "What's with that look?" Encrid looked at him, smiling. He had become strong enough. "It's just interesting," he said. He thought he had become strong enough to dominate his opponent. He charged the man, taking him down with just his sword. Encrid said that in the knight's realm, strength was respected. As Encrid completely dominated the fight, striking his opponent with his sword, the opponent's blade began to shatter. The man grew afraid. Then Encrid declared, "Here and now, I win this battle with exorbitant strength." He stopped his sword before the opponent's face, making him faint from fear as he fell to the ground. Encrid thought he had just proven himself in that moment. Everyone was in disbelief at what they saw. They realized it was he who had broken the spell, who had destroyed the flag. They noticed he wasn't just riding on his squad's achievements. It was him alone. Enro stood up, calling Encrid the Spellbreaker. Encrid wondered what that idiot was doing. Enro told everyone to speak up too, because if it weren't for Encrid, at least half of everyone there would be dead. Thus, everyone called Encrid the Spellbreaker, giving him a battle name. He thought maybe it wasn't so bad after all. Christ approached him, saying Encrid was now a mid-rank, but Encrid stated it was too early to celebrate, as he still had to achieve a higher rank. Christ was surprised he wanted to keep advancing. As they talked, a man asked them to stand, claiming, "This was interesting." He came down to Encrid. They noticed the man wore an eagle badge and was part of the border guard, those who served the crown directly. It was an elite squad, made up of high-rank individuals and above. "Why is the border butcher here?" someone asked. Encrid looked at the man as he spoke to the squad leader. "Why don't you duel him too?" the butcher asked. Encrid thought the border guards were equivalent to Aspen's gray dogs. This meant he could be as strong as Rourier. He wondered what would happen if he fought someone like him without dying, and started to get curious. "Go ahead," he urged. The butcher grew excited about Encrid, because he wasn't scared at all, even facing someone from the special forces like him. He thought that after watching, Encrid had become more interesting than he'd imagined. He drew his sword. Everyone told Encrid not to let the butcher get conceited just because he was from the special forces. They told him to show his true strength, claiming that this was the true battle of kings. Thus, they stood face to face. The butcher mentally called them idiots. He questioned if they didn't know they were also infantry, thinking they were getting too big for their britches after their last victory. He charged Encrid, saying he would humble them. As the butcher attacked, Encrid entered that zone, deftly defending the attack without being hit. The butcher thought Encrid's concentration was immense, even in the smallest movements. "That's a surprise," he said. He grabbed Encrid by the collar, saying, "Now you're going down!" But then Encred grabbed his arm, raising his sword and almost plunging it into the butcher's head. The butcher thought death was near. He recoiled as Encred thrust his sword into the ground. Stepping back, the butcher gathered momentum to attack once more. However, Encred, still fully focused, grabbed his opponent's sword with his bare hands. He used the momentum to land a knee strike to the butcher's stomach, sending him tumbling backward. The butcher charged at Encred once more, who pulled a dagger from his chest and prepared to continue the fight. Then the fairy arrived, stopping both of them. They were startled by her action. "That's enough," she said. "Any more, and you two would end up killing each other." Seeing her there, Encred didn't have much to say. Encred already had his dagger at the butcher's throat. And not just him, but Encred's entire group was ready to attack him with force. Han said Encred was really lucky, but the butcher retorted, "That was a duel. Don't get too excited. Do that again, and you'll end up with another hole in your body." Encred thought the butcher had almost hit him when he lost sight of his movements. But if he had gone all the way, perhaps he would have emerged victorious. Everyone began to think Encred fought well, questioning if he was really the same man as before. The butcher sheathed his sword. "I didn't expect this, but I can't help but acknowledge you," he said. "My name is Torres, platoon commander of the border guards." He extended his hand to Encred. Encred replied, "I'm Encred, the 4th leader of the 4th company of the 4th platoon." Everyone in the audience was shocked that this man was a platoon commander. This meant Encred had just fought against a special rank soldier, meaning he was practically a high-rank soldier. This meant everyone there should respect Encred. Everyone began to cheer for him. Torres said he liked Encred's reaction to the crowd, saying he hoped to see him soon. "High-rank soldier Encred," Torres said. Encred thought that with that, he was one step closer. In the afternoon, a man sought out Encred, calling him to his company. It was the commander of the 1st Company, Heavy Armored Infantry, Graham the Turtles. He said that was the 3rd consecutive recruitment request, coming from the 2nd and 3rd Companies. He wondered if it was because of Encred's role in breaking spells. A man from Graham's retinue spoke, "Our company, Heavy Infantry, is the foundation of this battalion. You must know how important this offer is." Encred thought that if he accepted, he would be among the army's elites. It was a great offer, but he apologized to Graham. Graham asked why. He said that if it was about the commander of the 4th Company, he would have a word with her, but Encred said that wasn't it. Graham stated that he didn't seem bothered, but he let it go at that. He, however, insisted, "Know that I still want you." Then he asked if Encred wanted him to send him Ram at least. Encred replied that, respectfully, he rejected that man. Graham said he survived the last battle thanks to Encred, so he would leave it at that. Kreis was surprised it was the 1st Company to approach him this time. He asked if Encred wanted him to pack his things. Encred said no. Kreis asked why he was rejecting everyone. "At this point, you'd be treated well no matter where you went." Encred grew thoughtful, almost revealing the reason. However, Torres arrived, speaking with Encred. Everyone was surprised. Torres got straight to the point. "Join the border guards." Encred thought the border guards were under the direct command of the crown, and it was a better offer than the turtles. Everyone there grew thoughtful. They thought the squad leader couldn't have even dreamed of this before, and even if he had rejected the others, he'd be foolish to reject that offer. Torres said he realized, the moment they exchanged the first blow, that Encred wanted a bigger fight. "If you join us," he said, "I'll give you hellish training and insane challenges. Going to the border guards means realizing your full potential." He extended his hand to Encred. Rem, Ragan, and everyone else prepared to accept Encred's decision. But then Encred said, "If endless hellish training is what you're talking about, there's no other place like this one where I am. What I desire isn't to reach my full potential, but to surpass it. Everyone here is the best challenge I could have." One morning, Rem shivered from the cold. He expressed a desire to strike someone with his axe. Then, he asked the squad leader where he was going, demanding, "Bring me some hot stones." Rem added that, with the battle over, the leader had become completely useless. Eldon suggested he exercise to warm up. "How about we train?" he asked. "Drop the blanket or I'll kill you," Rem ordered. Eldon then asked Encred if he wanted to train, arguing that exercise would loosen his frozen muscles. "I need to go on duty now," Encred replied. "When I get back, I'll train." Rem started yelling at Encred, asking for his hot stones. "Don't forget," he bellowed. "I heard you," Encred replied. He thought the temperature had suddenly cooled as it was already winter. At the market, Encred explained that the purpose of the border guard was to battle. However, with a lack of conflicts, they patrolled the streets to protect the city. Encred met 2 other soldiers, Jack and Boa. The 3 would work as a team that day. Seeing them, Encred wondered if they were part of the escort mission. He felt he had heard those names somewhere before. Jack and Boa began to scoff. "We're working with the famous spellbreaker," they said. "This is a great honor." They commented on hearing that Encred had been promoted to high rank. They thought he had climbed directly from the lowest rank all at once. "That's incredible," they exclaimed. Encred, however, said he was lucky. Jack retorted that he would see the comfort of his high-ranking soldiers. He asked, "Why don't we duel when we get back?" "I never refuse a duel," Encred replied. Jack got excited. "It's a promise," he said. As they continued with their work, the soldiers wondered why they had to work in such harsh weather. The winter seemed colder than usual. Encred questioned why Jack and Boa were so close to him. It wasn't as if he was big enough to block the wind. "Come take a look! We have dried fruits!" someone shouted as they walked. A staggering old man went toward Encred. Suddenly, he feigned a fall. Encred tried to support him, asking, "Are you all right, sir?" But then a dagger was pulled out and plunged into Encred's chest. He questioned what was happening as he began to fall, dying. Jack put something into Encred's mouth while Boa held him. "Goodness!" Jack exclaimed. "Is he drinking in the morning? Is he all right?" Encred noticed they were hiding him from the crowd and that they were working together. The dagger man asked Encred, "Are you surprised?" He looked at Encred with a horrifying expression and added, "A persistent lover never forgets their target." Encred realized. That was the half-fairy, an assassin sent from Aspen because he had broken the spell. The assassin cut Encred diagonally as he fell, gravely wounded. "The mission was a success," Jack said. "We should return to Rotten." One of them looked up and saw someone on the watchtower. Encred thought of Jack, Bull, and Rotten. "I just remembered," he pondered. "They were injured soldiers from the reconnaissance mission, according to Kreis. Kreis had said everyone in the recon squad was badly hurt." Encred realized they'd found an excuse to make contact with Aspen. As Encred was dying, he thought, it was 4 against 1. When he fell, bleeding and repulsively, a woman noticed him and started screaming. Encred then spoke. "This is going to be interesting." He was waking up that day. "Good morning to the beast," he said. He questioned what had happened to him. "It's nothing," Encred replied. "I just wanted to start the day with energy." Upon leaving, Encred went to Jim, who was taking his ice-cold shower in the cold. Jim asked if Encred had spoken to him. Encred asked if Jim had said he knew of a training method to warm up the body. Jim replied that it was a full-body workout, essential for maintaining strength in that icy winter. "It allows you to be prepared in all situations," Jim stated. Encred asked Jim to teach him. He thought he'd seen the assassin draw the dagger, but he couldn't react. His body wasn't prepared. Jim told Encred to get into that position, instructing him to stay in that stance. Encred squatted down, almost sitting on his own leg, placing both hands forward and stretching one of them. He stated that he should have realized it the moment he saw Jack and Boa get so close to him. Encred thought about getting rid of those two first, but then he pondered. "No, I'll end up losing the half-fairy if I rush." Jim said that Encred's muscles would be sad if he couldn't even maintain that position. "My muscles are already screaming," Encred replied. He thought that if he could reach them to give chase, he would succeed. Encred was set to meet Jack and Boa once more. He said he would take them all down at once. When he met the two, he went without his cloak. Jack asked if Encred wasn't cold. Encred replied that he was just training a moment ago. Boa commented that Encred didn't earn his reputation for nothing. Jack kept talking about the weather, approaching Encred. Encred thought his body was prepared thanks to Jim. This was it. He saw the half-fairy approaching from afar. Quickly, Encred threw a punch at each of them, hitting Jack but missing Boa. Encred wondered if Boa had noticed. He kept looking at the half-fairy, wondering if he would flee or attack. He needed to deal with those two quickly, he thought. Quickly, Encred drew his sword, but then the half-fairy made a move. Encred heard a strange sound and wondered what it was. With a dagger in his chest, he realized it was a throwing knife. He noticed that, at that distance, through the crowd, the half-fairy had hit him. "The guy is good," Encred thought. The half-fairy repeated, "A persistent lover never forgets their target." As Encred fell, he thought, "The moment I realized it, it had already pierced my heart." That was a dagger faster than sound. As he fell, the woman screamed again. Encred concluded that he needed to face the Takanese at both long and short range simultaneously. "How should I prepare for this?" he thought. Encred realized that, up close, the half-fairy would stab him, and from afar, he'd throw the dagger. "It's not hard to understand," he thought. "This wall is relatively simple." At that moment, he was still training with Alden. Encred said he wanted to kill someone. "Was that a threat?" Alden asked. "No," Encred replied. "I'm the one who will die." Ragna asked what they were doing. "Are you training for torture resistance?" he questioned. Rem asked if it was that difficult. He responded, "That's how it's done," stepping into the fray. Jackson spoke with the squad leader about the next shift, but then he saw the 5 men were in an almost supernatural synchronicity with their eccentricities. Rem said, "Just stretch hard." Ragna added. If you can't even do that, you'll need to train your flexibility too. Aldine spoke about his lazy partners. This territory is yours, he said, so scram. Jackson, seeing that, almost didn't believe it. He questioned, what is this? You're just training. Encred thought he needed to find a way to block the dagger the half-fairy would throw. Its precision and speed were unlike other daggers. As Encred sketched it on the ground, Jackson arrived. Is this a whistling dagger? Jackson questioned. Is that what it's called? Encred asked. Jackson explained that it was because of the sound it made when thrown. If used well, the target would never know what hit them. It's better to stay away from those things, he warned. Encred thought he would remember that. He pondered. No matter how good he is at throwing, what could I do if I block it at the right moment? Once again, Encred punched both of them, and Boa dodged again. Encred thought Boa had noticed. He grabbed Boa and put him in front, thinking of using those idiots as a shield to protect himself from the dagger. But before he could get Boa in front, Encred heard the sound and was hit. Boa was also struck in the back. Even Jack, who was getting up, was killed. Encred thought the half-fae threw 3 daggers at once. The half-fae smiled as he repeated his phrase. Encred realized he would kill his own allies if they got in the way, or perhaps he had never considered them allies at all. The half-fae approached Encred. That was admirable, he said, but the persistent lover never forgets their target. He looked at Encred. That's good, Encred replied. The half-fae questioned if Encred was joking on the verge of death. You're quite strange, he said, grabbing the dagger and thrusting it even deeper. I admit it, Encred replied. I underestimated this whole situation. The half-fae cut him down, killing him. He said that wall was still a wall. Caronte, in the 5th circle of hell, noticed Encred was enjoying this. Laugh while you can, Caronte commanded. The despair that awaits at the end of joy is why this is a curse. Encred woke up in his bed once more, thinking about what Caronte had said. No, he thought. This isn't a curse, but a blessing. He went to Jackson, asking him to tell him about the whistling dagger. Jackson questioned, where did the captain get that from? Encred asked if that would help him with the explanation. Jackson gave in, explaining that they were multiple thin blades compressed into just one, and that was what made the whistling sound when it was thrown. At one point, it was called the dagger that can only be heard, Jackson said. It's quite difficult to follow it with the human eye. Encred asked, what would I do if I wanted to see it and dodge it? Jackson replied that Encred couldn't. But what if I needed to? Encred insisted. Do you need to? Jackson asked. Encred admitted he did. Jackson thought, he's doing that again. He asked how Encred had even heard about it. Jackson continued, saying there was no point in finding a dagger that had already been thrown. You had to watch the thrower's hand. The path it would take was decided the moment it was thrown. There were ways to hide the throwing method, but it wasn't hard to notice once you knew what it was. Encred questioned Jackson if he thought Encred could learn this technique, but he said, no, not the way you throw. Encred realized everyone was still mocking him while talking discreetly. Jackson asked, do you want me to teach you how to throw daggers? Encred noted that Jackson hit the right spot, surprised he had offered to teach first. Why? Encred asked. Jackson replied that Encred could refuse if he wasn't confident. Encred declared, I'll learn. After some time, Encred returned to that same scene, walking with Jack and Bo. He remembered what Jackson had told him. The moment you throw, relax your entire body, then focus as the blade leaves your hand. Seeing it dodge is the same thing, he reflected. Near the spot where he always punched Jack and Bo, Encred slit Jack's throat. Bo was surprised. Encred killed him too. The same woman who screams when Encred is dying now cries out, murderer! The assassin appeared. Encred remembered that he had to observe his opponent. He saw the half-elf's hand emerge from beneath his robe, holding the dagger. Encred thought about alternating between relaxation and focus. He believed he could avoid instant death if he protected his heart, so he focused on the opponent's fingertips. However, upon hearing the sound, the dagger was already lodged in his arm. Encred felt a terrible pain as he looked at the wound. Then, he was hit in the heart. He thought everything was too fast, lasting only a mere second, but he saw it. In that instant, a flicker moved, and Encred could observe it. I'm sure, he affirmed. As the assassin approached, Encred tried to utter his catchphrase. I know, Encred said. You never forget your target. The half-elf asked, how did you know? A few more times and then I'll get it. Encred replied, looking at the half-elf's face. See you soon. I'll know all your tricks. In another regression, Encred thought about being as fast as possible. He quickly stabbed Jack and then killed Bo. As he killed them both, they screamed, a murderer! Encred entered a state of intense focus. He was no longer the type of person who dreamed of being the best. He noticed the dagger in the half-elf's hand, who threw it using only one finger. Encred thought he could have anything he wanted if he tried hard enough. As the assassin threw it, Encred managed to catch it on his arm, advancing towards him. The assassin assassin held another dagger on his finger and threw it again. "I'll attack from the front," Encrid announced. He thought about dodging to the side, but the assassin threw again. Encrid noticed it was a trick. He was hit and fell. Encrid thought he could adapt to the assassin's movements. This weapon was so effective that he wished he had one too. In another regression, Encrid starts using that type of dagger, trying to hit an apple. "What are you doing?" Jackson asks. "I'm practicing with the whistling dagger," Encrid replies. Jackson notices that it isn't even a whistling dagger. Encrid smiles as he spins the blade on his finger and says, "Soon I'll have a real one." Then, one of the dagger's parts breaks, and the blade flies very close to Jackson's ear. He remains still, and a tense silence hangs in the air. Encrid is now on the 8th day of regression. This time, he manages to dodge the assassin's whistling dagger. He thinks he won't fall for his tricks again. However, he gets hit in the back. Encrid notices the other man was there for that. On the 9th day, Encrid kills the man who was upstairs. The half-elf says he looked away to attack Encrid. Once again, Encrid needs to return in time. On another day, Encrid manages to hit an apple in Jackson's hand, surprising him. When Jackson looks at him, Encrid explains, "The arms and hands are used to guide the dagger, and the body should be used to throw it." He asks Jackson, "What am I doing wrong?" Jackson replies that it should be enough. He asks where Encrid learned to throw daggers. Encrid states that he learned from himself, but cannot reveal that. He says he saw someone throwing in a fight and tried to copy it. Jackson notices that Encrid reached that level just by observing, wondering if he was a genius. Jackson asks if Encrid has ever heard of the blade throwing technique. He explains that it was created by a man named Georg, an assassin. The name was given because of his weapon, the whistling dagger. Georg wanted to create a silent dagger, made with a thin-bladed knife. However, it was too difficult to handle, which led to the whistling dagger they know today. Encrid says he didn't know there was a story behind the dagger. Jackson questions him, as he thought Encrid wanted it because of the story. "What do you mean?" Encrid asks. Jackson replies that it's because Encrid adopts a perfect stance for it. On the 10th day when he meets Jack and Bo, Encrid says he's going to patrol somewhere else. Jack asks, "What do you mean?" "They sent us to the market today. We'll end up getting scolded." Encrid states that he has a superior ranking among everyone there and takes responsibility for them. Jack wonders what they should do. Bo says, "We should follow him for now." Encrid thinks the market is the perfect place for assassins to set up a plan, and he doesn't need to fall for their tricks again. Then Jack and Bo ask Encrid, saying they think they should go back. But Encrid asks, what did Jack gain by betraying? Could it be the Krona? They realize they've been discovered and say they'll kill him. Encrid kills both of them easily. He observes what's happening. The marksman and the assassin approach. They don't like the situation. "You're late," Encrid says, ordering, "Come on." The assassin throws 3 daggers towards Encrid. "It doesn't matter, as long as I see his hands throwing," Encrid thinks. The other assassin is behind him, but Encrid hits him with a dagger in the middle of his forehead, a perfect throw. The assassin says that he looked away trying to hit Encrid. However, Encrid manages to stop the dagger with his arm calmly. When Encrid looks at the assassin, he is more imposing than ever. "Who are you?" the assassin asks. "You don't need to know," Encrid replies, picking up the dagger that whistles when handled. He takes the opportunity to ask the half-elf, "How many of those do you still have?" Encrid's dexterity was impressive. The half-elf, noticing that Encrid knew how to use the dagger, wondered if he was also an assassin. Then he answers Encrid's question. "I have 2 more. How enviable," Encrid says. "I only have 1. The half-elf comments, "You still have the audacity to joke. You should know that the target is a dead man as soon as I throw that." "That's good," Encrid replies. "They'll only find that out when they face off for real." Encrid takes both the sword and the dagger. He thinks the assassin might have hidden his hands, but he can't hide his entire arm. Maintaining direct vision and dodging is the key to avoiding his daggers. As Encrid picks up the dagger with his finger and starts spinning it, he notices there will be 2 at once. He becomes increasingly concentrated, not even blinking. When the assassin throws, Encrid manages to dodge both at the same time. But then when Encrid throws, the assassin also dodges. Encrid is certain the assassin has more than 2 daggers. He grabs another one he had saved and throws it at the assassin, who is almost hit but manages to get out of the way. "You lied, you bastard!" the assassin yells. "You lied too," Encrid retorts. As the assassin grabs his sword, he wonders if Encrid would face something he'd never seen. He knows there's an unwritten rule. Assassins can only use long-range attacks. He thinks that move is strange. He also notices the assassin is coming quickly toward him, a new attack. The assassin rushes at Encrid with everything he's got. Encrid thinks it doesn't matter. He calmly grabs the assassin's hand. The assassin realizes he's in deep trouble, with an expression of defeat. "This is your end," Encrid thinks. He delivers a sword strike to the assassin, killing him. Encrid reflects that he needed 10 attempts, 10 duels to win. It was a cycle of fighting, losing, growing stronger, and winning. "This is incredible," he exclaims, looking at the fallen assassin on the ground. He sees the assassin had even more blades and takes them all for himself. After that, Encred goes to make his report. The queen asks if he was almost killed and, furthermore, managed to make everyone flee. No, Encred replies. It was just a coincidence. The queen questions if that's a coincidence. Fighting 4 people and having few injuries. Encred simply says, "The goddess of luck must be on my side." The queen looks a bit intrigued, gazing into his eyes. She says, "Return to your post." Encred agrees and leaves the area. He says he returned to the queen, but the king's axe nearly hits Encred's face. He notes he dodged the surprise attack. Encred questions, "Is the king crazy? He almost killed me." The king says Encred now has assassins hot on his trail and he'd better always stay alert. Then the king orders, "Eat that," and throws a hot stone to the queen. The king glows with happiness. Encred notices his hair is a bit long and asks Christ to cut it. Christ charges 10 coppers. Encred offers 5. Christ proposes a compromise, charging only 8 coppers. Encred accepts, and Christ begins cutting his hair. Encred says, "Now you're asking for more. Can't I get a discount anymore?" Christ replies, "If you're not satisfied, you'll have to look for a haircut in the city." Encred says he doesn't want to go there, as everyone is incompetent. While Christ cuts his hair, he notices it's now very cold and snowing. The king, shivering from the cold, begins to say that it's a torment. Everyone agrees, but Alden says these are tests from God. Encred wonders why everyone is gathered around him. He starts to wonder how an assassin got past a border guard. When Jack and Boy Rotten returned, Encred also notices someone is working for them. Encred asks if he knows where the 3 who died are from. Christ replies that Jack was exiled after being caught stealing, and Boy released a noble. He says that Hein was a nice guy. Christ says that Rotten was a mercenary from a failed merchant association. They all joined last year and must have been in the same guild. Encred thinks about a guild that expelled its members a year ago. One comes to mind, the Guild of Thieves, a guild that lives up to its name, as it only has despicable thieves. A member of this guild must know how to get in and out of that city. It makes sense then that they belong to it. Encred asks Jackson if he knows anything about this guild. Jackson asks why Encred is questioning him. Encred states he thought Jackson would know. Jackson notices Encred's audacity and explains that after its restructuring, his contact within the guild disappeared, and he no longer has information. Christ finishes Encred's haircut. Rem comments that it's much better than before. Encred can see clearly again, and observes that the snow is falling more intensely. Jackson announces he will be on guard in the city that night. Rem reprimands him, realizing Jackson wants to avoid removing snow, and forbids him from doing so. Encred asks why they don't go on a mission. If everyone agrees, no one will have to shovel snow. Rem declares he will go immediately. Jackson agrees with the idea and offers to go. Christ also offers. Encred realizes that even Christ hates shoveling snow. Encred mentions he still needs to ask the commander for permission. Ragna observes he hasn't done that, calling him slow. Alden encourages him to go ask now. Encred thinks those men are truly out of the ordinary. He goes to the ferry and tells her he suspects the Guild of Thieves is helping the assassins. Therefore, he wishes to ambush them and asks for her permission for the mission. The fairy continues to observe him, looking deeply into his eyes, and realizes Encred will do all this to avoid removing snow. Encred seriously denies it, realizing the woman's intelligence. On the way to the mission, they ask about the origin of the Guild of Thieves. Christ asks if Encred is referring to the Gilfin Guild, and if he has any information about them. Encred replies that he doesn't, and that's why they are there. He instructs Jackson to wait in the tavern while Jackson finds their location. Jackson asks how he will do that. Encred simply tells him to figure it out. Christ questions the nature of this order. The strangest thing is that Jackson simply obeys it, leaving Christ confused and questioning his own perception. Already at Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup Tavern, everyone sits down to eat. Christ questions Encred, what if the Gilfin Guild is innocent? Encred replies that even if they're not involved with the assassins, they are still criminals, and it's time to confront them. Christ considers this, asking Encred to wait. The woman asks what he needs. Then, the boy says something in his ear, piquing Encred's curiosity. Encred also notices Jackson's delay. Even if they were talking about him, the lack of any sign is strange. This makes him wonder if his orders were too vague, feeling bad for Jackson. Jackson, meanwhile, is on the roof of one of the houses, standing and observing. He remains there for so long that he almost freezes. Eventually, he notices something. Suspicious people. He asks Crash if he knows the woman. Crash replies that she is lazy, a shoemaker's daughter, and dreams of opening a tavern in the capital. Encred notices that Christ knows a lot. Christ simply comments that all the beautiful women will be his future customers. Meanwhile, Jackson returns to Encred, informing them he found their location. They are surprised to see him covered in snow. Jackson also expresses surprise, having received such a thankless order while they were warm, comfortable, and eating. Encred simply tells him to eat, but Jackson says he doesn't need to and questions what they're waiting for, urging them to go already. body. Rem refuses, claiming it's too cold to go out. Jackson asks Rem if he wants his body bathed in blood, guaranteeing it'll warm him right up. Encred then says he also wants to go now, but his mobility will be impaired by the snow, and they need to be careful. They should go when it stops snowing. However, looking outside, Encred realizes it's not going to stop. He realizes there's no other way and tells them to go now. Oswaldo starts to question Encred's previous order. Encred replies that they'll be careful enough. As they walk, with Rem shivering from the cold, they pass a man who looks like a beggar. Still, he pulls a dagger, trying to kill Encred. Rem, however, whips off his cloak, attacking the assailants without giving them a chance, quickly killing them. He strikes one in the head with his axe and punches the other. He asks Oswaldo if they're their friends. Oswaldo replies that they must be from the Gilfin Guild. Jackson, in turn, finds the hideout where they were sitting. He says they were probably the lookouts, but wonders if the entrance is locked. Aldine steps forward, declaring he'll knock to see if anyone's home, and simply delivers a powerful punch, breaking the door with just his hands, inviting them inside. Rem asks if he knows the meaning of knocking on a door. Encred, however, comments that at least the door opened. Rem then asks what they'll ask them first. Encred replies he'll see to that later, and that first they'll subdue them with their strength. As they enter, the people inside the room question if the squad leader is there. They say that's what they heard, and reporting no progress will be disheartening. Their leader thinks they should be able to manage with everyone inside. They wonder if everything's okay, because his squad mates are coming too. But then the leader questions, who cares? That changes when Aldine simply kicks the door in, announcing their arrival. The leader realizes something went wrong. Rem says he's going to kill everyone, but Encred begins to speak. All those who haven't killed innocents, and all those who prefer prison to death, must drop their weapons and cross that line. Those who don't will die. Rem asks if they're not going to kill them all first. Encred says he changed his mind, so the bandit leader says Encred is an idiot, asking if he thinks he can give them orders. Alden comments that their judgment seems misguided, saying they won't listen unless force is used. Then he declares they'll start forcing them to listen, asking who the strongest among them is. The leader says this will be fun, pointing to the man behind him as his strongest swordsman, Wyvern, and telling him to fight Encred. Wyvern agrees and wonders if Encred will be able to block his sword, as he's never been defeated in his life. He advances on Encred with everything he's got, full of arrogance, attacking and shouting. But Encred simply deflects the sword, sending it flying, and plunges his sword into Wyvern's shoulder, noting the man used Valen's mercenary swordsmanship. Strike while speaking. He remembers he suffered from that before. At this, the leader breaks out in a cold sweat, saying if that's their strongest, he doesn't even need to see the rest. With Wyvern on the ground, Encred says that's their last chance, ordering them to surrender, or else they'll die. Everyone behind Encred begins to notice he's trying to act imposing. With the scene tense, the enemies actually drop their weapons. The first one surrenders. The leader calls him a coward trying to hit the man, but Encred throws a dagger into his head, killing him on the spot. Seeing that scene, Rem begins to seethe internally because for a second, he'd found Encred impressive, and now he felt rage. Alden praises Encred for his ferocity. Kreis thinks the same. Jackson notes the efficiency. Ragna also gets agitated. Encred, in turn, also thinks that must have been impressive. Thus, they all surrender, asking Encred not to kill them. Rem questions him. Wouldn't it be better to just kill them now than have to deal with them later? But they start begging for their lives, saying there are people with sick mothers there. Encred replies that that doesn't justify their crimes. Gilfin, the lone man, says that if someone has to die, Encred should kill him. Encred asks if he is Gilfin of the Gilfin Guild. He asks if the man who died wasn't the boss. The man replies, yes, he was the boss. Encred asks, but then he wasn't Gilfin? The man explains, no, I'm Gilfin. Encred doesn't understand. Kreis explains that they name guilds after random people on purpose. If they're pursued by the law, they blame that person and flee. The bald man says the deceased boss was a terrible person, but the rest of them aren't. So if Encred really has to kill someone, he should kill him instead of Gilfin, but then everyone tells Gilfin not to do it, because Gilfin is very kind. They say Gilfin was the one who cared for their sick mothers, and they'll protect him if Encred hurts him. Then, they start asking to be killed instead of Gilfin. Rem asks if Encred is really going to kill them after all this, saying he didn't choose him to be a heartless demon. Encred, however, reminds him that he was the one who had suggested killing them. Then, Gilfin talks about the guild's fortune, saying he'll give everything if they let them live. Behind Encred, Kreis starts to smile. Gilfin says most of the fortune is in that safe, but they need to find the key the deceased boss hid. With Alden there, that's no problem. He gently moves the door out of place, tearing off all the screws. The fortune is made accessible to them all. Gilfin notes that it wasn't necessary. Encred tells them all to go ahead. Rem is happy to find warming supplies there. So they take several swords and other items. Encrid also finds something he wants. He notes Alden wants flexible yet sturdy leather armor and comments that the one he found is interesting, deciding to keep it. Christ then speaks to Encrid, the squad leader, asking him to take over the guild. Encrid questions if he's asking him to become a thief. Christ replies yes, but one who doesn't kill. He explains that even if they destroy this guild, another would appear in less than a month to take its place. Thinking about it, they'll just use that guy as a puppet to lead the guild. Encrid thinks all of this seems very convenient. He asks if it was then, and questions if Christ spoke to that girl, saying they were there for a reason. He asks if Christ noticed, but he says that either way, they caught them all at once, and if Encrid allows him, he'll give him a monthly payment in krona and gather information. Encrid pondered. Though he didn't chronically crave a lot of krona, money wouldn't be bad. Granted, he conceded. Christ then addressed Gilfin with an air of confidence. From now on, we are the Guild of Non-Killing Atoms. We'll remove the bad apples and send them to prison, slowly working to reform the organization. Gilfin, however, warned, if we don't split up, we could all end up dead. Why? Christ questioned. As I told you, Gilfin replied. The boss who died worked for Aspen and took orders from them. A frog comes to check on the guild every spring and autumn. If they realize what happened, that frog monster will kill us all, Christ scoffed. That's not exactly a problem. We've got much worse monsters here. Rem interjected. Do you want to repeat that? Encrid stated. Now that we've gotten what we wanted, let's go back. Rem stared at him seriously. Do you think we're done removing the snow? Encrid realized it would be better to wait a little longer. Ragnar considered that they still had unfinished tasks there. Whatever they were, they wanted to reflect and preach a little more of God's word. Jackson declared, I have something I need to do now. I'll be back tomorrow morning. I had no idea you were so busy, Encrid commented. Everyone slept peacefully around the campfire. Back at the camp, Encrid reported to the ferry that all squad members had returned. We located and destroyed the Thieves' Guild, the ferry asked with an amused tone. Did you have fun skipping the snow removal task? I have no idea what you're talking about, Encrid retorted, noticing she knew too much. She changed the subject. I heard you don't refuse a duel. Yes, normally, Encrid replied. Then call me to practice, she challenged him. Of course, Encrid accepted, wondering if this would be a duel or a punishment, as the fairy seemed angry. She threw him away, passing her sword across his leg. Encrid fell heavily to the ground. Get up, she ordered. He picked up his sword, but fell again. What is this? He wondered. Her sword was always so thin. It's almost like a whip. She kept telling him to get up, while Encrid couldn't do anything without his sword. He fell onto his back. The fairy thought, I've heard him reacting instantly before, almost as if he knew the future, but now he seems blind. I truly don't know who he is as a person, but it's still true that he broke the spell and killed 4 assassins. I'm excited again, she said. I'll be watching. Encrid noticed it was because of the snow. This is pathetic. Even training nonstop with his sword, he had never done anything with just his hand. Now he realized what he was missing, something that used his body and limbs. Martial arts, Encrid thought, remembering Alden. He approached Alden, who was training by lifting a tree trunk. One of the most basic things in martial arts is a trained body, Alden said, throwing the gigantic trunk to the ground. Encrid looked at it, disbelieving, while Renzo asked, Who threw that tree out of nowhere? I have a training method, Alden stated. What about that tree? Encrid questioned. It pushes your body to its limits, Alden explained. This method is called the isolation method. It will be painful, and you can consider yourself a dead man. That's his specialty, Encrid thought. Alden made him carry a gigantic rock on his back while performing lunges. Encrid thought he was going to die. The fundamental principle of the isolation technique is overload, Alden explained. Your muscles get stronger when they're torn to pieces. Encrid nearly died, crushed. Alden ordered, Stay like that for 10 seconds. You can do it. I know your limits better than you do yourself. How would you know that? Encrid asked. Don't you regret doing this before? Alden questioned. You need to improve your body much more before truly starting martial arts training. If you had started earlier, everything would have flowed better. I don't have time for regrets, Encrid retorted. The past is the past. My focus is on the present. If it weren't, I never would have made it through my first today. He requested, Teach me while I'm in this position. Alden questioned himself. How can someone be so diligent? His ethics are unshakable. I respect that, he said, smiling. Now, let's move on to the next step. You will return to the all-fours position. As Encrid held 3 more of those rocks on his back, the cat started to get scared. Encrid screamed. Hold on tight, Alden commanded. You can do it! Next, Alden made him hold 2 rocks in his hands, keeping them extended. Encrid suffered greatly from the training. The panther began to observe. By nightfall, Encrid arrived at the lodging exhausted, collapsing at the door. Rem asked, Is someone messing with you? Why do you always come back so beaten up? Encrid, trembling uncontrollably, replied, I was training normally. The panther approached and lay down with Encrid. Rem asked, Are you going to keep her? Why not just give her a name? Encrid thought about it. She's warm. I'll call her Warmy. The panther didn't like that at all. He came up with another name. Since she has blue eyes, she could be Blue-Eyed Blackie. The panther, apparently, didn't care for that one much either. Rem questioned, do you hate her? Those names are practically animal cruelty. Encrid was crestfallen. Blue-Eyed Blackie was supposed to be cute. I'll have to think a bit more about the name, especially if she's going to stay. With that, he lay down and fell asleep. In his dream, Encrid found himself in a beautiful blue field. What's that? He asked. He saw the northern lights and wondered if it was a dream. I don't see the boatman, he thought, but that place probably isn't really his vibe. When he looked back, he saw someone there. The woman looked directly into his eyes and spoke about Earth. That's my name, she said. When Encrid woke up, he noticed something strange. A woman was sleeping with him. Apparently, that woman was the panther. Encrid said goodnight to her while still holding her. She got all giddy as he hugged her. The next morning, as Encrid prepared to leave, Rem asked, are you going out again? I'm going to train, Encrid replied. You're not hurt from yesterday, are you? Rem asked. Actually, my body feels really light, Encrid said. Esther revealed, I'm sure it is. After all, I used magic on him. I need him to free me from my curse. Rem questioned, did you find last year's priest or something? Not at all, Encrid replied. Actually, I dreamed of a woman. Rem said he couldn't imagine Encrid being the type of guy to have such dreams. What kind of woman was she? He asked. Encrid remembered every detail of her. She was beautiful. Esther simply lowered her head, saying, at least his eyes aren't having problems. It's natural for mages to infinitely explore magic and mysticism, she explained. In my journey for knowledge, I ended up being cursed and transformed into a beast. My powers were sealed. While walking through the fields one day, drawn by the scent of a curse, I found that man. Since then, I've had this guide from Jocko Alden. It's unbelievable, Encrid commented. It normally takes a full week for a broken body to recover, but he's already stronger than yesterday. Nezel continued training peacefully, but when Encrid turned his eyes to the panther, she became furious, calling him an idiot. Esther, Encrid called her. Since when have you been watching? The world of magic is affected by the power of names, Esther explained. If I'm carelessly called by another name, my powers will weaken even further. I used the little power I had left to tell you my name, but I ended up making a mistake while doing so. However, thank goodness he's very tense, she thought. Surely he's under a curse, but it's not complete yet. It's more powerful than my curse, a potent curse that slowly devours the curses around it. If I stay by his side, I'll eventually recover my powers. So, as Encrid continued training with Aldine, he started applying a bit more force, enough not to be thrown away. Aldine tried a knee strike, but Encrid managed to get out of the way. Then Alden used a jujitsu technique, throwing Encrid onto his back. For martial artists, Alden stated, the body needs to be ready, just like a sword for a swordsman. All of this is useless if it's not fast. Encrid was still slow as a turtle, but his body was changing. Alden said that Encrid truly didn't know when he existed. Alden observed that the month of Mace had passed, and new green fields emerged in place of the snow. Encrid spent his days busy with training. He trained with both Alden and Rem, almost hitting him. Rem declared, Encrid has improved! We can finally fight like men! He was even more excited. In the afternoon, after eating, Encrid spoke with Ragna, inviting him to train to make up for the meal. Ragna replied that he was still eating. After training, Encrid was on the ground with Ragna. Your adaptability is still flawed, Ragna assessed, but your fundamentals are perfect now. You could do this by muscle memory, even in your sleep. You'll need to repeat this countless times, and it will be difficult. On that matter, Encrid was already an expert. That night, Encrid thought that training with his squad was very good, but real experiences would be very beneficial as well. A noise caught his attention, and Jackson attacked him out of nowhere. Encrid managed to catch his dagger. Jackson praised, You won't die in a wartime ambush anymore. You've really improved. Kreis intervened. You guys should go outside if you're going to train. You're kicking up dust. He added, You're early. Shouldn't you be earning money? Apparently, Kreis had his plan to get rich. When the panther got up, he started looking for any claw it might have left, saying it was worth 10,000 kronas. Encrid didn't know if he was lazy or hardworking. Someone knocked on the door. It was the elf. Squad leader, come with me, she ordered. There's no more snow, Encrid retorted. Stop joking around, she said. There's a new mission. You must pick it up from the Mercenary Soldiers Board. Encrid thought that this was a directive that came along with the soldiers' ranking system. It was a directive that allowed city people to hire soldiers as mercenaries. He considered it cheaper than real mercenaries, with better trained and more educated people. Because of this, it was very popular. He had been wanting to test it, and this was great. Meanwhile, a guard, thinking his shift had finally ended, was startled to see Commander Fod Wankred. He asked her how many soldiers would be needed. She replied that there would be 3 in total, and asked him to bring a squad member with him, stating that she herself would be the 3rd. The guard was surprised, questioning if she would really do that and why. He noticed that Encred and the commander were frequently together, which was suspicious. He'd heard they had even dueled each other. He wondered if something was going on between them. Maybe they were even dating. At that instant, the commander asked Encred, "What's with the long face? Do you find it uncomfortable to go on a mission with me?" A nearby gossip found gold in those words. "Did you hear that?" he asked. The company commander and Encred, the spellbreaker, are apparently together. They were already sure something was going on between them, as they'd been together even before joining the army. Everyone started inventing a bunch of rumors, even saying the two already had children. The next morning, as Encred trained, the soldiers started talking about him. "He managed to snag a fairy with that face? He has my respect," one commented. Others, however, said they made a good couple. Encred almost couldn't believe what he was hearing. Upon returning to his platoon, Rem started teasing him. "Daddy's here! How many months already? I heard the baby's due any day now." Encred replied that Rem had heard wrong, that it was all a misunderstanding, nothing more than a rumor. One of those present urged him not to be shy, because sooner or later everyone would know, but Encred kept denying it. Then Ragna said, "That's good, actually. Stay with her, and I'll train you." Alden added that he would pray for Encred's future. Encred questioned the point of it, feeling like they were mocking him. Rem asked, "When's the date? It'll be awkward to third wheel." Encred asked if he was talking about the mission and told Rem he wouldn't be going. Rem was surprised. "Who's going then?" "It'll be Jackson. He's already ready," Encred replied. Rem didn't take it well. "That damn cat instead of me? Did someone hit him with an axe?" Encred justified. He, Ren, would be the first to do that to the commissioner if he got angry. That's why Rem won't be going. Jackson asked Encred, "Are you taking me because you think I won't cause problems?" Encred replied that Jackson also took missions frequently and that he'd be good help. Jackson then gave Encred some advice. "Don't share too much of your heart with a woman, or you'll just get hurt in the end." Encred, very serious, said he didn't need that advice. The 3 gathered. Encred asked when the commissioner would arrive. The commander replied it would be soon. Encred thought she probably hadn't heard the rumors yet and imagined how awkward it would be. So, Commander Fod Wankred asked Encred, "Did we do something to make the women think we have children together?" Encred seriously replied no, while Jackson started to laugh. Encred questioned, "Was that a laugh?" Jackson replied he had no idea what Encred was talking about, but Encred insisted he had. He'd heard the laugh. The commander asked Encred again if her questions made him uncomfortable. He replied no. She then asked if it made him happy. Encred hesitated. "No, yes. Maybe." She asked what he had enjoyed, but Encred didn't have much to say and wondered why she was asking him those questions. Just then, the commissioner arrived, catching Encred in an awkward situation. The commander commented, "He showed up right as it was getting fun." Encred glared at the commander, questioning how that could be fun and if that look was a joke. Their mission was to protect the wealthy merchant's heir. As Hogfrid, the trading company, was in the process of deciding which of its 2 heirs would become the next owner, they were hired to ensure they wouldn't harm each other. Encred had thought the heir would be a greedy toad, but it was actually a very beautiful girl. She stated her name. "I am Leona, heir to the company. It's a pleasure to meet you all." As they walked with the caravan, a maid went to speak with Leona. Encred thought no one had spoken since their first meeting, and what little communication there was happened through the maid. The maid said they would get a room at the first inn and wait for the other heirs. Encred realized they really just wanted them as escorts. He remembered Alden talking about age, body posture, positioning, gaze, all valuable information. Understanding the enemy's strategy could be considered a skill. Encred thought he should observe and analyze. The guard in front of him was left-handed, with heavy movements and dense armament. Her sword indicated great strength. None of them seemed as strong as a special rank. His analysis had some flaws, but it would suffice for now. Just then, Jackson spoke to him. "If we're bored, how about a game?" He explained they would identify sounds. Jackson started by mentioning a paper bag being crumpled. Encred identified a woman in front of a food stall. Jackson continued, recognizing a hammer sound. Encred saw a blacksmith. Then, Encred noticed a tongue click. "You took your time," he said. "It's coming from a man near the shoe shop." Encred thought the goal of the game was to locate and identify the origin of the sounds, and it was harder than it seemed. The left-handed knight told Encred they would get a room upstairs and he could stay there. The commander said what they were doing seemed interesting, and she wanted to join too. Encred thought fairies were much more sensitive than humans. They continued to recognize all the sounds around them, but Jackson and the commander were much more sensitive than Encred. He barely managed to participate. As they continued talking, Encred thought it no longer felt like a game. Suddenly, there was someone behind Jackson. Jackson easily killed the assailant, along with the commander, who also defended herself. Jackson said he suspected an ambush. The commander affirmed the same. They noticed they were assassins. Encred easily killed some of them. He said the commander was the priority. As Encred climbed the stairs to get to her, a man launched several attacks in his direction. Jackson calmly defended against them. The commander continued to kill the enemies fiercely. The assassins started asking why they were so strong. "But your friend Mandley shouldn't worry," one of them said, "because we outnumber you." Jackson easily started thinning their numbers. The commander, seeing that, thought Encred's squad members were much stronger than him, but they all listened to him and trusted him. She wondered who had helped create that, finding it interesting. She continued easily killing everyone as Encred climbed, going after her. Encred thought that after encountering the assassin who went after Krang, and recently the half-fairy assassin, attacks like these were no problem for him. He wondered where the man thought he was going, as the attacker attempted a surprise stab. Encred remembered that Odin had said he was too slow, but he could already react, flinging the man away. He thought his movements were completely different now. While Encred was defeating that man, the girl, Leona, flew out of the room. Inside, another assassin was trying to kill both Leona and the maid, shouting, "Glory to Aspen!" The maid placed herself in front to give her life for her lady. Encred thought, "He's too close for Soviante's daggers. I can't guarantee he'll stop." He wondered if he could reach him if he tried. Then, he thought of a way to approach quickly, one he had seen before, a proto-knight who had accelerated in an unbelievable way. Perfectly imitating it was impossible at his level, but if he could replicate just a bit of the technique, he could do something. He truly accelerated, reaching the two girls before the assassin. With this move, Encred placed himself in front of the attack, protecting them. His cloak was cut, revealing a mantle underneath. Encred thought the blade's impact hurt, but he wasn't injured thanks to Gilfin's leather armor. He questioned the assassin. "Why don't we talk downstairs?" Encred grabbed him and threw him out the window. Falling downstairs almost killed the assassin. Encred thought it was good to have cushioned the fall with the assassin's body. Besides, there were no more enemies on the second floor. That man downstairs must have been hurt in the fall. Encred thought he was brave. The man picked up two swords, calling Encred crazy. "Are you a border guard?" he asked. Encred replied no. The man said he didn't see why he couldn't defeat him. Encred noticed that the two swords in the assassin's hands were of different sizes, but he didn't lose his balance. Encred began to assume he used the art of fluid swordplay. He wondered how he should respond to that. Then the man said he would first kill Encred and then destroy the woman. Encred asked, "Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much?" and called him up. When the assassin lunged to attack, Encred thought it was his first real fight in a long time. He seemed strong enough, and Encred wondered what he should try first. As he watched the assassin approaching, Encred noticed that he used the style of two swords used in tandem, basically a Valen duet. When the man tried to hit him, Encred managed to dodge beautifully, but with another sword, the man kept attacking. Encred kept dodging. The assassin tried to hit Encred's foot, but he managed to jump back. As the assassin gained momentum for a lunge, Encred managed to dodge, moving behind him. The assassin was utterly shocked by Encred's speed, who appeared behind him. He wondered if Encred had dodged everything, especially this random guy. Encred said he was impressed, as he couldn't learn that due to his lack of talent. He thought this speed and precision made him seem as good as the dagger master. The Barbaxenia asked what Encred was talking about, attacking him again. But then Encred activated his zone and could see all that action in slow motion. He noticed something, realizing that was his attack path, seeing what he would do and what he would attack. Then, Encred simply moved his sword in the exact path to strike the man's neck. Encred said he had tried to hit his heart, but still had much to improve, and thought he would need to practice with Ragnar or perhaps Jackson. As the man fell, everyone began to retreat. Encred thinks he needs to catch them all. Jackson, however, says their fight drew too much attention. Encred points out that the man is escaping, and Jackson replies yes, even while standing still. Encred asks if he won't go after them. Jackson explains that they weren't hired to chase criminals, and they fled. "Your commissioner should be safe now," he adds. Encred realizes Jackson only wants to focus on the mission. The fairy praises Encred, saying he wasn't bad at all. Encred asks if she's all right. She just looks at him seriously and asks if he's worried about his beloved, claiming he won't be able to sleep with butterflies in his stomach. Encred realizes she's mocking him. Leona asks if the two of them are dating. Encred denies it. The fairy then asks if all that was a joke to Encred. Encred starts to wonder what was wrong with those people. Leona asks his name. Encred says he's Encred. She thanks him for protecting her, saying she'll pay him appropriately in the future. Encred, however, says there's no need, as it was all part of his mission. She finds that even stranger. Later that night, it's mentioned that the few captured were sent to the army. Reinforcements were sent in case of a second attack. Encred questions the identity of those assassins, as some of them were quite skilled. He deduces they weren't just there to steal, and presumes they were sent by the other heirs. Leona descends the stairs, noticing Encred woke up early. Encred states that it's his shift. Leona speaks with the soldier, asking him to go with her. She offers him the opportunity to join her personal forces. forces. She thinks the rock-fried company leaves a bit to be desired. Her main partnerships include the Shepherds of Savagery from the Beastlands and the Black Leather Guild, famous for hunting dragons. Additionally, there are the Glacial Guardians, defenders of the permafrost. She continues, saying she possesses Rockfried's map, which shows the main routes and specialties of those areas. It's valuable enough to allow whoever sells it to live without any worries, enjoying any luxury they desire for the rest of their life. Leona states that all of this is too much to leave to the previous owner's children. She needs to protect and expand this organization, and for that she requires talented individuals, people with enough talent to save her from impending death. Furthermore, Encred has a personality that doesn't seek additional rewards. A position in her association is coveted by all, and Encred is likely no different. She offers him everything he wants, asking him to accompany her and join her forces. However, Encred refuses. She notices he didn't even hesitate, asking why. Jackson appears, saying it's inappropriate to keep asking after being rejected. The fairy then appears, agreeing and calling the behavior improper. Leona admits they are right, and explains that the other heirs of the association will arrive at noon. She needs to prepare for that. As they descend, Jackson comments that Encred managed to charm a rich heiress as well, and that complicated women are probably his type. Encred denies it. Jackson insists Encred needs to stop charming so many women. Encred protests that he didn't do anything. The elf, with an unaltered expression, thinks Encred has a lover and says she's going to cry. Encred, already out of patience, apologizes and says she's no longer his type. Jackson notices Encred replied. The elf is surprised too. Outside, people ask if they heard that because Encred had just tried to charm another woman while with the commander, calling him a scoundrel. Encred realizes the delicate situation he got himself into. Leona ends up laughing at the situation. Sometime later, Christ talks with Encred, asking if he slept with the commissioner after a single night. Everyone gossips that Encred managed to win over a rich heiress, noting that he's not just a spellbreaker, but also a heartbreaker. Speechless, Encred asks Kreis if he had also come to mock him. Kreis, however, says that it's actually about the Gilfin Guild and that Encred needs to be aware of things. Encred thinks that's good, as he needs Kreis to do something for him too. Capture those who fled and find out what they're plotting. The discussion then turns to Rinos Rockfried, the previous owner of the Merchant Association. He was an admirable man with a sharp mind for business. He considered his adopted daughter Leona as his successor, due to her sagacity and intellect. However, he couldn't simply set his own son aside. Thus, without a clear successor to lead the Merchant Association, he passed away. The assassin informs Leona's brother that, unfortunately, the assassination attempt was a failure and that he should have left the task to them, as it had been a lost opportunity. Polid Rockfried grows apprehensive as the men affirm they'll find a way, asking if the agreement was still on. Polid stammers, saying that, of course, he would greatly reward them if he inherited everything. However, the second man in the carriage seems skeptical. When they finally arrive at the tavern, Jackson and Encred observe everyone. Encred complains about the dust, finding it typical of Leona to call them there. He notices the strength of the man beside her. They exchange glances, but the man ignores him. Polid yells at Jackson, ordering him to call Leona. Encred thinks he did well to bring Jackson, because if the king were there, things wouldn't end well. He would have hit Polid with an axe, splitting him in two. Jackson, in turn, also doesn't seem to be the calmest person in the world, almost drawing his dagger from his back. Encred quickly grabs his hand, while Polid continues to order Jackson to call him impatiently. Leona tells him to stop yelling, saying it's rude. She states that Polid is the one who's late. Polid, however, doesn't take the reprimand well, saying that she should give her bodyguard some education. Leona then slaps him in the face. Encred comments on the violence, asking if no one he knows is normal. Jackson feels the jab is for him and asks if Leona is crazy. Leona retorts that he's the crazy one for messing with a border guard mercenary soldier, asking if he wants to rot in prison for the rest of his life. Polid begins to calm down, saying he didn't know that. The man behind him gets him back on track with a slight cough. Polid completely changes his stance, claiming it wasn't him and that she's trying to blame him. Furthermore, he asks how she dares to yell at him even though she's family. Leona affirms she knows she was adopted, but Polid can barely analyze trade routes, nor even properly calculate finances. Polid starts to break out in a cold sweat, saying that's work for his servants, and that he wouldn't even be wasting his time like this if it weren't for the will, and that it would be absurd for the successor to be chosen by an argument. Encred notes that the previous owner must have been very kind, because no matter how you look at it, Leona appears to be the best choice for successor. He probably wanted to give his son one last chance. Leona asserts that Polid's only argument for being the successor is blood relation. He asks what kind of reason could be more important than that. Leona retorts that no matter how much she looks, Polid bears no resemblance to his father, and with his ignorance, she asks who he takes after. Polid begins to curse Leona, and prepares to draw his sword. Encrid acts, but the guard, who seems very competent, is also prepared. Encrid simply steps in front of Leona while everyone arms themselves. Encrid looks deeply into Pepede's eyes. He thinks the man's posture indicates he uses a fluid sword style, questioning his speed. Is he faster than the king's axe, or a whistling dagger? Encrid dares him to come and show his technique. As Pepede prepares to draw his sword, Encrid advances, smiling and eager to face him. Then, the border guard orders them to stop, stating that they serve the king directly and will consider those who don't sheath their swords immediately as traitors. Pepede calms down. Encrid notes, there's nothing to be done. Jackson looks at him, recalling what Encrid had said, that no one he knew was normal. Jackson realizes the irony, stating that Encrid was the most eccentric of them all. The Crown Guard informs them that the hired assassins were foreigners, and that they would take over the case. They confess to having been paid by a merchant association. The guard questions Pollard, stating that he certainly didn't hire them because of the succession dispute, and asks if that was correct. Pollard's reaction was already quite telling. Pollard's bodyguard, who appears to be his strategic mind, asks if the confession mentioned any specific merchant association, saying he didn't believe they were distinct enough to be pinpointed for blame. The border guard officer comments that he talks too much, asking if he really thinks the border guard is that stupid. While they talk, Leona makes an offer. They will find more evidence to identify the true culprits. She suggests they arrest both of them until those responsible are found. Palid, the young heir, says he didn't agree to that. Encrid finds the situation strange, questioning if the victim herself is asking to be arrested. The border guard official explains that everyone they arrested was a small fry who knew nothing and merely repeated what their boss had ordered. Leona argues that there are still people to interrogate, and some fled the scene. One of them could be the boss, holding crucial details. Why aren't you trying to find them? She asks. The official then asks if, even so, they haven't managed to uncover what's behind all this. Leona believes that would be a problem for the border guard, as it wouldn't be prudent to continue discussing the matter of their association with the border guards anyway. They will return to their city, on the condition that everyone comes back if summoned. Encrid, however, thought they wouldn't be protected outside the city. Leona's guards wouldn't be able to face the Depolides. He especially thought of the man with the rapier. She'll die the moment she leaves the border guard's protection. He knew that well. Encrid asked himself, what do you have in mind? Leona replied that she was a merchant and asked for nothing without proper compensation. I'll give this to whoever captures the fugitives, she said, pulling out something that caught Jackson's attention. This is the fourth piece from the Carmen collection, in Carmen's style. A beautiful dagger. Go get it. Jackson turned to Encrid. Leave that one to me, he urged. Encrid noticed Jackson's excessive motivation. What is this dagger? He wondered. Pepede, seeing Carmen's stiletto, asked, is she going insane? Does she have any idea how much that thing is worth? The stiletto is mine, Leona replied. So, I'll do as I please. Encrid inquired, is that piece really that remarkable? Surprised you don't know her? Someone replied. She was made by the legendary weapon forger Carmen. She was a slave who worked as an assassin seeking revenge. She used 7 weapons she created herself, and the 4th is the stiletto. There are people who would sacrifice lives for that weapon. Grey Dog and Tom Conquadra declared, everyone here is under the custody of the border guards. No one leaves this inn. Jackson reassured them, don't worry about the stiletto. I sent Back Dog to get it. Soon, we'll know more. Pepede thought, this is crazy. A guard looked at Encrid. Their eyes met. The guard turned and left. Later that night, Pepede wondered what would happen if the mercenaries were caught. A group of people said, we can't do anything against the border guard right now. Be patient. They continued. If you two don't reach a consensus on who will be the successor, the decision will be in the hands of the investors. They'll take advantage of this moment. The previous speaker added, it'll be fine. I've already sent a letter, promising to reward them if they choose me as successor. If at least half of them agree, I prevail. While they talked, that guard looked outside and saw Encrid training under the moonlight. Grey Dog approached. Still doing that monotonous training? He asked. Torres questioned. Don't you think this is a golden opportunity to get some rest? Encrid replied, I would think so too if my time were the same, but time has a different value between geniuses and the rest. The things they learn in a week, I need a month, or maybe a year. That's why I can't waste my time. He thought, actually, I don't want to waste it. I will use every day to build a solid foundation for my future. One of Torres's men asked, is he peculiar or are we just lazy? Torres, not quite understanding, spoke to Encrid. Ease up a bit on this quest to get stronger. You're already quite strong, in my opinion. We only tied because I didn't expect anything from you. But what about now? He smiled. They got ready to fight. The man landed the wooden sword on Encrid, stopping it near his neck. If Torres had a real sword, he would have taken Encrid's head off. The men said, with that one, he's won 7 times. Everyone was happy. Encrid asked again. Torres asked, don't you get tired? That makes 11 times. Another man asked to take their turn. The others also wanted wanted to fight Encred. Pepide noticed something happening down there. What are these men doing late at night? He asked. One of them managed to throw Encred onto his back in a single move. The rapier man grew increasingly interested. Encred asked, "What was that? Can you do it again?" The man replied, "You really are very eccentric." The rapier man observed that Encred's pride wasn't wounded when he lost. On the contrary, he was like a child who had just found something new to play with. Furthermore, Encred's blatant hostility, even knowing his opponent was much stronger, made him believe Encred was truly unique. But he thought, still, he's someone who falls for the same trick at least 3 or 4 times. He really has no talent at all fighting. Eventually, Encred managed to win and did the same thing. Everyone noticed Encred's first counterattack in 5 bouts. Encred asked, "Who's next?" The fairy began to complain about Encred. "He flirts with everyone. He's a sly man." Leona wondered, "Are you really dating?" The fairy denied. "No," she added, "it was a joke." But then, she corrected herself. "We're married." This made the situation worse. Leona was shocked. The fairy explained, "We didn't have a ceremony. I think we're having a child." The situation got even worse. Encred heard that. "This is distracting me," he said. "I really want you to go back inside soon." As this conversation unfolded, the rapier man approached, apologizing. "Would you mind if I joined you?" he asked. Encred noticed that peculiar man. Torres looked at him. "What are your intentions?" he asked. The rapier man became increasingly interested in Encred. "His talent isn't anything to boast about," he commented, "and yet I have this urge to teach him. I can't hold back anymore." One of Torres's guards retorted, "He's not with us. Stay still and quiet." Encred intervened. "I was waiting for this." This made the rapier man smile. Jax observed everything from above. He noticed that even using just a wooden staff, the man was dangerous. "I'd better be prepared," he thought, as he drew his dagger. Face to face with his opponent, Encred felt tension course through his body. It was like being at war again. He stood before the man. As he received the thrust, thought he could clearly see the path using his zone. He recognized the attack's trajectory, thinking, "There's a slight feint mixed in, but he's aiming for my neck. I need to block his line and extend my own." But he didn't even realize, as he ended up dead before he could see anything. The man commented, "You read my attack well, but you're slow." Encred thought of the fluid sword, the fastest of them all. The man continued, "It's much faster than you imagined. You thought you'd gotten much stronger, but you haven't. What lies before you is inconceivably far and terrifyingly high." Encred looked at his opponent and started to laugh. "Again," he requested. The man replied, "Your attitude is exceptional." They continued fighting. While everyone else went to sleep, they were still at it. The fairy watched Encred. Encred thought, anyone who has ever held a sword knows the desperate feeling of encountering someone they cannot defeat. He kept falling every time. The opponent said, "I've shown you an unreachable distance between us. Why don't you give up?" Encred got back up once more. Jackson thought, Encred's reaction speed is too slow to see and dodge. This way he'll never overcome that wall. I need to teach him something about his speed. The opponent said, "That's enough. Let's get some sleep." Encred, however, was still euphoric. "You're incredible. That fluid sword art. I'll learn it someday." The man merely laughed at Encred. "Encred is even more impressed with me. It's a shame because if he just had a little more talent, he'd be good." The next morning, Kreis arrived, speaking with Torres. "We captured the runaway mercenaries," he announced, bringing them all bruised. Encred thought, he did a good job. Kreis said, "I just had to find a few people in hiding." Leona remarked, "They're probably members of Encred's squad." She thanked Kreis. Torres asked the captured merchant, "Who did you hire? Who was it?" The merchant, frustrated, replied, "It was Aspen." The others clarified, "It was a merchant from Aspen's association. They wanted to expand into the conflict zones." He swore he doesn't know which specific person beyond that. He only received a letter and the money. What's more, they promised him additional payment once the task was complete. Pepide felt a shiver. Leona understood the situation was now up to the border guard. Torres commented, "For some reason you seem satisfied with the result. Weren't you expecting that bastard to be behind this?" Leona replied, "Of course I was. Enough to offer my precious stiletto as a reward." Torres ended up understanding her side. He declared, "Finishing these guys off is my job." He told Rock and Frida, "You're free to go." As they continued, Jackson already had his stiletto in hand. Encred reprimanded him. "Don't draw that in public." Jackson understood. Encred questioned him, "Are you that happy? Sometimes you act like a child." Kreis, beside Encred, began to speak. "Don't fall for Leona." Encred replied, "I won't." Kreis insisted, "She's scary." Encred asked Kreis, "Are you listening? Isn't it strange? No matter how I see it, those guys were hired by Palladio." "But what about Aspen?" Encred continued. "He ran into trouble when he met those guys because another one showed up there. He's going to talk directly with Kreis." Someone corrected him, calling him Kreis of Squad 444, a servant of Leona. Kreis stated, "We already had some clues about their whereabouts and knew everything about the Giffen Guild. They also wanted to pay the army to let those mercenaries go, and told them to do whatever they wanted." Encred wondered, why? Will Leona gain any advantage if they discover Palladio is behind all this? Leona relieved, told Encrid, "It's a relief to know that Palladio wasn't behind all this. It would have left a bad record regarding the former leader's failures." Encrid noticed it was all out of loyalty. Leona thought, he's not interested in that kind of thing. Encrid asked, "Will it be all right? You won't be able to receive your protection outside the border. If Palladio decides to attack again, there will be problems." She smiled mischievously. "I'm already handling him," she said. Ahead of them, a large battalion waited. The man standing there says that he is Mats, commander of the Rockfried Merchant Association Corporation's guards. A man announced he was there to escort the new leader, Leona Rockfried. She had been unanimously chosen by the stakeholders to be the next leader. That entire platoon knelt before her. Encrid observed that Leona had stayed there on purpose for 2 days. In that time, she secured the votes of the shareholders, demonstrating loyalty, decisive action, and intelligence. She truly is a frightening woman, Encrid thought. Leona turned to Encrid and said, "Asking again would be insulting. I won't ask you to accompany me again." With that, she extended her hand to him. "You have the gift of making people root for you. I hope we can help each other in the future as friends." This time, Encrid was more amiable. He took her hand and agreed. Pippin then asked what Mats was doing, questioning whether he was unaware or had conspired with his father to betray him. Mats told Pippin to stop dishonoring his name, reprimanding him severely. Pippin, shocked, remained silent. 2 missionaries noted that it had been a failure. However, another disagreed, stating that they had achieved something. "Now we know that the new leader of the Rockfried Empire is quite clever," he said. The missionary thought to himself that there was something more, the existence of that peculiar soldier. Remembering the previous night, the harpist man spoke to Encrid, warning him to lower his sword. "I admire your effort and strength, but you lack the talent to face me," he said. "It's painful and shameful to see this." Encrid thought no one had told him something like that in a long time. However, he replied that he had never listened to such advice in the past and had still made it to where he was. Encrid noticed the man was laughing. Then, the man simply turned his back and left. Sometime later, Encrid, in his platoon, spoke with Rem. Rem rebuked him for speaking his name, saying that Encrid would choose that wretched fox anyway. However, Encrid stated that he wanted to train and needed him. Rem, surprised and happy, asked if Encrid truly needed his help. Encrid thought that to learn the art of fluid swordsmanship, the first thing was to make quick decisions to find the most efficient line. As Rem attacked him, Encrid began to predict the move Rem would likely make. He knew he needed an explosive movement that would flow efficiently through his body. Encrid managed to make a cut on Rem's neck. Rem, startled, could barely believe it, finding it super strange. Encrid, in turn, realized he was faster than Rem. He thought about the repeated fundamentals, the fluid flexibility, the fortified muscles, and how all of that combined created that effect. Rem said that Encrid had surprised him. "You must have figured out how to swing your sword faster," he said, excited. "I'll be faster too." Encrid didn't quite understand what Rem was saying, but he felt it firsthand when he received a strong blow from Rem. He almost couldn't bear it. Rem continued to attack him even more fiercely. Encrid noticed that Rem's axe had always been fast, but now it was even swifter and more ferocious. Thus, they began an even more electrifying duel. Encrid thought he still had a long way to go. While training his sword swing in the afternoon, Encrid heard Jackson attack him and managed to defend himself. Encrid thought his eyes and ears were good, and he didn't need to train them anymore. He asked Jackson what he was talking about, and if he had come all the way there just to say that. Jackson replied that, for now, yes. Encrid didn't quite understand, and thought that was why Rem called him a fox. But when Encrid let his guard down, Jackson managed to wound him, but only mentally. Jackson explained that it was killing intent, which came from a person intending to kill another. He said that if Encrid couldn't predict the attack using his sight and hearing, he would have to detect that intent. This ability would allow Encrid to detect something that surpasses the 5 senses, the 6th sense. Jackson promised to teach him, as a token of gratitude for the stiletto. Encrid noticed there was always more to learn. Jackson said he would start the training, while Encrid felt an endless amount of fun awaited him. Jackson explained that Encrid's senses relied on his instincts, and that he couldn't depend solely on perception. Perception, after all, used the 5 senses. Jackson continued, saying that the sense of direction, the ability to move, the way predators hunt their prey, all of that was part of instincts. If Encrid fought repeatedly with all his instincts sharpened, he would also be able to detect malicious intent. Encrid noticed there was something beside him. Jackson, however, warned that he wouldn't be able to do it so easily at first. "But if you keep training," Jackson said, "your 6th sense will surely awaken." Later that night, Rem commented that Encrid looked a bit different. Encrid questioned if it was true, as he thought he had gained some muscle. Rem replied that wasn't wasn't it. Alden said Encred was smiling more than before. Ragnar also disagreed, not thinking that was the reason. Kreis, who always spouted nonsense, claimed Encred was even crazier than usual. Everyone there agreed, saying that was exactly it. Encred then said he was the only normal one among those lunatics, thinking they must really believe that. However, Jackson asked when Encred would realize that he was far crazier than all of them. When they lay down to sleep, the panther went to Encred's bed. Rem asked if she would sleep there again, questioning if Encred smelled like food or something. The panther thought Encred had pushed his body to its limits again. Lying close to him, she reflected that he trained almost to death every day. He would have died a long time ago if it weren't for his magic, she thought. If this man ends up dying, I'll never be able to break my curse. She noticed something next to Encred. She observed his clothing, and upon touching it, felt that magic was imbued in it. Encred thought it was as if he was repeating the day, that he would train repeatedly and never tire of it. Even during the night, Rem and Alden were with Encred as he did his stone training. Encred thought that knowing it would make him stronger was reward enough. He continued training and meditating, even in the middle of the night, and ended up noticing Jackson passing by. This became increasingly frequent, with Encred observing Jackson every time. Everyone on the outside started to notice something. Rem told Encred to forget what he had said about looking different, stating that Encred hadn't changed even a bit. Alden, however, found it strange, saying that Encred had really improved a lot in one day. Ragnar also felt this and had thought Encred was a genius, but now he was no longer sure. Jackson said that if Encred didn't improve with all that training, the outcome would be negative. Rem added that there was nothing better than real experience. The Aspies, who had been quiet for some time, suggested that if Encred were called to hunt beasts or something, he could improve. With that, Encred went to look for something on the quest board. He thought the four of them were pushing him for more real experiences, as if they wanted him to test himself. Encred disagreed, stating that even he knew he wasn't improving at all. While he looked at the board, someone spoke to Encred, saying that if he hadn't found anything to his liking, he should do that for him. Encred noticed that the mission was to investigate a shoemaker's basement. Encred questioned if a reconnaissance team couldn't handle that. Carolado replied that one team wouldn't be enough. According to the shoemaker, he thought there was an undead in the basement. Encred was a little interested, saying it was impossible for something like that to be in society. He presumed the shoemaker must have heard a rat or something. Encred argued that at the moment he needed more experience, and that would be bad. But then Carolado addressed the spellbreaker, saying that he must have guessed, but no one wanted to accept that mission. The shoemaker had a short fuse, but he was a good man. Carolado added that the shoemaker's wife had recently disappeared, and he must be distraught, asking Encred just to take a quick look. Encred initially refused, apologizing and saying he wouldn't accept that kind of request. However, he ended up accepting. When Encred arrived at the location, a girl told him to go to the basement, as her father was digging the floor. Encred mentioned he'd heard that the shoemaker had a short fuse. Upon arriving there, the shoemaker showed Encred a hole, saying he had dug the ground and that was there. Encred noticed it was a tunnel in the middle of the city. The shoemaker stated that it couldn't have been a rat. As they delved into the tunnel, Encred observed that it seemed man-made and was quite vast. He thought there might even be monsters there. As he advanced, he saw several bifurcated tunnels totaling 6 separate paths. This was made to be a labyrinth, Encred concluded. The shoemaker then told Encred to listen to the strange sound. There must really be an undead down there, he said. Encred told him to wait, asking him not to rush out there like that. I'll go first, Encred said, asking the shoemaker to stay behind. But when Encred touched the ground, a bright light emerged, and he noticed it was heating up. Suddenly, a large flame came towards him, engulfing both him and the shoemaker. Encred woke up again in his bed next to the panther, who was sleeping as if she were his wife. He reflected that as soon as he perceived the heat, he was instantly incinerated and couldn't take a single step. That was definitely magic. He thought about common sense when facing mages. Meanwhile, the king spoke with Encred, mentioning their conversation from the previous day, where Encred had said he needed more experience. However, Encred thought that when facing a mage, you had to flee. You'll be lucky if you die, he pondered. If you survive, your fate will be much worse. This advice applied to the traps created by mages. He thought about the magical trap, wondering what he could do against it and what skill he could train to overcome it. As Encred continued thinking, looking at the quests, that same quest reappeared. He thought he needed to be a magic specialist or have the support of a higher rank. That wasn't like other walls he could face head-on. He thought Commander Fod would hear his request, and before that impulsive man went there alone, Encred decided he should do something, so he set off towards that house. Arriving there, he broke down the door, scaring the girl. He asked where her father was. She replied he was in the basement. Encred rushed downstairs, but the old man had already thrown himself in. When Encred arrived, it was almost too late. As he asked the old man to stop, that flame completely engulfed them, Encred and the shoemaker. He woke up again with Courant, thinking he needed to find a faster way. He needed to see the shoemaker first and tell him to stay away. Death thought it might have been only for a moment, but he must have felt the pain of his flesh melting, his entire body turning to ashes. Still, Karant asked if Encred intended to proceed toward those flames. Encred said, "It was truly as Karant had said. The pain was as if millions of needles passed through my entire body in a single instant. But it would hurt even more if I did nothing and watched an innocent man die. That's how a knight acts." Upon waking the next morning, Encred simply left. "I'm going to save an annoying old shoemaker," he declared. The king questioned if there was some leather-booted monster or something. Encred went straight to the shoemaker's house. He thought he could stop him from digging and make him ignore the danger. However, he couldn't leave something so risky without doing anything. "I'll go alone," Encred said, asking the shoemaker not to follow him. "No," the shoemaker replied. "This is my house. I can't let you go there alone." Encred, however, insisted. The shoemaker finally gave in. Encred considered finding a magic expert, but questioned how long that would take and if the person would even accept his request. As he walked, Encred pondered the mysterious trap. He had no information about it, and someone was bound to die exploring it. Encred knew this applied even to himself and his squad. He needed to find out as much information as possible. Encred thought one of the paths must be clear. The only way to find out would be by going through them. Using his return was the easiest method, but he believed there had to be a better way to do it, a clue he could use. If he could find something indicating the trap's location, that would make more sense. He wondered how many times he had already died and what he felt with each attempt. When he thought he had already lost, he questioned when it was. Was it when he felt a blade piercing his throat, when he was disarmed of his sword, or when he felt his opponent's murderous intent? Encred remembered Jackson saying it was something that wants nothing but your death. He recalled that murderous intent, with the Sinantivada magic before him. With that, he ended up perceiving the axe's arrival before it hit him, but died all the same. Upon returning, Encred thought he had just felt that. As he repeated tirelessly, Encred suffered more and more from various traps along the way, dying in all of them. He thought that, without a doubt, he felt the trap's murderous intent. Encred said this while being split in half. Once again, returning to that hole, Encred thought that the day's obstacle was to detect the trap's murderous intent. As he walked, he thought he shouldn't enter. He felt compelled. He needed to go in and out until he could feel it properly. "So," Encred continued, saying he hadn't gone that way yet. He felt nothing there, questioning if it was the right path. After a few steps, he got lost, but thought that's where the blades came from. Encred followed the path of the blades once more. He began to think he hadn't perceived anything, only remembered what was going to happen. The shoemaker asked, "Why are you going back and forth? What are you doing?" Encred reminded him, "I asked you to stay upstairs." Encred stated, "I haven't gone that way before. I'll keep going until I detect something." As Encred continued, night fell. The shoemaker asked what Encred was doing out so late without eating. Encred said, "I'll be back tomorrow morning. Don't come down. There are traps everywhere." The man asked for his help with the situation, as he could barely sleep, afraid of losing his daughter. Encred then questioned if the shoemaker didn't have any clues about the whereabouts of his missing wife. He replied that lately many people had disappeared, so the authorities weren't paying much attention to it. "If you see a dark-haired woman with freckles wearing that wedding ring, please let me know." Encred affirmed that he would do it. At night, sleeping with Pantera, Encred began to meditate. He thought he had found Jackson, but ended up looking in the entirely wrong direction. "Is it like this just because you're dating that man in leather boots?" questioned Pantera. "Just give up and go to sleep." Encred affirmed that, come to think of it, it was the first time he had ended a repeated cycle without dying. He wondered what would happen if the day passed like this, if it would advance to tomorrow. Encred noted that there was only one way to find out. During the night, Karen apparently acted. The next morning, Encred started saying the same thing as the day before. He noticed he had returned to the previous day, wondering what would happen if he didn't sleep. But the next morning, he ended up falling asleep and woke up in bed. Encred thought that the day before, he hadn't blinked and appeared there. He saw the entire script being replayed. He probably couldn't get through that day without defeating the wall. However, Encred concluded that there were no problems, as he had no intention of facing tomorrow without overcoming that anyway. Thus, 20 days passed. Encred said, "This is different from simple fear. Just feel the imminent death." While he continued following the same path, 40 days passed. Then, 50, 60, and increasingly up to 70. At one point, rotten hands began to emerge from the ground, grabbing Encred. He allowed himself to be carried away. Sometime later, Encred realized he had accomplished something. While Jackson tried to kill him, Encred managed to dodge. Jackson was shocked he had managed it in such a short time, but it had been 72 days in total. Encred prepared himself once more, arming himself to the teeth. Rem questioned, "Are you going to war at the cobbler's house?" "I won't return until I've killed at least 10 boots," Encred replied. Rem felt he was joking while Pantera watched him. Encred thought there were 6 paths and that only one led to an exit without traps, but that was just what he thought. Whoever made that tunnel was a true eccentric. There were traps on all 6 paths. To begin with, Encred never thought there would would be a safe path. All the paths, whether with hands, blades, or fire, and all the other evils that could kill him. Encred thought they would all go wrong. However, he noticed there was a way. He just needed to avoid stepping on the traps. Encred thought that on the first path, he would be instantly carbonized if he stepped wrong. So, he started trying to step in other places, getting carbonized every time. But then, he managed to take a few millimetrically calculated steps. Encred advanced, one step at a time, testing, dying, and taking other steps, one after another. Thus, he focused and memorized the path he had taken. As Encred restarted, he sought to awaken his sixth sense. He kept remembering all the steps he had taken, making his way to the end of those traps. At the end of that path, he found another room. Encred thought that, once again, he had overcome a wall, but an undead came at him. However, Encred managed to slit its throat quickly, only feeling its murderous intent. He thanked the dead one. Several others came close. Encred thought that was a fine gift. The undead continued advancing on Encred. He thought Hongu's claws had a potent poison, capable of causing grievous wounds. Normally, several soldiers are needed to face a single ghoul, he said. But I'm getting stronger and stronger, killing them easily. That has nothing to do with me now. He charged forward, slashing and killing everyone in his path. Encred started to pant. He thought that after all that, he had fought exceptionally well and began to wish his squad mates, who considered him weak, had seen it. But a grotesque animal, a mix of dog and deer, attacked Encred. He thought that wasn't a demonic wolf, but rather a fusion of other beasts. He wondered what the hell it was, and if there were more of them around. Meanwhile, Pantera was looking for Encred. She thought he was especially odd that day. Why would he be so heavily armed, going to a simple shoe repair shop? Pantera considered that, given his recklessness, his death would be a problem for her. She noticed an energy coming from inside, sensing the scent of a spell. Then, she prepared to go in and get him. While Encred was killing various monsters in that place, he thought that, due to his weakness, he felt like he could collapse at any moment. But then, Encred heard a noise. He wondered if it was another evil creature, or the one responsible for the excavation. Then, he saw something totally bizarre, pieces of people hanging, as if they were freshly washed clothes. Looking at that grotesque scene, Encred said he had been on the battlefield for a long time. Normal corpses didn't disgust him, but that for sure was affecting him. Just then, he heard someone speak. "I just want to be at peace. Please, kill me." However, when Encred noticed, he saw the shoemaker's ring on that person's hand. He remembered the shoemaker's words. If he saw a woman with brown hair, freckles, and wearing a ring like his on her hands, he should notify him. At that, Encred grew furious. Nissen appeared, saying, "Someone told me there would be more healthy ingredients here. I don't know how you got in, but this is perfect, because with you I'll be able to create a friend for Bamilo, the creature behind me." Encred asked, "Were all the corpses here killed by you?" Nissen replied, "Yes. If it wasn't me, who else would have done it?" Nissen said, "Those hanging are merely failures. The creature behind me, Bamilo, is a work of art. You will be too, for I will convert you into something incredible." Encred thought Nissen was a mage, and remembered someone telling him to just run away. If he fought a mage and died, it would be lucky, but if he survived, something horrifying would happen to him. However, Encred didn't care much for that. He gripped his sword with hatred in his heart, saying, "Even if it costs me tens of thousands of lives, I will kill him." Thus, Encred drew his Oivante dagger, launching it at the mage. But Nissen obviously used magic to cover himself with a barrier. Encred then tried to finish the job, getting close to him and attempting to strike, but he stopped at the barrier. He was thrown far by the mage, but even so, he didn't fall. Just then, Pantera, behind him, arrived. She thought, "As expected, he's a mage. Even with the power I've accumulated still weak, if I use it completely, someone like him will die." At that moment, the mage cast a spell that ricocheted off Encred. He was very nearly hit squarely. Encred thought he couldn't see or hear, but he only felt the assassin's presence. The mage was surprised to see him dodge. Encred advanced, activating his zone. The mage began aiming in various directions to hit Encred. Encred remembered asking his squad mates how to hit a mage. Rem had said he must shoot with everything first and kill him. Using that tactic, Encred was almost hit. Jackson in turn suggested he must kill him when he isn't looking, and Odin advised he must get as close as possible. Encred did all of this. Ragnar added, "If he's alive, if he cuts him, he will surely die." The mage became increasingly frightened as he saw Encred approach with a gigantic murderous aura. Encred thought about the invisible shield surrounding the mage. If he couldn't break it with a dagger or an Evacante, he would break it with brute force. He would cut with everything he had. At that instant, while Encred is airborne, the mage uses magic to pierce him. Magic surges from the ground, aiming for Encred's chest. Both the panther and Encred have few options, yet the panther calms, certain of his victory. The magic sheet imbued in Encred's armor reflects the mage's attack. With that, the mage's shield shatters. He can't even believe Encred is using a magical barrier. Encred manages to cut him, splitting him in half. That death no doubt wasn't enough for what the mage had done. Still, part of the rage Encred felt then was assuaged by the sword strike. After Encred massacred the mage with a single attack, overcoming another barrier on his path to becoming who he is, his sword almost shatters. Luckily, only the sword broke, he says. Encred thinks the impact could have shredded his body when the mage unleashed the counterattack, yet he remained unharmed. He wonders why he took no damage. Placing a hand on himself, he questions if his armor is truly that good. He looks back at the dead woman in that tunnel, the initial reason for his mission. He thinks even her faint breath has ceased. Encred grows downcast at this. He mastered the door to the sixth sense and defeated the mage with one blow, yet he feels no joy. Leaving them behind, he exits the tunnel. The panther begins to enter the area. She thinks the mage is pathetic and foolish. He created something but lacked the boldness, so he lost, she concludes. The flesh golem was made to compensate for a mage's physical weakness with just one final inscription. It will awaken. She says she will take the golem, imbuing magic into her paw and claiming what was left for no one. After all, the mage perished. Returning to camp, Encred approaches the ferry. He reveals the mage's lair is beneath the shoemaker's shop. She notes what he said about citizens kidnapped and subjected to horrible experiments in the city. She says if rumors spread, it will cause a revolt. Encred says it's better to bury the incident. She questions why, as it means his contribution will also be buried. He replies that the peace of the people comes first. Encred also thinks about the shoemaker's case, where some soldiers are burying the whole. The people wonder if something is happening at the shoemaker's shop. The soldiers said they are sealing tunnels dug by the Thieves' Guild. Encred approaches the shoemaker, who asks if it wasn't monsters, but rather the Thieves' Guild. That's surprising, he comments. The shoemaker asks Encred to take something as a form of gratitude, giving him boots. He says he noticed Encred's boots were well worn. The shoemaker claims to have one less worry, because if his wife returned safely, everything would be fine. He says he knows he's selfish, but he asks Encred please to find her. Encred tastes a horrible, bitter flavor in his mouth, but he doesn't crush the shoemaker's hopes. He promises he'll do his best. Meanwhile, Encred goes to a hill to watch the sunset. He sits, sticking his sword into the ground. He wonders if it was truly the right thing to give the shoemaker false hope. He questions if it would have been better to tell the painful truth. He wonders if, should he become a knight, he could prevent tragedies before they happen. Encred states he still doesn't know, but he can only try. Sometime later, Encred is with his squad, killing very strange canine beasts, with 4 identical eyes facing every direction around their mouths. Even though some soldiers are having a lot of difficulty fighting those creatures, Encred and his squad seem quite calm. Encred orders everyone to stay calm and hold their positions. He thinks that right after defeating the mage, he immediately accepted the monster extermination request. But even there, facing those creatures, the task is too easy. They manage to kill the monsters easily, even the lower-ranked soldiers. Encred feels he isn't getting stronger, while Rem, beside him, even yawns. He thinks, this is the standard approach. Should I have taken a solo mission instead? Rem starts to look at Encred, seeing that he is satisfied there. He says, I'll take care of this for him, pulling out his axes and charging at those wolves. Encred wonders why Rem is acting like this. Rem kills the monsters very easily. Then they call Encred, calling him Spellbreaker, and tell him to stop that lunatic. However, to the misfortune of all the other soldiers with Encred, he is also crazy. A soldier asks Encred if the insane squad corrupted him too. Encred draws his sword and charges at the creatures, completely independent, cutting heads left and right. Rem says he wants to clarify something for the soldier, stating that it was the squad that was corrupted by their leader. Encred retorts, the one saying that is the craziest among them. Rem questions, what part of me is crazy? The two continue killing, while arguing with absurd calm and animalistic ferocity. Those other soldiers watch the grim scene from a distance, not knowing what to do, noting that the two are completely insane. Without even looking, Encred manages to kill the last of the beasts. The men around have no choice but to acknowledge that they fight very well. Encred remains downcast. Rem says, looks like you're still not satisfied. Then, they question Encred, if you want to go all out, why don't you go to the heavy infantry sector? Encred asks if there are many forts around. They reply that the heavy infantry was sent to defeat a monster horde, but the monsters they're facing are pretty tough, looking like a mix of gorilla and dinosaur. They're in a really bad spot. They call for the archers, asking about their support, and order them to hold firm until they get there. Something truly awful appears. A gigantic harpy, which flies over with its companions, snatches soldiers, and carries them away. Once they reach a certain altitude, the harpies drop them, killing them with fall damage. The remaining soldiers are in disbelief at what's happening, knowing they could be next. Rem, watching from afar as he runs with Encrid, comments, "That must have hurt." Encrid thinks about these harpies, remembering that the mercenary group he briefly joined was annihilated by them. Having survived, it hit him hard because they had been a really kind group. So he draws his sword, thinking, no more deaths. Encrid charges the harpies head-on as one screams directly into everyone's ears. This forces some soldiers to cover their ears, shouting to shield themselves from the deafening sound. Encrid states that the harpies' scream shatters the human mind, all while he continues his advance. One of them tries to snatch him up, intending to carry him high above. However, Encrid is unaffected by it. After all, this isn't more painful than death. He remains completely unfazed and manages to rip off one of the harpy's wings, sending it crashing to the ground. Rem, speaking to the squad leader, remarks that Encrid is darting all over the place. Grabbing one of the harpies by the leg, Rem shouts to drag it down. He then challenges Encrid. "How about a bet on who can kill more of them?" Encrid manages to bring one down to the ground with sheer brute force, toppling the creature. As he's finishing off his own, another harpy attempts to snatch him from behind. But even with his eyes closed, without a glance, he knows a harpy is there. Before she can even react, Encrid tells Rem he's not there to play, sidestepping the harpy's attack, appearing behind it, and killing it with a single sword strike. The soldiers, observing from afar, remark that Rem has always been a fighter, but even the Spellbreaker is astonishing. They simply can't believe what they're witnessing. Rem grows increasingly excited, charging headlong into the monsters with his axe, tearing those abominations apart. Encrid continues at the same relentless pace, entirely focused on his sword. Torres remarks that Encrid's skills have clearly improved, but for them, it's perfectly fine just to watch, since they're there purely for support. Torres adds that it doesn't seem they even need the two of them. Those two alone are enough to take on so many harpies. Two harpies swoop down on Encrid, snatching his sword from his hand and throwing him backward. He spots where his sword landed. They immediately charge him, but he draws the howling dagger, striking one directly in the head to kill it with ease. Encrid remains intensely focused. As one harpy falls, the other attempts a frontal assault on Encrid, but he sprints directly towards it, for his sword lies right in its path. Before the abomination can strike, he snatches his sword, spins, and slashes, killing it with a single attack. The three remaining harpies begin to circle above the soldiers. One of them questions, "Are the harpies fleeing?" The other replies, "They're scaring even the monsters away. Those guys aren't human." On the ground, Encrid began to see the massacre scene, thinking of the harpies that had killed the mercenaries. They might not be the exact same ones, but this held great significance for him. He remembered when he was younger, a man from that group told Encrid he was weak. He said they had died to save him, flashing a ridiculous smile. As he remembered this, Encrid thought that now it would be his turn to save them. Torres suggested that, with no more harpies, it was time to return. However, the other argued it would be wrong to leave without doing anything. He asked if they shouldn't at least hunt the humanoid monsters. One of the soldiers stated they were only sent as support against the harpies and could now leave. Rem asked Encrid what he would do. Encrid replied it was too early to go back, raising his sword. Everyone there thought he was insane, seeing he wished to continue the battle. As night fell, the soldiers in the camp were talking about Encrid. They had heard he handled danger, yet he still trained with a large stone on his back. It was said there was suspicion about his potential, but now he had reached a completely different level. They said if even someone as strong as him was working hard, they should push themselves more. His friend next to him agreed he would train harder. Encrid made a difference in various places, taking on missions. Then, the guildman asked if he hadn't taken a mission the day before. Encrid replied he would finish this one quickly and take on others at night. They asked him how many bodies Encrid had already racked up. He didn't stop training for a minute, continuing his practice even after night fell. The lookout noticed Encrid didn't skip a single day of training, wondering if he really enjoyed living like that. Then, he wondered if he should try it too, starting to train alongside Encrid. Thus, days passed, and the number of people training around Encrid increased day by day. One night, several people were training even at that hour. Another day, the fairy went to the camp and noticed the company's atmosphere had recently changed, with everyone being diligent and training hard. Her assistant said he'd heard it had become a trend to follow the Spellbreaker. The fairy pondered this, realizing she could no longer ignore the situation. She then went to Encrid, informing him she'd had a long meeting about him. "This is the superior's decision," she said. "I ask that you simply obey. From now on, the 4th squad will be promoted to an independent platoon, under the 4th company. You are the leader of the independent platoon, effective immediately." Encrid argued he only had 5 subordinates, which wasn't enough to form a platoon. The fairy, however, said she would handle the member issue. Encrid thought being promoted was good, but that if the unit grew, he would have have to deal with more peculiar individuals. The fairy explained that, as platoon leader, Encrid would be free from regular duties, meaning he would have even more time to train. Encrid was convinced, hitting himself on the head and affirming he would fulfill the duty entrusted to him. The fairy said it would be a shame for him to leave just like that, asking, "How about a duel?" Encrid looked at her, and she instructed him to use only his hands, challenging him to hand-to-hand combat. Encrid remembered the beating he took after losing the fight against the commander last time. He had trained martial arts exhaustively with Aldinha, that mountain of muscles, and believed he had improved a bit. Accepting the challenge, Encrid threw his sword to the ground, declaring it was time to see the results. He took his stance, preparing for combat. Facing her, Encrid recalled Aldinha once said that unarmed combat is a technique for close-quarters battles, where speed is more effective than complexity. The fairy leapt directly toward Encrid, attacking first, hitting his hand, and completely closing the distance. Encrid thought it would be most advantageous to use his weight to gain the upper hand. He charged at her, forcing her to defend, then threw her backward with the full force of his body. Encrid managed to take her to the ground, putting his weight on her and pinning her neck with his forearm. He declared, "It seems victory is mine." She questioned, "Is it?" making Encrid wonder what she was talking about. She said humans definitely made bold declarations, and said it with an intense gaze into his eyes. Encrid noticed she was starting that suspicious talk again, and began to get annoyed. Then she grabbed Encrid's leg, leveraging it against his side, flipping him over and mounting him, ending up face to face. She said finding an opponent's weakness and exploiting it with one's own strength was the best option, adding that her husband had done a good job. She told him to keep improving. However, Encrid asserted that he was not her husband, ordering her to get up. He pushed her off him. She stepped away, and he stayed behind. She apologized. Encrid didn't quite understand what she was talking about. She explained it was for failing to protect him, and he questioned her about it, asking what she was talking about. But the fairy dodged the topic. After a while, it was said that as the climate warmed, the previously stagnant battlefield began to stir once more. Everyone marched towards battle, and thus began an all-out war. Aspen's tactics had changed, compensating for past defeats. At that moment, one of the powerful ascended the platform to give a speech. Because of this, the army also began preparations for war, leading to strategic adjustments. That was the newly appointed battalion commander, Marcos. Kreis commented that if he was leading that battalion, then he clearly intended to go all out this time. He stated that Marcos was the guerrilla fighter, one of Cyprus's best officers, and, unlike the old commander, a precise strategist with vast command experience. Marcos was the real deal. Marcos thought Aspen wouldn't be an easy adversary. However, the Heavy Armament Division and Border Defense Forces meant his army mostly consisted of dispensable recruits. The only ones who stood out were the independent platoon, especially their leader, the Spellbreaker. Since the last battle, he had been racking up victories one after another. Marcos wondered if it was pure luck or genuine skill. Marcos asked Encrid to prove his worth. In the afternoon, Encrid went to speak with Rem and the others about the mission to scout the territory near the Panhanio River. Rem asked if it was a direct order from the battalion commander. Encrid only then realized this was what the fairy, the company commander, was referring to. He kept thinking about it while being crushed by Alden. Kreis said that if it was this location, it had to be the fortress city of Aspen. The others stated it was near Crossguard, and similar to the supposed border advance, it had been built for military purposes. This was Henry, the newest member of the independent platoon. Henry explained that going there now meant a reconnaissance mission. Rem told Encrid not to go. However, Encrid replied that he couldn't refuse a direct order from the battalion commander. Rem said he would go with him. Andrew, however, intervened, stating that all platoon members, except for the leader, had been instructed to wait under the command of the newly appointed squad leader. That was also a direct order from the battalion commander. Andrew ordered Encrid to follow his command. Rem then appeared in front of Andrew, licking his axe with a menacing expression, as if he'd kill him if he spoke another word. Rem's demeanor made Andrew tremble. Rem questioned why they had an insect in their unit. Andrew began to tremble uncontrollably, asserting he was the new squad leader and asking them to follow him. Jim made a point of passing close to him, commenting that Andrew was trembling so much he could feel it from a distance. At this, Ragnar asked if that was the squad leader. Andrew replied that if Ragnar had a problem, he should face him head on. Andrew stated he had voluntarily entered that hell solely to serve the platoon leader Encrid, adding that he wouldn't back down. Rem was getting increasingly ready to attack Andrew, commenting that the bug was quite fired up. Jim asked to let him press Andrew's joints a little, gently. Jackson was already thinking just one finger would be enough, drawing his dagger. However, Encrid asked them to take it easy. Ragnar told Encrid to focus on the duel while he was fighting. Mike grew desperate, asking Encrid to stop them, saying, "Seriously, you really need to stop your platoon." Encrid, however, questioned why he should do that. After all, they seemed to be getting along well. If they were proposing a duel, it meant they liked the rookie. Mac questioned if he was sure that was a duel and not an execution. Encrid remained silent, perhaps thinking the fight between those brutes and the rookie wouldn't end well. Mac asked why Encrid was silent. Andrew tried to show bravado, saying they could come on and that Andrew from the Gardner family never runs from a fight. Mac scolded him, ordering him to stop provoking those brutes, as that was truly dangerous. Henry asked if Encrid knew the territory around the Panhanio River, mentioning that there were many dangers there. Before tomorrow's mission, he asked if Encrid wanted some information he knew. Encrid asked him to tell everything he knew. So that night, Encrid started to leave the camp alone in search of the mission. Torres met him halfway, asking if he was the one joining that mission. He commented that they kept running into each other, wondering if it was fate. Torres said he heard Encrid had been promoted to squad leader, congratulating him and saying they were now of the same rank. Encrid replied that it was nothing compared to the Royal Guard. Torres asked why Encrid stressed about it. After all, he should just take it easy, and then asked Encrid's age. Encrid said he was 30 years old. Torres couldn't believe it, asking if he was 30 with that face and if he was older than him. Encrid didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Torres began to ask if he was the only one getting old around here. Encrid replied that Torres told him to take it easy, so he dropped the formalities, asking, "What's the plan for our mission?" Then Torres said that first, they'd cross the Penrennel River together. After that, they'd regroup and go over the details. He noticed, however, that there was no boatman to take them to the other side, and said there was nothing to be done, inviting Encrid to rest while they waited. Encrid agreed, but pulled out his sword and began to practice. Torres said, "I told you to rest." Encrid replied, "This is how I rest." Torres noted that Encrid was truly unstoppable. He recognized that Encrid was a trainer, and that his skills had been recognized. Torres watched Encrid practice. He thought Encrid looked young and handsome, but soon felt angry, noticing Encrid had too many advantages. Torres seethed with hatred. He remembered that Encrid was single, which made it even stranger. Encrid noticed an intense killing intent coming from Torres, looking back. He hesitated, wondering, what's with that look in Torres's eyes? Torres tried to pep himself up, remembering that at the inn he'd gotten 14 wins in 20 matches, thinking Encrid wouldn't stand a chance against him in a fight. However, Encrid stated, "That's in the past." Torres replied, "You're not the only one getting stronger around here." He pulled out his sword, ready to duel Encrid, who was happy to hear that, as he'd been wanting to train for a long time. The two began their clash. Torres lunged his sword at Encrid, but the battle grew fierce. They faced each other head-on, not missing a single strike. Torres starts feeling intense pressure. He confesses, "I had noticed it when I saw you challenge that sink, but you've become insanely strong." Encrid shows him how much he's changed, his face completely serious. Torres throws him back with sheer brutality, then lunges at Encrid with a punch, completely changing his strategy. Encrid manages to face the punch head-on and notices that's not what Torres intends, as he was actually using a hidden dagger in his hand. Encrid calmly moves out of the way, avoiding a full hit and only receiving a scratch on his cheek. He questions Torres about the blade. "What's this blade that appeared in your pocket?" Torres replies, "This is my secret technique, hidden blade." Encrid exclaims, "That's unbelievable." Torres expects Encrid to call him a coward, but Encrid is smiling, completely joyful and madly excited about it. He pleads, "Teach me, that's too cool." Torres notes that Encrid truly is a diligent madman and instructs, "Start with a smooth stone using your wrist." After Encrid messes up, Torres tells him to observe carefully. "You're terrible with your hands," Torres says. "Do it in a completely different way than you're doing." A boatman approaches them, asking, "Shouldn't we cross the river?" So they're taken along with the boatman. Upon reaching the other side, they're quite tired, having spent the entire night in the water. Encrid asks, "Shouldn't we meet the reconnaissance team? Where's the meeting point?" Torres replies, "First things first, let's wash up a bit. We don't need to go in all sweaty from the start." Encrid realizes he really needs a bath, and the two strip down to enter the water. Torres exclaims, "The water's freezing! Hurry up and get in too!" As soon as Encrid takes everything off, Torres is shocked by what he sees, his face contorting in surprise. Torres exclaims, "You greedy bastard!" and adds, "My fighting spirit vanished." He teases, "Don't hold back, come at me." Torres calls him an idiot. "I'm not trying to duel." Then one of their allies appears saying, "I came to check on you guys since you took so long, and I see you're enjoying a peaceful bath." Encrid quickly turns, asking, "How long have you been here? I didn't even feel your presence." Finn, their ally, says, "We need to cross Crossguard tonight. Hurry up and get out." Torres asks, "You want us to leave while you're watching?" She replies, "There's nothing to see. Stop complaining." Encrid, without question, gets up to leave. Seeing him, Finn is shocked, and a mischievous smile spreads across her face. face. She asks, I guess there was something worth seeing on his end, wasn't there? Torres says, your look is pretty obvious. She tries to play it off, saying, I was just talking about his abs, just his abs. Torres retorts, my abs are cool too. She introduces herself to Encred. I'm Finn, captain of the reconnaissance team. I'm looking forward to working with you. Encred just raises a hand in greeting, saying nothing. Torres wonders if his own abs didn't stand out. They get dressed and start walking. Finn explains, before I go into detail about the mission, I need to summarize the situation. Our informant in Crossguard, Gato, uncovered critical information we should have received 4 days ago. However, Gato never appeared at the meeting point and hasn't made contact since then. Encred asks, did something happen to him? Finn replies, that's what we need to find out. We're going to infiltrate Crossguard and search for Gato. She continues, Crossguard's front garden is a land of monsters and beasts. Luckily, the enemy sees it as a natural barrier and doesn't patrol it much. We've secured 3 infiltration routes. The first is using the Smuggler's Tunnel, a route used by the city's black market vendors. The guards know about it, but ignore it on purpose. The second is to climb the castle walls at night. It's a bit physically demanding, but it's the safest option. Lastly, you can disguise yourselves as merchants and sneak in. It's a bit risky since you'll need to use the main gate, but it's the most comfortable and convenient. Finn concludes, all routes are equally difficult. Choose the one you prefer. Encred thinks for a moment, noticing that Finn made it sound easy, but he knew it wasn't that simple. Torres questions, wouldn't it be better if you chose, since you know the situation better? Finn decides, we'll leave at dawn and infiltrate through the Smuggler's Tunnel. In that grim forest, a red moon and the normal moon shine in the sky. Encred continues training, utilizing Torres's hidden knife technique. Observing him, Torres is a bit disappointed. With skills like that, how did he even learn the grimace? He wonders, but he soon cheers up. He'll get there eventually, just keep practicing. Finn walks over to the two, noticing they had skipped dinner. Curious about what Encred was doing, she questions him. Encred replies, I'm training. Finn tells him to eat while he trains. One of my squad members dreams of becoming a chef. You'll love it. Encred eats, saying, it's delicious. Torres questions, what kind of jerky is this? The seasoning is incredible. Finn replies, I can order more. That chef's parents have a shop at the border guard. We can visit them anytime. She also warns them, if you're going to keep training, don't go to the spot I'm pointing at. Beneath that smooth reddish stone, there's a venomous snake. Encred finishes her sentence and asks, how do you know that? She replies, one of my companions is a former hunter. I learned from him. Finn noticed Encred was ridiculously well prepared and smiled, saying, I'm liking him even more now. She asks with a mischievous smile, want to train with me? A more mature kind of training? Torres felt a pang of jealousy. Encred looked at her seriously, asking, what are you talking about? She laughs. That was supposed to be a flirt. Are you by any chance an idiot? Then she asked, how about it? I might look like this, but I'm actually quite gentle. Torres, feeling like a third wheel, asked, could you please not do that while I'm here? Encred refused. She asked, why? Are you in a relationship by any chance? Then she remembered, oh right, you're engaged to the company commander. What a shame. Encred started to get annoyed, asking, when was that even confirmed? Finn replied, anyway, you can speak casually with me. Encred retorted, if that's all right with you, I will. Finn said, we're heading to Crossguard tomorrow, get some rest. Torres noticed she ignored him until the very end. Later that night, under a red moon, Encred started to fall asleep, but then he encountered death once again. He woke up, thinking it had been a while since her last appearance. She must have something to say, he thought. He remembered the fairy, who apologized for failing to protect him. Encred began to realize this mission would likely be a huge obstacle, flashing his psychopathic smile. The next day, he thought about that massive wall as he, along with the other two, entered the Smuggler's Tunnel. Torres questioned, why are we moving during the day? Aren't infiltrations usually at night? Finn asked, are you stupid? Even if the guards neglected this path, they wouldn't completely ignore it. Encred explained, they don't expect us to invade in the morning. That way we'll catch them off guard. Torres agreed. That makes sense. As expected from you two, you're truly different. He asked, why do I feel like this has become a joke, with her showing so much favoritism towards Encred? Finn said, the Rangers will go ahead. Encred thought about Finn being a ranger. They usually take the lead to find paths, needing light armor and the ability to move silently. As she stepped, he noticed her footsteps were almost soundless and wondered if he could copy that. As Encred took a step, some soldiers appeared ahead, exclaiming, we got the rats! The three were surprised. Finn noticed it was an ambush and ordered, everyone fall back. However, the soldiers shouted, nowhere to run. You're surrounded on all sides. The soldier ordered, kill them! Finn urged them to push through all those men. As they moved, crossbows launched arrows in their direction. Encred tried to react with his sword, managing to stop several arrows. Finn had to put her arm forward, intercepting an arrow that would have hit Encred. Then, she charged a soldier, killing him with her axe. Torres also fought effectively, taking down several enemies and defending himself from the ambush. Encred noticed that Torres and Finn weren't trained to face multiple enemies simultaneously. In these situations, they couldn't use their skills to their fullest. missed. Finn, in a moment of carelessness, left her back exposed. A soldier aimed a crossbow directly at the girl's head. Torres, in turn, was cornered by a single enemy. Surrounded from the other side, he ended up dead. Finn received a fatal shot to the head. Encred was the sole survivor. He noticed that it was, indeed, an imposing wall, but he wouldn't give in so easily. He continued alone, killing several of those guards, throwing his howling daggers into the enemy's necks, eliminating them with ease. He exploited all his experience in combat against multiple opponents, decimating a good portion of that army. One of the men shouted, ordering them to surround him. They hit Encred, throwing him to the ground. Thrown to the ground, he was repeatedly pierced, but he persisted, fighting to survive. Until the last second, he saw the spears coming his way before waking up again that morning. Encred stated there was no chance they could gather so many troops so quickly. It was, without a doubt, a prepared trap. He wondered if the enemies had anticipated the infiltration. While he pondered, Finn questioned what he was doing, as they needed to go to the entrance. Encred, however, expressed a bad feeling about that route, suggesting that perhaps they should go over the walls. Torres then reminded them that Encred had already found and destroyed a focus of sorcery, advising them to trust his instinct. Listening to him wouldn't hurt. Encred thought it wasn't an instinct, but the day's experience. He always came back from death and already knew what would happen. Finn agreed, but pointed out that climbing the wall would be safer at night. They would have free time until then. Encred then proposed a duel. Finn blushed, perceiving the subtext of his words. She asked if he liked to do that in broad daylight, calling him courageous. Encred quickly clarified that he was referring to a normal duel, not an adult duel. Disappointed, she accepted, but explained that swords weren't her specialty. Encred proposed barehanded combat. She stated she was confident and prepared to fight Encred. Encred thought the enemy knew about his infiltration. Regardless of the route, there would be a high chance of a fight. Assessing Finn's strength would be useful, besides being good training. He offered the first move. She, in turn, invited him to attack. Encred threw a direct punch at the girl. However, she dodged. Landing a knee strike he barely managed to block with his hand, nearly getting hit. They took a step back, but she returned with a powerful kick to his face. He had to defend himself quickly, pondering his next move, with her foot dangerously close to his face. He decided to use the same strategy he'd employed against the ferry commander, leverage his weight to subdue her, lunging at the girl. Knocking her down, he thought he had won, but she grabbed his hand. Apparently, Finn was a jiu-jitsu expert. She declared he had made a bad choice. Immobilizing his shoulder, neck, and hand, she prepared to apply an arm lock, threatening to break it. Torres ordered them to stop, saying it was enough. Finn had achieved a victory over Encred, who had underestimated her strength, thinking his weight would be sufficient. He noticed that despite her small body, she possessed solid muscles, definitely more suited for hand-to-hand combat than with swords. She declared he had completely lost. Encred considered her the perfect training partner and asked if she wanted a second round. She blushed again. Realizing he wanted a normal duel, he asked how she had found out. Torres began to get annoyed by their closeness, asking them to do that only when they were alone. As the sun set, Finn informed them they would head to the Moro soon. She asked if Encred really intended to go so overloaded. He questioned if there was a problem. She explained he was carrying too many weapons. With so much weight, he would collapse halfway. Torres asked Finn what she thought of his gear. She looked at him and said it seemed good enough. He, however, became disheartened by Finn's indifference, muttering that the comments were starting to hurt him. Encred asserted he had the strength to climb the Moro, even with all that equipment. Finn then said he was naive. They wouldn't just climb the Moro. They would need to traverse that rocky mountain before reaching Krozagard's walls. Looking up, they found it ridiculously high. Encred said getting there wouldn't be easy, but he questioned when a wall had ever been easy to cross. Encred reported that upon returning to the wizard's cave, he picked up some items for a new sword, since his had broken. Kreis, surprised, realized Encred possessed a magical tool. He commented that selling just one of them would be enough to fully equip the captain, head to toe, with new gear. Encred replied they would use the money to get the best sword. Unlike the captain, Kreis only cared about swords. For Encred, who lived by the sword, his weapon was equivalent to his life. Leaving it behind was never an option. He carried it on his back as he ascended the hill with great effort. From above, Finn reiterated that was why she had advised him to leave the longsword. Even if he removed the rest of his equipment, just the sword would exhaust him. Encred admitted the weight pressed on his body, but he thought muscles pushed to their limits only grew stronger as he clung to climb the mountain. He said he had already faced and overcome countless walls, and this wouldn't be enough to stop him. Finally, he reached the top. Finn started noticing he really enjoyed making things difficult. Torres thought Encred had probably brought the sword on purpose, just for training. He doubted anyone would be so reckless. At the top, several wolves howled at the red moon. Looking down, Encred saw creatures that looked more like werewolves. Encred realized it was a pack of lycanthropes. Torres commented that it was rare to see them moving in such large numbers. As they ran, Finn said it was time to get serious, as the wall was in sight. As they watched, Torres said there was nowhere to hide, as several soldiers were on guard. Finn reassured him, explaining that on full moon nights the illumination made things easier, and guards became careless, losing focus. Then, seeing a guard turn his back, she signaled for everyone to advance. They approached the wall. However, Encred noticed that one of them was still paying attention. Even looking aside, the guard couldn't see them, as they skillfully hid and passed unnoticed. Finn questioned if they had been seen, as she had said such nights made things easier. Encred, however, continued to feel like they had been seen, wondering if it was just his imagination. Finn started wiping her hands, saying that if they managed to scale the wall, there would be a slum on the other side. If they blended in with the slum dwellers, there would be no way for them to be found. She pulled a grappling hook from her clothing. She said that, first of all, he should drop the sword. The wall was twice as hard to climb as the mountain. Encred, however, said he needed the weight for training. Torres noted that he was, indeed, a madman. They continued climbing, even with Encred carrying that absurd weight. Encred stated that he now understood why it had been called the safe route. If they scaled that wall safely, they would be one step away from infiltrating Krozigard. That is, of course, if it was just a wall. Just like the unit that ambushed them in the smuggler's tunnel, there was a high chance of traps there too. Finn crept forward, trying to be as discreet as possible. Encred asked how they planned to stop them. As soon as they got up there, a woman appeared with an imposing air, stopping in front of them. She said they were making her work hard at this hour, and that it was time to rest now. She used her magic to make vines emerge from the ground. Finn realized she was a mage, telling everyone to duck. The vines advanced against them with full force, almost decapitating them. As they ducked, they passed right by. Finn yelled for them to get down the wall. As the grappling hook was lowered towards the vines, the witch intercepted it and utterly shattered it, utilizing her magic with mastery. Encred questioned the appearance of a mage there. It was an unexpected move, a well-laid trap. He charged at the witch with everything he had, using his sword, but she quickly raised a vine near where he stood, forcing Encred to cancel his attack and retreat sideways. He said he had defeated a mage before. If he used the gate to the sixth sense, he might be able to achieve something. The witch's vines drew near, even as Encred thought he could defeat her. As his sword neared the neck of the woman, who had an eye similar to João Felino's, he recalled Jackson telling him to use his instincts, but not to blindly trust them. A strong opponent could deceive the senses, and mages were a great example, and she truly did. She flung Encred upwards with a vine punch, sending him flying. The vines then ensnared him. As Encred descended, Finn realized his mistake, furiously questioning what he was doing. The vines then lunged towards the two below, killing them with a single attack, right through the chest. They fell, pierced. Encred, still clutched by the vines, noticed they were very tough and he couldn't break free. He was carried close to the witch. She praised his courage for not fleeing. "You're like a berserker biting at these branches," she said. "Ladia of the rose vines," she added, looking at Encred. Then, she crushed Encred's hand, ending him completely. Encred realized that just as not all soldiers have the same level, the same applied to mages. He had become overly confident, arrogant from having grown stronger, and had failed to correctly assess his opponent. Death appeared again. "Now do you understand your level?" it asked. "A rare creature. Trying to grow stronger by using its own suffering is uncommon, but before an overwhelmingly tall wall, you are nothing but a mere ant." Encred thanked Death. "Thanks to you, I recovered my original mindset. This was the wall I needed," he replied. "I want to see if you can still say that after facing the third wall," Death said. After talking with Death, Encred went to speak with Finn. She questioned, "You want to infiltrate, pretending to be part of the merchant company? Why suddenly?" Encred replied that he had a bad feeling about that hole. Finn reassured him. "It's all right," she said. "You just need to infiltrate with the merchants who frequently pass through the area." Encred asked when they would go in. "Tomorrow morning," Finn replied. Encred questioned that. If they couldn't get past that wall, they wouldn't be able to sneak in. He asked about the wall's condition. Torres then asked if they needed to wait another day. Finn suggested, "Since we have free time, why don't we have a party? Tell them to bring everything we have." They agreed. Encred asked what she meant by that. Then, jerky, beer, and several other things were tossed around. Encred was incredulous. They planned to eat and drink right next to enemy lines. "Are you crazy?" he questioned. He asked Finn if it wasn't dangerous to let their guard down. She replied that being too tense wasn't good for them either. "When your body stiffens, your vision narrows and your focus vanishes," she explained. Then, she called him to drink and eat, saying Encred's shoulders were stiff as a rock. Encred had thought that using all his energy fighting was the only way, but he reflected that Finn was right, as his vision had indeed narrowed. He assumed he had always thought that pressing forward was the only way. He sat near them. However, he realized that resting had meaning, and that desperate effort wasn't the only answer. It was time to stop and clear his thoughts. "I'll make this day meaningful," he said, raising his sword and preparing to train. "I told you to rest. What is that?" Finn exclaimed. Torres explained. "It's just his way of resting." Finn remained unconvinced as Encred swung his sword. She said she didn't care. "You really have a good body," she commented. Torres told her to stop it. It was already night and they were still there. Encred claimed to have witnessed something rare that day. That alone was enough to make his day. Previously, he would have already reached the wall by now, the Cancino's unit ambushing them in the tunnel, a mage on the wall. This time, there must be something else, he thought. He wondered what might be in his way. Then, a lycanthrope began to howl. Finn, her men, Torres, and Encred realized what had happened. Encred noticed that the sound came from the pack of lycanthropes they had seen before. Finn told them to run as they tried to get out of there, fleeing from the monsters. But the werewolves completely surrounded them. Torres said that to face a single lycanthrope, 10 soldiers were needed. There were 20 of them, and they were only 6. Then Finn said, "There were no signs of monsters coming. Where did they come from?" Encred replied that he hadn't even felt their presence, noting that it was a disguise. He asked, "Was that mage Letia's trick?" The werewolves began to howl, ready to attack. Encred stepped into the aura saying, "I already said I wouldn't rely solely on despair, but that doesn't mean I'll just give up either." He charged at the wolf. The wolf launched a 2-pronged claw attack aiming at Encred, but Encred managed to dodge even under immense pressure as consecutive attacks came from all sides. Encred claimed he couldn't counterattack, as focusing on one point severely limited his vision. Then, one of the werewolves lunged at Encred, grabbing his sword. Encred defended himself with everything he had. He thought his problem was narrow vision, and that he just needed to broaden it. But then he started noticing what was happening around him while focused on that single point. Everyone with him died to those wolves. Torres was impaled, and Finn also fell, her neck in a werewolf's maw. Encred thought that, even knowing he would repeat everything again, witnessing such a brutal death still hurt him deeply. While fighting that wolf, he managed to kill one, charging another and plunging his sword into the monster's jugular. One of those wolves lunged at Encred in true boxer style, hitting his solar plexus and sending blood gushing. Encred wondered if that monster could punch, realizing it was much smarter than the others. He wondered if it was the leader. It was a massively muscled werewolf with a large scar across its eyes. After landing that direct hit to Encred's solar plexus, the wolf took the chance to grab one of his arms, swinging Encred by the bite mark alone and flinging him away. Encred went flying backward as he watched those wolves charging at him. He grew desperate, seeing the bodies on the ground, until he met death. She said that no matter which wall he chose, all were difficult. "As long as this today continues to exist, you will keep reliving these scenes," she declared. "Do you still think this is fun?" Encred replied yes, because he felt restless. Actually, everyone questioned, while Encred was still talking to death, why he felt that way, asking if he was sick. Encred said, "That's why I can't just sit here like this. I'm fine." He urged them to move on, because even if all paths were blocked, he needed to create a new one. He thought about the 3 timelines, with the soldiers, the mage, and the werewolves. He said that if all paths were blocked, he would have to find a way. So he returned to the path with the soldiers. Encred claimed to have thought about what he could do if surrounded, but he had no ideas. He wouldn't face the Cancinos in individual combat, but if they surrounded him in that cramped space, he'd be finished. The best course of action was not to get surrounded. If he used his instincts to figure out where they were, then he could do something. So, when the soldier arrived, saying he'd caught those rats, Encred already put himself in a combat stance, looking back. He said he didn't feel anything with his instincts and ended up getting caught, unable to do much, being completely pierced. He declared he had no chance, as there must have been magic there too. As he went for that mage, he asked her if the magic in that hole was her doing as well. She reacted strangely and wondered if she'd been caught, saying Captain Roger wasn't doing his job properly. Encred dies, discovering something that might help him. While training with Torres, Encred questioned why the stone wasn't leaving his hand. Torres said he was truly clumsy. Encred explained that when a mage gets involved, it's impossible to avoid traps using instincts, and even if he managed to avoid them, the enemy was composed of persistent fanatics. He asked if it was possible to shake off so many. So, while he was with the lycanthrope, Encred said the same applied to them, as it was a fight of many against few. He needed to find a way to compensate for the difference. As he advanced, he thought it was no use just trying to attack with everything, and ended up realizing he needed to do something better. Returning to the path of the soldiers, killing some of them while surrounded, he received an instruction. Don't rush your thoughts, for it's a rare chance to fight a real battle, as much as you want on each of these routes. Thus, he fought against each of those enemies, both the soldiers, the lycanthrope, and the witch. He managed to advance little by little each time. He said he couldn't waste this time without improving his skills, and began to handle each of the challenges better and better. Death, seeing him die all those times, spoke to Encred Encrid. How long do you plan to play around? If you don't want to be stuck in this today forever, you should choose a wall and face it. Encrid said that the more he repeated it, the more he felt it. All three paths were solid walls in themselves, and it was almost a shame to choose just one. Returning to that day, Encrid was already awake when Torres got up. He continued training the art Torres explained to him until he was able to do it perfectly. Torres was surprised. He couldn't do that yesterday. He questioned when he had learned. Encrid replied it had been about 30 days ago, but Torres didn't believe what he was saying and asked what he meant by that. Encrid noticed he'd acquired enough skills, thinking this was his 79th time. He said, "Now I will cross the wall and advance into tomorrow." He said they still had time before entering the smuggler's tunnel, asking if she could make a small pouch. He requested it be roughly the size of his wrist as he'd attach it there. One of them said, "Sure, that's not very difficult." Then Encrid spoke with Finn, asking about her boots, saying there was something different inside them. She explained they had extra fur within to muffle their steps. "There are many sensitive beasts around here," she explained. Encrid said he should do that too. Torres questioned what he was talking about. Encrid replied she had said there were many beasts, but Finn said it wasn't as if they would actually encounter one. However, by nightfall, Encrid had gotten one of those boots. Torres asked if he'd worked as a ranger before. Encrid replied he hadn't. Torres said that even with the fur on the boots, walking so silently was very difficult. Encrid thought he kept practicing by repeating that day's today. To survive in the tunnel, he needed to find the ambush first and create an opening. Finding signs of an ambush in the dark isn't easy, but they have a specialist nearby. Then Encrid asks, "What if enemies are waiting for us in the tunnel?" She replies that the tunnel's length is enough, but if there are enemies, they should retreat. Encrid questions what will happen if the escape route is also blocked. The girl starts to notice the sense in his words. He asks her how high and long the tunnel is, and if their rear is blocked, he asks Finn if there's any side path. Torres asks if Encrid is scared or if it's just a bad feeling, as he's asking too many questions. Encrid replies that if armed troops are waiting for them, everyone will die. Finn suggests that if Encrid is scared, he can withdraw, as it's better than saying ominous things. Encrid, with a serious expression, states he's just saying they should be careful. She takes Encrid's words into consideration. Encrid thinks about how to move his companions the way he wants. Considering his status, he can't use brute force as he did in the tall grass incident. He needs to persuade them. The pressure Krang emitted in the old infirmary, an invasive will that conveys exactly what it wants, has more impact than 100 words. She eventually agrees, admitting she'd been too relaxed. Encrid notices the change in her mood, realizing she's becoming more cautious. When Finn starts using her senses, she'll notice something. Lando notices it's strange. There are rays that seem to have been erased on purpose. Then she understands what's happening, gets annoyed, and tells everyone there's something wrong, asking them to retreat. They need to secure the escape route first. However, the soldiers, who were about to ambush them, hadn't found them yet. Rose is terrified. Encrid thinks the archers are positioned precisely on the escape route. He dashes out, declaring himself a messenger from Captain Rogers. Finn is surprised, thinking he's completely insane. The archers ponder, as no one had said anything about sending a messenger. Encrid thinks this is very good, because the confrontation will begin there. He remembers that Roger is the name of the enemy commander, information obtained by Letia, who described him as someone who doesn't do his job properly. Encrid thinks it's impossible to recognize faces or clothes in the dark. He says the city has a demonic creature. Then, the soldiers question Commander Roger, asking what Encrid is saying. Encrid replies that upon hearing the name Roger, they mistake him for a soldier from Aspen. When Encrid gets close enough, he draws his sword. He knows that if he gets too close, he'll be recognized. But in that brief window, he's already managed to kill one of them. It's too late. The soldiers finally realize he's not an ally, but an invader. The enemy orders everyone to kill Encrid. However, Encrid grabs the soldier who was giving orders and yells for them to shoot him. The startled soldier orders his men not to shoot, but others insist they shoot immediately. Encrid scoffs that they don't even have training, asking if they're the kings of Aspen. He implies that even he alone couldn't resolve the situation and demands they do something. Torres and Finn, hidden, wonder what Encrid is doing, provoking the enemies. They think that if there are more enemies nearby, the situation will turn chaotic. Encrid questions if these crossbows are just for show, asking if their brains are decorative or something. Finn realizes she needs to sense the enemy's presence. Encrid continues to provoke them, asking if that's how Commander Roger taught them. Finn comments on the damned noise, saying she can't hear anything else, but then she understands what Encrid is doing and declares it can't be true. Encrid continues to shout Roger's name, calling him the commander of idiots. He thinks that in the darkness, the confusion, and with the nonsense he's spouting, his plan might work while drawing everyone's attention. Finn appears from behind one of the soldiers and kills him without being noticed. She continues to eliminate enemies while Encrid distracts them. Finn and Torres finish off the soldiers. Encrid states that everything becomes a tool tool to protect the body. Finn thinks Encred is truly a genius. The enemies notice something behind them, asking if there's another invader, but it's too late. Several of them die without even knowing where the attacks are coming from. The enemies murmur that darkness unravels and light retreats. Encred continues to speak as the massacre proceeds. The last remaining soldier tries to hit Encred. However, Encred uses the soldier next to him as a shield, making him take the crossbow bolt instead. The enemies yell that they'll kill Encred and charge forward with their crossbows. Encred notes he bought as much time as he could and thinks it was enough. He throws 2 of his living daggers at the men coming his way, killing both. Encred joins Finn and Torres, who survived. Finn calls them to the exit, but then Encred realizes that the main troop of the Grey Hounds, led by Rogia, has finally arrived. Encred tells his companions to transmit Ledia's words. Rogia is surprised, asking how that damn man captured the mage Ledia. Encred then tells all his friends to flee. Rogia realizes Encred only bought time and orders his men to capture him. Encred's group finally manages to exit the cave under the sunset's light. Finn notes that Rogia will continue to pursue them. She wonders where to go to shake him off, to the stream's edge or perhaps the cliff. However, Encred says they will go to the camp. She questions why. Encred replies that they shouldn't rush and tells her to go as fast as possible. Finn agrees, calling the others. Encred thinks the sun is about to set, and it's almost time to call those things. He starts slamming everything in his path. He remembers Henri saying that near the Penanil River, there are flat, mud-colored stones, and under them live poisonous vipers, which is very dangerous. Encred throws his sword at one of those stones and hurls the stone towards the soldiers. They scoff, calling them cheap tricks. But from inside the stone, a snake leaps directly at the soldiers. Encred creates a rain of poisonous snakes that leap onto them, biting and killing them instantly. The soldiers shout, "There's a viper under the stone!" Finn asks why those crazies are doing this, saying that if they cause such a commotion, the situation will become chaotic. Encred replies, "Exactly. With ears that huge, there's no way they won't hear this sound." As Encred sprints up the mountain, he notices the moon rising, already high in the sky. Night is the time for demonic creatures. All those lycanthropes appear at the campsite. Encred says that for them, it doesn't matter who's in front, as they only want flesh and blood. He tells Finn and Torres to get out of the way. Finn questions what he's saying. Torres asks if he wants them to abandon their companion. Finn retorts, "Is that right? Where does he think we're going, leaving him alone?" Encred, however, orders them to go, saying he has a plan, and they'll only get in his way. As Finn and Torres run, Encred stays behind. Roger notices they're splitting up and orders his men to follow them. Encred thinks that with the Grey Dogs and the lycanthropes gathered in the same place, he can make them fight each other and destroy themselves. That's the turning point. He needs to draw their focus onto himself to prevent them from following Finn and Torres, who have pulled ahead. Such an intense bloodlust is what he needs to make them lose their reason and charge blindly. Encred concentrates all his seer into that killing intent. Roger feels it, reacting instinctively. The lycanthrope leader also notices. Roger orders them to kill that one first. The lycanthropes also start climbing the mountain, ready to attack Encred. He notices what's happening and moves out of the way of both attacks, letting them collide. Encred thinks that without distinguishing friend from foe, everyone mixes together in the chaos. Thus, a true battlefield forms, with the lycanthropes serving Encred's purpose. As Torres flees with Finn, he thinks Encred said he had a plan, but questions if it's really right, wondering if they shouldn't go back now. Then they hear a deafening scream, startling both of them. Looking back, they see the lycanthropes killing many soldiers. Torres realizes Encred is alone, amidst the enemies, and says he needs to go save him. However, he notices something, even rubbing his eyes, and Finn also notices. She asks why Encred dodges so well, narrowly escaping the arrows. Encred, even in the chaos of battle, where everyone fights each other, realizes that those who felt his bloodlust are coming to attack him from all sides. He manages to narrowly dodge all attacks. Encred notices he uses his senses to spread his focus, even where his vision doesn't reach. Quick judgment is essential, and a single mistake can lead to death. But Encred, doing this perfectly and smiling as he fights, states that it most certainly won't happen. Rogers calls out to the Grey Dogs, ordering them to use their formation. Encred thinks the Grey Dogs are elite troops, and if they form up, the lycanthropes won't be a match. For his objective, the chaos needs to continue. Something he discovered by chance in the last today he had can be used. He remembers battling one of those soldiers. The soldier called Encred an idiot, saying he attacked Rogers, who never takes off his helmet. The soldier asked if Encred truly thought someone like him was a match. match. Encred then questioned why Rogers never took off his helmet. Encred went straight for Rogers' helmet, revealing he was bald. Everyone stared at the captain, unwilling to believe it. Encred told Rogers that being bald was nothing to be ashamed of. However, Rogers didn't react well, flying into a rage. Encred realized he was ashamed of his baldness. He yelled at Rogers to take off the helmet, saying, "You killed your own hair and sent it to heaven yourself," he demanded. "Show me that barren desert, devoid of a single strand of life." Rogers grew even more infuriated, but thought he should calm down, telling himself it wasn't worth falling for the provocation. Then Encred simply ran a hand through his flowing hair, causing immense envy in Rogers, who watched him with a scornful expression. The two observed from afar, realizing Rogers was enraged. Rogers couldn't control himself, calling him insolent and promising an agonizing death. He charged at Encred, who dared him to try, attacking with everything he had. His sword gleamed in the light. Rogers persisted in his attacks, but Encred parried them with ease before launching a counterattack. He almost ripped off Rogers' helmet, who narrowly defended himself. Rogers declared it was time to reunite with his hair, attacking Encred from top to bottom. But before Encred could retaliate, a lycanthrope's hand reached for the enemy captain's neck. Rogers' head was ripped off, and he died before Encred could do anything. The lycanthrope then positioned itself face to face with Encred. Rogers' men screamed their captain's name, but were quickly killed. Encred realized the lycanthrope had been targeting him from the start. The monster tried to attack him, but Encred managed to dodge. He noted that the werewolf had taken advantage of the final moment, when he was surrounded and uncomfortable, to strike. Kaoru revealed himself to be an even more formidable opponent than Rogers. He claimed that, with the power of monsters and exceptional intelligence, he had made that day repeat multiple times. Then Kaoru appeared behind Encred, ready to deliver a punch. Encred turned his head in time, intending to end the fight right then. He thrust his sword, stopping the monster's attack. As the monster attacked, Encred also went on the offensive. The werewolf tried to hit him with a punch, but Encred swung his sword and lopped off the monster's hand, also striking its abdomen. The monster tried to retaliate, but Encred ducked. He finished the fight by plunging his sword into the chest of the werewolf alpha. Faced with the scene, everyone was surprised. Finn and Torres could barely believe it. Finn thought he shouldn't even consider attacking Encred. Torres, for his part, stated he would never even think of facing him. With the werewolf fallen, everyone agreed Encred was too strong. Finn decided he should join him. However, while Encred was exhausted after the battle, Finn and Torres began to shout, urging him to leave. Encred concentrated and vanished. The soldiers noticed his escape and clamored to catch him, but the lycanthrope continued to hold them back, keeping them trapped while the three calmed down. Finn questioned Encred if he had planned all of it from the beginning, asking how he knew about the lycanthrope's arrival. Encred replied that it was luck, as everything had worked out. Torres then asked when Encred had become so strong and how he knew the enemy commander's name, Rogers. Encred explained that for those unaware of today's events, everything seemed strange, and it was normal for them to have questions. He thought he couldn't explain now. Instead, Encred stated that something important was still missing, and his mission wasn't over. He looked at the enormous mountain where the witch resided, telling the others they would climb it. The witch awaited them at the summit. There, on the mountain where the witch waited, Encred climbed ahead of everyone. Finn wonders who's scaling so well, asking if he's always been like this. Torres doesn't think so. Finn then asks why they're doing so well. Torres starts getting frustrated, already unsure what to think about Encred. Encred explains he still can't use his senses because of the mage, but he knows where he is. Throughout all the todays, the mage never changed his spot. Encred watches Finn, raising a hand and warning of enemies ahead. He says he'll go first, while Finn questions what he's saying. Encred launches a surprise attack towards the mage. She quickly turns, noticing him and using her vine to hurl him away. Encred is caught, but manages to cut the vine, freeing his hand with ease. The mage questions how he got there, certain her creatures had moved. Encred replies that if she's referring to the creatures, they were playing with the gray dogs, suggesting she probably didn't train them properly. The furious mage lunges again with the vines. Encred manages to dodge all of them, avoiding being pierced, and even stops one with his sword. He thinks he should dodge the thick spear-like vines and go after them, cutting the thin whip-like ones. Finn is surprised by Encred's skill even against a mage. Torres asks if he should help, but Finn says that if they interfere now, they'll only get in the way. Some soldiers arrive, offering help to Litia and promising cover. Finn then appears behind them and throws her axe into one's neck, ordering Torres not to let anyone get close to Encred. They notice more enemies. The witch grows increasingly irritated with the swordsman and starts launching vines with roses sprouting, questioning if they think they can go all out. She unleashes the attacks towards Encred. Encred enters his zone, making everything seem slower. He says he already understood how to break the magic last time. After all, they are also human. If cut or pierced, they die. He questions how to create an opening to cut. Encred thinks that luckily he found something for it. Actually, it's a trick he learned from Torres. He advances against the darts, getting rid of each one. He approaches the mage. When close enough, she starts to retreat, casting more magic towards Encred. Then, Encred raises his hand, thinking of the prepared secret blow. Using the hidden dagger, he remembers Kreis asking about the magic artifact left over after taking the sword, questioning if they should sell it. Encred had refused, telling him to keep it, as it could be useful in the future. At that moment, he has the magic stone in his hand. The witch sees the glow extend before her eyes. Encred notes that it's a magic artifact he picked up in the mage's cave. A large explosion occurs between the two, blinding Finn and Torres, who start complaining about their eyes. Beggars beneath the wall see the flash up above. The witch is blinded, bringing her hands to her eyes and providing a perfect opening for Encred. He cuts her in half. Encred says that by relaxing his shoulders, he managed to see. There was no need to choose just one. All three were excellent punishments. She falls dead to the ground, while Encred is bathed in the red moonlight. He says he used all of them to create that today, and is happy with the result. The enemy soldiers continue to be killed by Finn. She observes that Encred used that artifact. Torres intervenes, saying it's not time for questions, as enemies will soon be attracted by the light and surround them. Finn tells Encred they must move first, getting out of there quickly, while the guards search for what's happening. They hide among the beggars. Encred notes that the infiltration of the crossguard was a success. If they rescued the cat as planned and returned, everything would work out. Finn points to the spot where Cat was last seen. Torres notices it was a torture site, and they see signs of attack. They wonder if Cat's identity as their spy had been discovered. Finn, seeing the scene, is certain. Cat is dead. Encred starts connecting the dots. Enemies were spread across all routes, and the cat they were supposed to find had already died long ago. He states that the entire operation was a trap set by Iceman. Even the message about Cat having important information must have been a plan to lure and kill them. They had been completely tricked. Torres realizes it was an ambush from the start. Then a soldier appears asking if they found anything. They start talking nearby, and the three of them crouch down, pretending to be beggars again. Finn says that in this case they need to at least get out alive. Torres suggests they move. Encred replies that if that's the issue, he knows a tested method and asks if they want to try it. They set a place on fire as they run from there. Encred comments that nothing grabs attention as efficiently as fire. Repeating this several times, he'd gotten the knack of it. At this rate, instead of a knight, I'll end up an arsonist, he thinks. Encred decides that when he returns, he'll need to train his swordsmanship more. He leaves the cave behind, calling everyone to retreat towards the border guards. Sometime later in Aspen, it's remarked that the invaders fled, taking advantage of the fire. The man in charge states that all the traps they prepared were overcome in a single night. He admits they took a big hit. He questions who would have thought Greece would die in a place like that. He states it was a perfect plan. Before the war, they eliminated the spy, and the enemies would have completely shaken their morale. He continues saying it's all right, as they still have many resources. He instructs his subordinate to go prepare the next step. That man is Abnar, Aspen's brilliant strategist. His brilliance was remarkable. If Encred hadn't had an unexpected advantage, they would have faced big problems. During the day, they return by boat. Everyone is exhausted except Encred, who is completely calm. He asks Torres, "How about another training session when we get off the boat?" Torres calls him insane, reminding him they've already done over 10 training sessions just on the way. The boatman asks why those men are always sweating so much. Upon arrival, he says the mission is over and questions why they don't rest. Encred then tells them to rest. Then, he calls Finn to train. She replies that it's useless to try and seduce her, as their intentions are clear, calling them training demons. As they approach the camp, they see a bald man trying to find Encred's platoon. Torres asks what the bald man is doing. Encred tells them to go ahead and make their report, as he knows that man. The person calls Captain Encred, saying he's in danger. He greets him as the guild master and informs him that Mr. Crisis is in danger. Encred asks Gilfin what happened. He replies that Frog appeared. Encred remembers that when he took over Gilfin's guild, the bald man had said the dead boss was a mercenary paid by Iceman. In the spring, someone from Iceman regularly comes to inspect the guild, and Frock is the one who appears. Encred notes that Frock, the same one from the beginning, has arrived. 3 days ago, they were counting money with Kreis. Encred expressed that there was a lot to prepare before their departure. He hadn't returned to his quarters for a week. Since his superior had also suffered because of him, disappearing for that long wouldn't be an issue. Gilfin arrived with a report. The innkeeper was worried as he had said he saw someone suspected of being an Iceman spy. Encred ordered the boys to check. If it was a spy, they should capture him and dispose of him. Currently, the Gilfin Guild operated as a night guild. It maintained order in the alleys where the border guard couldn't reach. With this, the guild's image had improved, facilitating the collection of trivolts. Now, practically all residents were its eyes and ears, and the volume of information received was on another level. Encred concluded that if they truly decided to expand their power, their influence would grow even more. If all went well, in a year, perhaps even 6 months, he would be able to dominate the alleys. Then, a hooded man arrived. Encred watched him and ordered him to stop, but it was Frock who appeared, throwing the man directly inside. Kreis was startled by Frock's arrival, asking how he was already there. Frock readied himself for battle. Kreis noticed that he hadn't killed the man and that it was still possible to talk. He tried to ask Frock to sit down. Frock started to laugh. That reaction was quite interesting, he said, questioning. Do you know who you're talking to? That's not the most important thing right now, Kreis replied. Frock, have you eaten yet? Frock commented. Kreis is a funny guy, preparing to attack him. He hit him directly in the chin, lifting the boy with a punch. Then he grabbed him by the collar. Humans only obey after taking a beating, Frock told Kreis. That's what I believe. Kreis replied that Frock didn't even need to hit him, as he would answer anything he wanted to know. Frock retorted, you got hit, and you're still laughing. The previous one disappeared, and now this kind shows up. Kreis questioned, are you talking about the old guildmaster? He died. Frock was happy to have someone to battle and told the bald guy to bring Ragna here. What are you talking about? Frock asked. Kreis merely ordered Gilfin, bring your true guild master. Gilfin understood and rushed out. Encred thought Kreis had sent them to find Ragna, even though the independent squad soldiers had already been deployed with the advance force. Encred realized Kreis had thought it through well, as Ragna was the laziest among them. Simply getting him to stand up was already a difficult task. In other words, the order was to bring someone who could kill Frock. Encred believed Frock didn't expect all the soldiers to already be on a mission. Encred wondered how Kreis had managed to convince that bunch of madmen who only listened to him. In those 3 days, the big guy didn't die? Encred asked. No, the other replied. He's still alive. Encred asked. Are your legs and arms still attached? Were you tortured? I'm still in one piece, he assured. Encred noticed he had cut down the Grey Dog's commander, killed even a lycanthrope and a mage, and had become much stronger than before. However, Encred wondered about the toad. Before, he had been defeated without a chance, but now he was starting to think he could beat him. To be honest, I really want to fight to test my strength, he said. One day was enough to recover from the exhaustion of the crossguard. Then, Encred told him to go and tell the toad that Ragna would come to him tomorrow. Encred added that Kreis wouldn't die from waiting one more day, which was evident from Frock's attitude. The toad might seem crude and ignorant, but just as each person was different, so was he. The toad who had just arrived had taken Kreis hostage on purpose, to test the waters, and that wasn't the act of an ignorant person. Encred went to the captain, reporting his return. I heard your soldiers went to the front island with the advance troop, the captain said. Are you going to join them now? I'm exhausted, Encred replied. I'll join them in 2 days, he explained. If I die fighting the toad and need to try again, I need to be in perfect condition. So Encred rested, ate, and trained. Since he hadn't fully recovered yet, he only had 2 whistling daggers left, and there should be another way to get more. Then, Star went to Encred, meowing near him. Encred said, that was a bit coy of her to meow like that. Were you bored of being alone? Want to come with me? He asked. Just to check it out. I'm eager for it. Watching him, she saw that psychopath smiling, because he truly wanted to fight the frog again. In the frog's den, Frock began to think he had waited long enough. Today he has to make good on his word and come, he said. Of course, Kreis replied. Ragnar will surely come, but accept this first, he offered. These very fresh worms will please your palate. Frock said, you actually know a thing or two. I almost think it would be a waste to kill him. Kreis replied, you flatter me, he added. Someone from the squad should go quickly, else he'll die. That dreadlocked frog was eating apples beside Kreis and seemed a bit irritated. Kreis started getting nervous, as it was getting too late, wondering what those nuts were doing to take so long. Frock said he even wanted to go look for Kreis personally, and told him to bring more. Kreis, all beat up, put on a fake smile, agreeing with the frog. He thought, that crazy frog barely sleeps, always keeping watch. I just need to hold on a little longer and then I can finish off Frock. Then Encred's group started arriving there. Kreis thought, if only one of those nuts showed up, I could finish off Frock. Encred approached the door, already grabbing his living daggers. Frock, from inside, kept eating calmly until he felt something approaching. When the door burst open, Frock was still sitting. Encrid prepared to throw his daggers. However, Kreis, seeing Encrid, got even more irritated. He couldn't join in. After all, he was the weakest of them all. Even so, Encrid decided to charge at Frock, throwing his daggers, but the frog calmly dodged and jumped onto the table. Encrid prepared to attack him again, throwing his sword, almost hitting him. However, the frog dodged again, flying over the boy and almost hitting him. Encrid ducked, managing to dodge and avoiding losing a few inches off his height by having his head ripped off. With that, they each went to a different side of the room. Encrid watched him, completely determined, while Frock, irritated, wanted to charge at the boy. They began exchanging frantic blows in front of a surprised Kreis. "Is that really your boss?" Kreis asked. "He's fighting Frock on equal terms, and that's completely absurd." The intense exchange of blows continued. Encrid began to realize that blocking Frock's brute force was a defensive tactic, and one mistake could shatter his bones. Then, Frock decided to charge at him once more, wanting to end it all. However, Encrid managed to stop the attack, using his shoulder along with his sword. Frock noticed he was deflecting the impact with a fluid sword technique. As the sword advanced, Encrid knew he had to aim for Frock's only weak point, the heart. He needed to pierce it in one go to stop the regeneration. But before he could do anything, Encrid was struck in the abdomen, sent flying by the frog's sheer force with a single kick. As he flew, he crashed into everything behind him. Kreis noticed Frock had landed a solid hit. If Encrid passed out again like before, they'd be in trouble. He began calling out to Encrid. Frock demanded, "How dare you aim for my heart?" Frock was getting increasingly irritated. He was known for recognizing others' talent, and even recalled being called a talent scout. But this guy was impossible to understand. He should have hit the limit of his talent ages ago. How is he pushing past that? Frock wondered, unable to comprehend what was happening. But Encrid got up once more, noting that he'd managed to withstand Frock's kicks so far. When Encrid rose, he didn't look tired at all, ready to continue the fight. Encrid, smiling, called out, "Let's start the real game. It was worth the wait." Frock snarled, "You're a truly irritating fellow. I'll kill you right here, right now." He charged at Encrid with everything he had, as Encrid advanced once more. Then, Encrid adopted a low guard as Frock attacked from above. Encrid thought Frock was aiming for his heart once more, wanting to stop the attack. But before Frock could land the blow, Encrid ducked down further, evading the strike. Then, striking out for Frock's heart once more, he thought, of course, only a direct stab to the heart can stop his regeneration. But even then, he has other methods. Then, Encrid tore off one of that giant frog's arms. He figured that during the fight, Frock wouldn't have the energy to regenerate the arm, and if he could exploit that opening, it would work. As he aimed his sword for a decisive strike to the heart, Frock became increasingly irritated. "With just one arm, I'll finish off an insect like you, Encrid," he spat. So, Frock once again struck the boy, stopping him from attacking. Encrid's sword flew from his hand due to that extremely powerful kick. He felt the pain of the attack, and Frock certainly left no opening for him to do anything else, appearing before Encrid and preparing to kill him with a single strike. Encrid, seeing that, wondered if that was all he could manage. "I'll have to try again with the next one today," he said to himself. Thus, as he was being attacked, with the frog's gigantic killing intent, Frock's sword stopped centimeters from Encrid's head. The blow wasn't finalized. Frock grew angry and began to cancel his attack, completely halting his battle. Encrid wondered why he had stopped right at the moment of killing. Frock revealed to himself what he was feeling, the gaze of the Black Panther behind him. He was deathly afraid of it, for it was a magical and intensely powerful energy. The panther was truly behind him. Frock realized that energy emanated from that beast as a warning. "If I kill the human before me, my own life will be at risk." Frock kept thinking that he wanted to kill that human who had surpassed his own limits, that completely unpredictable human, and that this type of human certainly needed to die. He again raised his sword while the panther found him strange. Frock merely raised his sword to sheath it on his back, turning to leave. He thought that wasn't more important than his own life. Frock told Encrid to remember him. His name was Myron. "Next time I will certainly kill you," he declared, and simply left, leaving everything broken behind. Neither of them understood what had happened. Kreis asked if Frock had already left, unwilling to believe he had truly left. He said he thought Encrid would surely die. Kreis asked since when Encrid could fight Frock on equal terms. Encrid replied that fighting on equal terms wasn't enough. Kreis didn't understand. Encrid, in turn, thought that in Frock's last attack, his right wrist had been hit, making him drop his sword. A nasty bruise was already forming on his wrist. Even so, Encrid clenched his fist, thinking, that was 3 times. With 3 repetitions, he would have been able to win. This made him a bit more hopeful. From outside, Kreis spoke with Encrid. He said that somehow, no matter how much they waited, they heard nothing. Kreis had no idea, for he never imagined that those crazy guys would go out to battle so obediently. Encrid replied that this had surprised him too. Kreis concluded that in any case, it was a miracle Frock had left that way. But then he wondered why Frock had left, for with a single gesture he could have killed Kreis and Kreis at the same time. He questioned why, until he looked at the panther panther and asked, was it because of Star? The panther merely meowed at him. Kreis remembered the rumors that Encred had gone insane and asked if he was now even talking to the panther. Just then, another knight approached, asking where Encred had been. Encred recognized the commander of the first company, who immediately asked if he was injured. Encred explained he'd gotten into a brawl with the rowdies, but managed to drive them all off. The captain was frustrated it happened just then, but figured it wasn't for their brute force that they needed Encred anyway. So, if he was able, the captain requested Encred enter combat, as the order came directly from the company commander. Encred was surprised the request came from the ferry company commander. A short while later, Encred stood before a bloody battle, bodies littering the ground. He started to understand why they were called madmen. Meanwhile, King Preda walked through the soldiers on the field, killing them with unsettling calm. He counted 1 to 3, leisurely, decapitating each one. Preda declared his daily quota met as he exited the battlefield, having killed precisely what he intended. One of the men warned that more enemies were coming from behind, but Preda simply replied his daily quota was already met. Everyone noticed Preda had returned to the battlefield. They'd thought he was dead, but Ragnar was there, right in front of them, calm, a severed head in his hand, after killing scores of enemies. He was still half asleep, even under those circumstances. Ragnar stated that if they'd moved his post, they should have informed him. They replied they'd never moved it. Ragnar retorted, whatever, adding he was going to sleep and they shouldn't wake him. Then they asked what that was, realizing it was the enemy commander's head he'd brought. They were stunned he'd gone into enemy territory and returned alive. In another corner, someone else from Preda's group was stirring up trouble. Shouts declared Alden a giant. He grabbed a man by the arm as if he were a child and said the man was too loud, that he needed to learn manners. As he held the man's arm, they heard a distinct crack. The man started screaming desperately. Everyone realized he had just ripped off an arm, as if it were a tree branch. The observers wondered why their allies were retreating. They retorted that the other person should go over there and feel one of those snaps in their arm. Meanwhile, the enemies were suffering heavy losses, struggling to fight Jackson. They wondered why they couldn't hit him, begging Jackson to just stand still so they could land a hit just once. He continued to dodge with absolute calm, a serene look on his face. Then, the man trying to kill him collapsed onto the ground. Jackson left him behind. The man begged Jackson to land a hit. Jackson, for his part, thought he'd prefer the man to land it on the first try. The fairy, seeing that, was in disbelief. In a later meeting, the commander asked the fairy if she had managed to bring the indomitable ones. She replied that bringing them had actually been easy. She went to their cabin, asking them to fill the spot left by their platoon leader. The rich kid spoke with her, saying they would prepare their entry. However, Rem didn't like her tone of voice. He said she had stolen their platoon leader and now wanted them to fill the empty spot. He glared at her arrogantly, and she returned his gaze. She said that the commander was responsible for the soldiers' disobedience, asking if he wanted to cause trouble for Rancord. Rem was still dissatisfied with what she said, but he affirmed that he would do it for 3 days. Beyond that, he wouldn't do anything. Everyone agreed. The fairy said that those lunatics simply accepting was already worthy of gratitude, but she thought one shouldn't view it that way in the eyes of superiors. Then, another commander said his battalion was on the front lines of the war, and that victory or defeat on that field would heavily impact the main battle. He asked if Aspen was still provoking their soldiers into duels, and said that after losing the last war, they started resorting to petty tactics. The fairy replied that even so, the enemy side always sent good soldiers, but they never won a duel. After several defeats, some soldiers started commenting that, with such a level difference, they would also lose if they entered a battle between troops. The commander said that if they allowed it, troop morale would plummet. He suggested they just needed to send someone strong as well, and it would be perfect if those lunatics resolved it. The fairy, however, explained that even bringing them to the battlefield was already a challenge. If they demanded more, they could even refuse to fight, asking if the commander was sure. He started to get irritated because they were too stubborn and too talented to be discarded. He asked if there was any way to control them more efficiently. The fairy said she understood, and that they would bring their platoon leader after all. That psychopath was the only one who could control those madmen. Once the commander was alone, he thought that those Aspen bastards were always trying to pull something off. Originally, they didn't use dirty tricks as a strategy. He thought that recently, word had gotten out that a young genius strategist had joined Aspen, and that this must be the work of that guy. Later that afternoon, the rich kid, Andrew, along with the other two who accompanied him, was very shaken. Andrew, the firstborn destined to rebuild House Gardner, was currently squad leader of the Madmen's Company, but he was battered. He thought he was shouldering the heavy responsibility of controlling the members in the captain's stead. Henry asked Andrew if his eyes were all right, suggesting he'd better stop training with Rem for the time being. Andrew, however, asked who would curb Rem's murderous impulses, because if they let him loose, he would turn the battlefield into a bloodbath. Moreover, whenever he trained with Rem, he felt he was improving significantly, nearly dying. He said it was as if he was growing stronger every day by walking on the brink of death. Mac agreed, saying it was frustrating, but there was no denying it had helped. Andrew thought that fortunately, the three madmen, or rather the squad members, were busy with their own tasks. The problem was another guy who tried to boss them around, referring to the independent company of the Madmen's Company. This guy asked if they could behave themselves. Andrew, seeing that, realized this was going to go badly. The guy started yelling at Rem, asking if they didn't see that everyone was fighting for their lives, questioning if they thought the battlefield was a joke. Andrew wondered if that guy was the new captain. He questioned if they wanted to die, since talking like that to those guys was absurd. So Andrew stepped in front of Rem, saying that the authority over their independent company came from their direct superior. The captain asked if that's why they thought they could just slack off. As he barked in front of Andrew, he heard Rem's voice behind him, questioning if looking at that guy's insides would make him feel better. An absurd, murderous intent emanated from the psychopath behind Andrew. Andrew felt that things were going to go wrong, and thought they needed to save that poor, innocent captain now. So Andrew slammed into the captain, pulling him away. He said that if the captain had such a problem, he should fight him instead, because whoever won would be in charge, asking if he was afraid. The captain, whose life was being saved, actually fell for the provocation. He asked since when did a squad leader call the shots, telling Andrew to come with him, because he would destroy him. Rem realized what had happened, becoming increasingly bored. He thought fights were dull, and that when someone finally wanted to brawl, that guy always interfered and ruined everything. He said nothing. There was fun, but looking inside and seeing his neatly made bed, he thought maybe it was time to quit this soldier's life. Thus, they all continued to miss the captain, saying they had no news of him. If he was taking so long, Ragnar began to wonder if the captain had truly died. Alden thought maybe it was time for him to return, because if there was no longer any point in staying there, it was inefficient. Jaxel thought the same, saying that the objective that had made him choose to go to war had already been almost achieved, and there was no reason for him to keep wasting time there. So, they all thought that if he didn't show up that day either, they would leave. Thus, Encred finally arrived. The fairy told him to return to the company immediately, calling Encred her fiancé. When he entered the place, everyone was surprised. The four who had been wanting to leave because he wasn't there had their eyes lit up. Encred informed them that he was back. Preda was preparing to charge forward, but the one most happy about Encred's return was Andrew. He started yelling at his captain, asking why he had only just appeared now. Andrew threw himself onto Encred, crying profusely, questioning if he knew how long he had waited, and saying that he had suffered greatly all that time. Preda automatically rejoiced, asking who was on that getting there faster than him. He said his captain had taken too long, and everyone gathered around. Everyone was happy. The relationship between them was intense. The team was about to leave solely due to the absence of Encred, their leader. Encred commented that their apparent haste to go there served to keep those men well behaved. He said that, at the very least, they should try to follow orders. Rem retorted, "You can bet I won't do that." Encred realized they weren't the type to listen. Rem then changed the subject. "There's something more important. That's not the problem right now. Are you better?" Encred understood the provocation and prepared to fight. Ragnar slammed his swords into the ground, calling him to fight. Kreis asked them to wait. "Can't you see his wrist is broken?" Rem, however, turned to Ragnar. "Are you blind? I always fight him first." Ragnar retorted, "Since when do we care about order?" He asked if Rem wanted to fight for the order. Aldine intervened, separating the two like children about to fight. "Calm down, it's been a while. Don't you want to warm up first with the isolation technique?" Rem retorted, "That big guy shouldn't cut in line." Encred asked everyone to calm down. Kreis started hoping the captain would finally stop them. Jan declared he'd fight everyone one at a time. Kreis told Jan, "Don't do that, he's injured." Encred stated his wrist wasn't broken, and he could still use it. Jaxel recommended they not underestimate an injury and suggested removing the bandage to check its condition. Encred said he shouldn't put pressure on it, but he thought he could at least use his sword. He recalled recent events. After fighting the professionals of the Crusade Guard, he'd grown even stronger. After facing Frog, he'd also started to realize something. The path of the night was still long. They said it was an almost unattainable goal. Jaxel recommended Encred not overdo it, because in the end, the suffering would be his alone. Encred saw him smile. Encred went out with the others, who seemed eager for a challenge, and stood face to face with Rem. Rem said he looked quite confident, and wanted to see how much Encred had improved, challenging him. Rem charged at Encred with everything he had. The axe passed passed close to Enkrid's eyes. He calmly deflected Rem's attack, throwing his hands back. Rem was incredulous, surprise etched on his face. Enkrid seemed different. He didn't hesitate in his attacks. Only a person who had fully ignited their power demonstrated such mastery. Rem grew increasingly excited. "That's impressive! Enkrid, show us more!" He braced himself again to attack Enkrid head-on. Jaxel commented that it had been a week away from the captain, and yet Enkrid had improved tremendously. Alden watched everything, even happier, feeling the limits of human patience. Ragnar and all the others mentally willed Rem to return quickly. Rem, looking back, thought those men really wanted to be in his place. Then, he wondered who would hold up after seeing something like that. Enkrid advanced with even greater force against Rem. After a while, and after facing each of them, they returned to the tent. Jaxel asked if Enkrid shouldn't tell them how that had happened. Enkrid replied that it was nothing, just that he had fought with Frog before. Jaxel was very surprised. "That was nothing?" Rem questioned about the eternity that was going to the Crusader Guard, asking if Frog had appeared. Kreis explained that Frog came because of the guild and got injured after returning to the border guard. Rem asked if Enkrid had let a Furicoat hit him and cause a scar. Alden asked if there had been no problems on the mission. Enkrid said that the enemy had set a trap. There was the Grey Dog unit, a lycanthrope, and a mage waiting. Enkrid grew increasingly surprised by the impossible naturalness with which the other spoke. He thought it was strange because he had also worked hard and fought like a madman, and yet the gap between them hadn't lessened. He was surprised that Enkrid had survived. Enkrid replied that it really was luck. The candles were extinguished. Enkrid lay down to sleep with Esther. Enkrid said he had a lot to learn that day, but figured they wouldn't notice he wasn't giving his all because of his wrist. He wanted to recover quickly and come back at full strength. He wanted to see how much power he could draw from that squad with his current strength. Rem spoke to him before sleep. "From now on, we stop losing to men like Frog." Ragnar added, "There's still much to learn, and the answer for your captain." Jaxel said there were still areas where Enkrid failed. Enkrid, however, asserted that if they fought again, he would surely win. Rem replied that at least Enkrid had confidence. All of them got ready for sleep. Meanwhile, Enkrid remained restless. Rem said that once Enkrid's wrist got better, they would fight again. Everyone agreed that this would help improve things and reiterated that training never ended. Jaxel mentioned there was a way for Enkrid to better use his senses. Enkrid agreed, saying that when he improved, they would see those things. Once again, everyone tried to sleep, but then they started talking again. This time, Rem was irritated, and Enkrid was getting there too. Rem criticized Father Frog, saying, "Just block like this, hit like this. When his wrist gets better, I want him to annihilate that opponent." Ragnar declared it was time to learn techniques beyond the basics. Alden was also fully excited, saying that even when weak, the isolation technique shouldn't be ignored. Jaxel joined in too, ordering them never to let their guard down. Enkrid asked if they weren't going to sleep. Finally, the three men flopped back onto their beds again. Only then did they go to sleep. The next day, Enkrid wondered if he'd overslept, as it had been a while since he woke up so late. Esther was still in bed. He asked her if she had slept well, and she just stretched a bit more. From outside, Kreis was surprised Enkrid was already awake. Enkrid asked if all the members had already left, noting that all the combatants had gone to the front. Only the support unit and a few guards were there. Enkrid soon went to the ground to try to do some bridging. He noticed his hand had worsened after the previous day's fight. He thought maybe he had overdone it. However, the concentrated fighting spirit within him made him want to pick up his sword again. He was going to use a sword. He thought a long sword was meant to be used with two hands, but with enough strength in one, he had already used it with only his right hand before. If he trained his left as well, it might work out. He began training, but thought he was still a bit clumsy. Just like the first time he picked up a sword, it was truly pathetic. But there was no better time to relearn everything from the beginning. Enkrid truly couldn't stay still. As Enkrid continued training, he thought starting everything from scratch wasn't easy. Thanks to the isolation technique, he didn't lack strength. Vengeance went to him again. As they said, Enkrid was injured, but Enkrid was already doing something crazy. Enkrid was surprised to see him there, asking if he hadn't gone to the battlefield. Vengeance replied that his unit was responsible for base defense. As Enkrid continued training, he noticed the cloth he had wrapped around the sword came loose from his hand. Vengeance said both the owner and the sword were completely worn out, asking Enkrid to hand over the sword. He asked how Enkrid intended to tie that with only one hand. Vengeance began doing it for Enkrid. Enkrid thought Vengeance had spent some time growling, but now he was all cheerful. He asked why Vengeance had been so unyielding before, and questioned why Vengeance hated him. Vengeance spoke about Jenny, but Enkrid didn't even know who she was. Vengeance explained that Jenny was from the herb stall. Enkrid still didn't know who the girl was. Vengeance then got even more irritated, saying he wouldn't speak to Enkrid anymore, walking out and kicking the ground. Enkrid thought he wasn't interested, as Jenny was the one who liked him, unreciprocated. Now that Vengeance spoke, Encred remembered. Jenny, who had always run an herb shop at the border guard, was someone he knew. Since the herb's effects were good, he went there often. He deduced that she ended up developing feelings for him. Vengeance was going with a bouquet for the girl who was in love with Encred. Encred realized Vengeance was in love with her. He thought he was more interested in the herbs than in the girl. Vengeance confirmed, saying that Encred was much more passionate about swords than about women. Vengeance thought to himself that deep down it was just an inferiority complex. Jenny, who never even looked at him once, was charmed by Encred. Vengeance began to think that Encred was truly unbearable. Encred, however, didn't know what Vengeance was talking about. Vengeance simply told Encred to take care of his sword, as he was going to work. Encred thought that man changed moods at least 10 times a day, and that he was really weird. Inside the tent, Esther was stretching. Encred said she truly had no energy and asked if she was hurting somewhere. Esther, in turn, thought it was all Encred's fault, because even though she was already injured, she still went to train with him and spent another day trying to ease her fatigue. She figured she wouldn't be able to use magic for a while. Encred thought that, since he was at the rear for now, she could rest a bit. Meanwhile, outside, some guards near the river noticed ripples in the water. One of them looked back, and the other asked what had happened. He said it was nothing, as he thought he had seen something in the water. But, while he was in that uncertainty, he received a spear right in the middle of his head. Encred heard the noise along with the others. Everyone shouted, "It's an enemy attack! Protect everything and don't let the supplies be taken." So, Encred went out asking where the enemies were. Kreis immediately questioned what an injured man would try to do and asked the captain to stay in cover. As the enemies emerged from the water, Encred looked directly at one of them. He realized they were Ontis's hounds. It was the one who swore to meet him again. He recognized him, Mitch Roria. Encred stood face to face with the man. Mitch said, "God heard my prayers. I really wanted to see you again." Encred noticed Mitch still remembered his name. Mitch replied that, thanks to Encred, he had abandoned his arrogance and reached a new level. He really needed to finish things with his own hands, raising his sword and aiming it at Encred. Encred, in turn, told Chris to handle the man, as Mitch was the main target. They stood face to face, swords aimed. However, Encred, with only one strong hand to fight Mitch, got the worst of it. His sword was quickly parried. Encred realized he couldn't do much. Mitch asked if Encred was injured, thinking it was bad luck, and then raised his sword to finish him. Just then, Vengeance intervened, blocking the attack with his sword and saving Encred. He told Encred to flee, while he himself would face Mitch. But Encred ordered Vengeance to back off because Mitch wasn't someone he could face. This proved true. Vengeance lost his head, which flew to Encred's side. Encred was surprised. Mitch called them insignificant insects, with a completely cold gaze. Star also charged at Mitch, but Chris told her to stop, ordering her back. Encred then shouted for them not to go, because if they did, the consequences would be disastrous. Mitch, without hesitation, killed Star, cutting her in half. Next, he attacked Chris, stabbing him through the middle of the chest near the neck. Encred stood face to face with Mitch, who was causing great havoc. Mitch said, "It's a shame. If your wrist were fine, I would have seen the strength of the console." Mitch killed them all, one after another. Everyone who mattered to Encred was killed in front of him. With that, Encred once again woke up on the previous morning. He went to Star, stroking her. He thought he was useless, unable to do anything just because his wrist was injured. Chris noticed Encred was already awake. As he greeted him, Encred thought there was no platoon of soldiers to help. Before the afternoon, the Greyhounds would launch a surprise attack on the base. Encred continued training with only one hand to improve his swordsmanship. He dedicated himself to the fullest to prepare. He remembered his past, when part of his squad died. His superior had said it was because he was weak, a miserable insect, and that they died trying to save him. Encred thought about that. Vengeance approached, asking if he hurt his right hand, and if he was trying to hurt his left now. Vengeance stated, "If that's your training, then it's a disease. Will you get what you want with that?" Encred replied, "If it won't work, I have to make it work. I'll protect all of them." Vengeance didn't quite understand. Encred apologized for Jenny. Vengeance asked, "You knew?" and then said, "Forget it. It's not like you did it." Encred told him to cheer up, saying there were many women in the world who didn't care about looks. This, for sure, touched a raw nerve for Vengeance, as he was somewhat rustic. Furious with Encred, Vengeance demanded, "Just say you're handsome already since you go around arrogant because of your beauty." Encred just laughed. Later that afternoon, when the invasion arrived, Encred was prepared and fully armed. He came face to face with Mitch. Encred remembered Mitch was strong, as he was already special class, and now, upon their reunion, he was even more cautious. Encred positioned himself, blocking some attacks and measuring strength. He thought he couldn't face him with two hands, and he was still weaker. He tried to stop the blows with everything he had, feeling his swordsmanship, his most honed skill, cornering him in his own movements due to the limitation, until he was finally grazed on the neck, but ended up falling. Mitch questioned Encred about his right hand. Encred confirmed that it was indeed injured. Mitch said, "What bad luck. I wanted to defeat you with all my power." Then, Mitch plunged his sword into Encred's chest, killing him once more. Encred thought that no matter how much he improved, he could only do one thing: train his left hand. With each loop, he trained even more: how to hold the hilt, how to swing the sword, the footwork, diagonal cuts, downward slashes, thrusts. Since childhood, he had learned from his village's instructor and even medium sword styles from Ragnar, in addition to the fundamentals of other styles. He had no reason to be lost for not knowing. He continued training, and each time he faced Mitch, it was different. He grew stronger, using his left hand every time he returned. He figured he had already mastered his right hand. With each loop, he trained more intensely, yet he kept dying to Mitch. When he died, he trained more. He died and trained more. Because he already knew how to use his right hand, the speed of improvement was faster. However, 40 deaths had already passed, and his movements were still shaky. He questioned the reason for this, wondering if it was due to the difference in familiarity. As Vengeance watched him train, he noticed something and asked Encred, "Want to train with me?" Encred was surprised. Vengeance had never wanted to train on any of those days. He wondered what had gotten into Vengeance. Vengeance looked at Encred, very serious. Encred noticed the seriousness and said he had no reason to refuse a training session. When they stood face to face, Vengeance charged at Encred with everything he had. Encred managed to stop the blow using his left hand. He noticed he was once again in that situation, as Vengeance was also a squad captain. Vengeance continued advancing, but this time Encred used his feet, throwing Vengeance face first onto the ground. Encred said, "Looks like I won." Vengeance noticed that Encred was still using his left hand. That was a great humiliation. However, Encred said he also trained his left hand occasionally, and questioned why Vengeance suddenly wanted to train. Vengeance replied that he didn't know, but seeing him, his blood started to boil. Encred said he had only trained the basics. Vengeance explained, "Exactly. Looking at you, I remembered the first time I held a sword and trained. The desire to become stronger. The pure excitement of swinging a sword." But Vengeance added that Encred's sword was strange. Encred asked, "What do you mean, strange?" Vengeance tried to explain. "How can I put it? It looks more like a dead sword." Encred questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Vengeance admitted the explanation was a bit bad, and that what he meant was something similar. Encred questioned again what dead sword meant, if his blows were weak or something else. Vengeance asked if he was listening, but Encred was deep in thought. Having already experienced it with his right hand, he wanted to follow the same patterns. However, he realized that he had, in fact, followed the right hand's patterns without even thinking. His left hand and right hand had different sensations. So, he tried once more to hit the straw dummy, thinking he must find a pattern that suited his left hand. That cut was very good, a very precise stroke. Encred noticed that from the sound of the cut, it was clearly different. With that, Encred chuckled, thanking Vengeance. Thanks to him, he had found a clue to using his left hand. He thought he needed to awaken the sensitivity of his left hand, and with that, he would have the key to using it. He should correct himself starting with his daily habits. Kratos asked Encred if he always ate with his left hand. Encred replied that he had injured his right, and if he didn't use it, it would heal faster. But Kratos questioned if that wasn't an exaggeration, as Encred could barely eat, dropping food on the floor. Encred thought that from eating, dressing, and even training, everything should be done with his left hand as a priority. He thrust his sword into the ground after a training session and said that to awaken his sensitivity even more extremely, he would need to use all his other techniques. He remembered the hidden blade technique when he was told that the blade's subtle sensitivity was for pulling that off. He tried to use it with his left hand, but the first attempt wasn't very good. He thought he could use the hidden knife, and the method he had learned from Torres should work. Thus, on the 50th day, Vengeance went to Encred, asking if he wanted to train with him. Encred gave Vengeance a gigantic beating. Vengeance then said that even with his left, Encred still fought well, but his sword was still strange. Encred realized that it was still a dead sword. He started repeating the training once more. Each time, going until the 60th day, he continued fighting against Vengeance, wanting to know if it was still a dead sword. On the 70th day, once again, he continued that battle and also used the hidden knife, even managing to disarm Vengeance only with his left hand. Vengeance noticed that, even with his left, Encred fought so well. Encred questioned what Vengeance was thinking there, and said that when he returned to the battlefield, he would have to exert himself twice as much. Encred finally realized that there was no more talk of a dead sword when he used his left. This was a great advancement. Then, Encred told Vengeance to keep striving, because that way one day Jenny would be interested in him. Vengeance became very irritated upon hearing that, saying it was because of Encred's face, not his skill. He asserted that Encred knew this and was still provoking him. Vengeance challenged him again, promising him a lesson. At that, Encred left smiling, saying that Vengeance always reacted well. Encred thought that, at least, he should let Vengeance confess to Jenny. For that, he couldn't die there. Then, he waited for the invasion and questioned what talent truly was, as it couldn't be defined with just one word. He thought of physical skill, which was as clear as possible. He remembered when he was swinging his sword, but stated that even being able to forget everything and just focus was part of talent. He remembered how he'd train his sword until he nearly collapsed. But he figured, for now, he only had to do one thing. As he drew his sword with his left hand, everything felt natural. Encred said that, for the first time in his life, he was feeling what talent was. He claimed that with day after day of left-hand training, in just 100 days, he had matched 30 years of practice with his right. This brought him to his 112th day. When Mitch emerged with his men, Encred finally believed he had surpassed that barrier. Vengeance yelled to all the men, ordering them to protect the fort and drive out the enemies. Chris reported that a wounded man was fighting, telling his captain to return. Yet Encred remained perfectly calm, heading straight for Mitch. Mitch said, "I have to thank the gods, for I wanted to see Encred again." Encred responded, "I also wanted to see Mitch Roria. I brought a revelation for you, who has been stagnant." Mitch declared he would destroy Encred with all his strength that day, to reach even loftier heights. Encred felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that was Mitch's full strength. He claimed he had seen that many times among his angels. He then realized he couldn't win against that guy in a fencing duel, so he lunged at Mitch before Mitch could even react. Encred fought with utter brutality, pressuring Mitch and forcing him onto the defensive. Mitch was puzzled by the offensive, but Encred wasn't using only his sword. He grabbed Mitch's hand, twisting it and destabilizing the knight. With that, Encred unleashed pure brutality. He took a knee to the gut and was sent flying backward. Mitch was forced to drop his sword, enraged at Encred, who had apparently broken his thumb. Mitch accused, "You're using unfair tactics." Encred replied that, in years past, he had always defeated him in fencing, and now intended to fulfill his wish. A fencing duel with Mitch was challenging, but prolonging the fight today wouldn't help his left hand evolve further. He needed to move beyond today. Mitch retorted that Encred must think he was pushing himself to the limit, but it wouldn't matter since he'd use his left hand too. Mitch claimed to be ambidextrous. "From today onward, you will be too," Encred said. "This fight is to defeat you and move on to tomorrow, but this method isn't fencing. It's so desperate that it must be used as a last resort, the secret technique of Valen-style mercenary fencing." Encred went all in, hurling his sword at Mitch. Mitch was terrified by that madness. Encred went to him, grabbed him by the collar and declared, "From this moment on, it's a street fight." Encred engaged in close combat, delivering left-handed blows and aiming to hit Mitch squarely. Mitch only needed to dodge. His opponent, Mitch, fought dirty, trying to strike Encred with his sword. Encred then executed a takedown, throwing Mitch onto his back on the ground. Encred thought he needed to stick to him no matter what. On the ground, Mitch wouldn't be able to use his sword anymore. Encred knelt, immobilizing Mitch's hand. He thought that if necessary, he should bite the enemy to win. Preparing for a series of punches, Encred began to strike Mitch's face forcefully. Mitch quickly became disoriented. Encred thought he should use all available means to achieve victory. "This is a true street fight," he said. With that series of punches coming his way, unable to do anything, Mitch managed to think quickly. He threw Encred upwards using the strength of his legs, and Encred fell, rolling away from Mitch, who seized the opportunity to stand up and use his sword once again. Mitch told Encred to take the fight seriously and draw his sword, calling him to fight properly. Even in that situation, while Mitch tried to cut Encred's collarbone, Encred put himself forward, stopping the attack with only his armor. The sword got stuck in the metal. "I am very serious right now," Encred said. While threatening to throw another punch at Mitch, Encred used his hidden knife and cut part of his opponent's face. Seeing the blood trickle down his cheek, Mitch started screaming. His eyes were almost hit, and he very narrowly avoided blindness. Consumed by hatred, Mitch plunged his sword into Encred's shoulder but couldn't go further than that, merely tearing into his arm. He had to pull it back. Encred thought that after his wrist now, if his shoulder were fully hit, he could be defeated if he prolonged it too much. Mitch thought that with his eye lost, his depth perception was a mess. It was time to decide that fight. However, Encred, once again, threw a dagger towards Mitch by surprise. Mitch raised his sword to try to deflect it, but instead of hitting the blade he put forward to avoid injury, the dagger struck his hand, embedding itself completely. Mitch lost all support. Encred once again took him down onto his back on the ground, making him lose his sword. With his sword flying away, Mitch started cursing Encred. He was furious with the boy. Encred, indeed, proved to be determined. He applied an arm lock to break Mitch's leg. When Encred twisted, Mitch started screaming and tried to hit Encred with everything he had. However, Encred dodged to avoid being cut. Once again, he grabbed Mitch's arm, twisting and wrenching it to break. This time, apparently, he succeeded, for the roar Mitch let out on the battlefield was deafening. Everyone noticed that the enemy platoon commander was being wounded there, screaming in pain. Encred gave no quarter, breaking Mitch's leg in multiple places. It was said that Mitch was a genius who didn't try, a man who, despite innate talent, was trapped in boredom. him. He, Mitch Hourier, had changed since returning from the last battlefield. He remembered the defeat he suffered against Encrid, so he didn't leave the training ground for a moment, relentlessly practicing with his sword. To his talent, effort was added, and thus his sword finally began to shine. But at that exact moment, with his legs broken, he lay prostrate on the ground like a defeated man. Mitch wondered why he was like this. Encrid stood before him, looking at the sword. Mitch spoke to him while Encrid looked back and thought that the wall that seemed insurmountable was now on the ground. Mitch thought Encrid was the rival who had awakened him. He spoke to Encrid, saying he didn't want this kind of fight. However, the wall was breaking before the boy. Mitch said he only wanted a real duel against Encrid. But at that moment, he was no longer a wall before Encrid. Encrid then spoke to Mitch Roria, saying that this was a battlefield, about to plunge his sword into his neck. Even with Mitch full of hatred, Encrid decapitated him, proving that this was not a fight with honor. After Mitch died, all his soldiers charged at Encrid. They screamed their platoon commander's name, but Vengeance ordered everyone to shoot and kill the enemies there. Thus, they were gunned down and killed by those who remained. Encrid remained beside Mitch's body. In the dimension of death, the last brick fell to the ground. Encrid kept thinking about it, talking to himself about Mitch. He said that the fight they had was intense, but at that moment, he continued thinking about the barrier Mitch represented, leaving him behind and promising himself he would climb even higher. Sometime after the Battle of the Tents, Christ commented that if that place had been taken, things would have gotten complicated. They learned of the danger in the main army and ordered the killers to be used, and thanks to that, they survived. Vengeance went to Encrid, saying their survival was due to Encrid having bought them time. He asked if the sword, handing it to Encrid, wasn't our sword. Vengeance questioned how Encrid could leave it lying on the ground and asked him to take good care of it. Christ asked if the sword hadn't already been picked up. When Vengeance looked back, Encrid explained that it was Mitch Roria's sword, the sword of the enemy he had fought. Vengeance asked if it didn't seem like a good sword. Christ went to take a closer look. Observing it under the moonlight, he noticed a bluish glow and said it must have been made with damp iron. He questioned this. Christ explained that damp was a famous ore mine in Aspen, and that the iron should be much more expensive than Valen steel or Noar's malleable iron, which the captain normally used. If Encrid was thinking of selling it, he could get good money. Christ asked Benzin if he would be going to the front lines soon, and why. Benzin questioned if he would also go. Encrid said he couldn't leave the unit members alone for too long. Then they questioned if he would switch swords. They said that even if it was a good sword, one he was accustomed to would be better. But Encrid said he didn't need to choose just one. Perhaps he could use both together. Sometime later, as the soldiers were returning, Rem began to think that his captain could already move on to the next level. He reflected to himself that he never imagined in his life that he would become a colleague of a man from the continent, and that someone like the captain, if it were him, could even learn the secret technique that evolved from the beast's heart, and perhaps it would be worth teaching it to Encrid. Alden, for his part, thought that the muscle modification had been completed. Now it was the joint's turn. Afterwards, upon changing posture, the body shape would adapt, building a body that yielded to twists or impacts. He said that if they did everything at once, Encrid's body wouldn't endure it. He thought about tackling it one by one. Just then, while Alden was thinking, he remained still. Rem ran right into him, getting annoyed. "Are you glued to the ground?" Rem asked the big guy, telling him to get out of the way. Alden replied that he seemed to still be growing. He said Valinho was fluidity with the axe. The two prepared to confront each other, but Ragna stepped in between, passing through the two. Alden said that Ragna cutting through there just because he was lazy wasn't right. Rem started cursing Ragna. Ragna thought that training to keep the sword glued to the body could help, not just wielding it freely, but making the blade's tip move as part of the body. Before that, he thought about getting some sleep. Jackson, for his part, said it would be good for Encrid to improve his footwork too. It didn't need to be silent like an assassin, but achieving maximum efficiency with minimal movement would be useful. However, he questioned if he really needed to help with the work of teaching that, thinking it was a tedious task. They kept going back to Encrid. Ragna and Rem kept fighting at every opportunity they had. Jackson thought that the commander couldn't end up like those soldiers. They thought they had to figure something out. Meanwhile, the fairy continued to go ahead of all of them, asking them to stop. She came across some soldiers. One of them introduced himself as Lowell, a soldier of the Principality of Aspen, asking if Noaquin would accept a fair duel with him. She noted that he was proposing an unusual challenge again. Aspen's despicable tactic of lowering enemy morale with one-on-one duels is a dishonorable tactic, said the fairy, but as defeats keep keep piling up, the mood among the troops is tense. If we ignore it and walk straight past, they'll say we fled out of fear, creating public opinion. Fighting ends up being the best option. They started laughing, saying it wasn't like a commander-level person would show up, then asked how they could do something so low. The fairy thought it was an awkward situation, even for her to get involved in. If they won the duel easily, the mood should change. So Kreis said that if they were going in, they should make good use of the soldiers. As the commander saw it, they should be in good spirits and obey for a while. She was happy about this, asking Han. That guy questioned if it was just a barbarian. Han thought that would serve as a distraction and faced those soldiers. They started laughing. They laughed because they'd sent a barbarian, having no one better. Han, however, charged head first at the first soldier, ripping off his head in a single movement. The enemies started screaming while Han looked satisfied, asking who was next. The slaughter continued. The other soldiers thought he was truly a maniac, but also noticed he fought absurdly well. They started begging to be spared. The fairy observed that indeed, having a good combat soldier boosted morale a bit. However, Aspen's soldiers began to surrender, but Han wouldn't accept surrender at all. The fairy began to notice the mistake she'd made by sending that psychopath against them. The soldiers asked how long he'd keep attacking, as it was so cruel they couldn't watch anymore. The fairy asked him to stop. Then, another soldier on the front line also asked Han to stop and called him a monster. He'd already said he surrendered and begged for mercy. Han, however, showed no mercy, claiming he hadn't heard, and continued the massacre, turning the man into ground meat. The survivors stated they didn't want to be on the same battlefield as that individual. They thought they were scared and wanted to run away. The fairy realized that troop morale had dropped once again. She shouldn't have sent him to do that. After all, the only thing that could control those combatants was Encred himself. Meanwhile, Encred was calm at the base. As night fell, they finally returned and talked with Encred. Jackson said he should have rested, but Encred had come back even more injured. Jackson insisted that even if he went to the battlefield, he should avoid fighting. Han stated that it was pushing too hard before being truly recovered. The fairy took the opportunity to go to Encred, saying that her fiancé tended to overexert himself. Encred was surprised the captain had come. She told him to take something. Encred asked what it was. The fairy replied that it was fairy medicine. Jackson was surprised, as it was better than his own ointment. Han commented that the captain was taking good care of their leader. Encred said he'd use the medicine gratefully, but asked her the reason for it. She explained that she'd thought it over. Despite having promised a future together, they'd never exchanged any symbols. Therefore, he should consider it a small engagement gift. Encred's expression turned to surprise. She congratulated him on returning again, and asked him to rest well. The three who were there didn't understand the situation at all. Kreis appeared, asking if they shouldn't open the hall together. Encred told him to go to hell. Han provoked him, saying he had more talent with that than with a sword. Ragnar affirmed that he truly had a unique charm. Anchorage wondered what the company captain found so amusing about calling him her fiancé, for the hearts of fairies were, to him, a true mystery. Days passed after the arrival and the kiss. Aspen continued with small infiltrations, awaiting the start of a true battle. Encred, with his remarkable resilience, was training with an enormous stone on his back. It was said that, thanks to this, he managed to buy time to recover from his injuries. He continued his training early in the morning. Alden went to him, asking if Encred was physically well since he'd been busy since dawn. Encred replied that, thanks to the fairy medicine, he was. Alden then proposed a light match with Encred. Encred certainly agreed. They really fought hand to hand, but quickly Encred was already face down on the ground. Alden commented that after his right wrist, now it was his shoulder, and Encred had bruises all over his body. Encred said that, as he'd thought, it was still difficult to use his strength properly. Even so, if battle began, he would have to fight. He affirmed that as long as his body moved, he would fight. Alden paid close attention to Encred's words and looked to the side, speaking to him. Encred asked what had happened. Alden remained silent until he began to emanate a brilliant aura from his body, without warning. That brilliant aura was a sacred power, which greatly startled Encred. With that sacred power, Alden emanated a very strong healing energy onto Encred's body, forming a pillar of light in the middle of the camp. After that, Encred was surprised by what Alden did. Alden, however, told Encred that he wouldn't say anything and wouldn't tell anyone. He made him swear to the Lord that it would be so. Encred saw the seriousness in Alden's words and agreed, promising to keep quiet about what had just happened. After this great mystery, Alden turned to leave, saying that even the mist by the riverside is a blessing from the Lord. Encred reflected that sacred power was the proof of a priest who truly followed God, a miracle that healed the wounded. Aldine, who always prayed to God, had never used this sacred power, which was why no one knew he was a true priest. Thus, Aldine returned to prayer, asking the Lord for forgiveness. Encred wondered if the use of sacred power was tied to some dogma, something Alden shouldn't use, but had, for Encred's sake, taking the risk. Encred left, thanking Alden again. Alden thought to himself that if his use of sacred power were discovered, the Inquisitors would find him. He had left the order, burdened by many restrictions, and had placed a seal upon himself to prevent any fragment of sacred power from manifesting, even enduring the pain, like a puncture wound piercing his heart. He couldn't stand by and do nothing. He prayed to the Lord, for he is always present but has never answered him. However, after meeting the squad brother, he came to believe that the Lord's word was in actions, and he would follow his heart's command. Sometime later, everyone went to eat. After eating, Christ asked Encred if he wanted him to apply the ointment, wondering if he needed help. Encred replied no, saying he could do it himself. Encred thought it wasn't a total recovery, but the wounds had healed in an instant. If he wanted to keep this secret, he couldn't let others see. He would have to be careful not to draw attention, not even on the battlefield. Encred asked when the battle would begin. Christ said that both sides were merely observing. Their battalion, led by Commander Marcos, had been made responsible for blocking the bypass routes. The main route, therefore, was on standby in Green Pearl. In the last war, both sides had already broken taboos, using shamans and shield bearers. It was likely that the night forces were being allocated there, preparing for a real battle. Encred then said that they should be on the other side, because where they were, it was just a duel and a joyless provocation. Christ, however, asserted that this shouldn't last much longer, and this inaction-fueled tension would soon end. Indeed, the atmosphere of the battlefield changed considerably. Several soldiers were at their posts and trumpets blared. They shouted that the enemies were approaching. Encred's group then positioned themselves in readiness at the front. The commander of Encred's army, along with the ferry, observed some enemy scouts approaching alone. The enemy scouts shouted at Encred's army, calling them useless and openly provoking them. Rem commented, "Those idle fools are back with their taunts," asking, "Are they going to save their swords for soup later?" Christ noted that it was truly psychological warfare. Unless asymmetrical forces like knights appeared, both Aspen and Wade had practically equal numbers and strength. That's why they were using the strategy of unsettling their opponents psychologically before the battle. The soldiers were indeed growing nervous and increasingly destabilized. Rem said that if they shot arrows now, they would die instantly. Those enemy soldiers continued their open provocation, saying that Encred's army couldn't even use what they had brought. However, if morale was already low, attacking first would only lead them to defeat. Rem thought the commander knew this, which was why he wasn't moving. The commander himself thought that they had an ace up their sleeve, but couldn't use it now. The plan to use the scouts to turn the tide had only backfired. They just needed a spark. If a reason arose to change the atmosphere, everything would work out. Those 3 enemy soldiers kept provoking them, saying they felt sorry for the virgins and calling them losers. Only the most affected soldiers were succumbing to that provocation, while the enemies continued laughing. At that, Encred stopped Andrew, who was on the verge of exploding in fury, saying he'd get his chance to explode. Andrew was surprised by what Encred was saying. After all, he was calm while Encred spoke. Encred said it was fine because being a virgin is nothing to be ashamed of. He told the boy to use all that anger in the battle to come. Everyone looked at Encred, noticing he was making a rather poor attempt at consolation, as Andrew was even too calm. Andrew claimed he wasn't even angry. Encred kept talking, but Andrew repeatedly said he wasn't angry. Everyone started laughing, his own squad mates and Andrew's subordinates. Everyone was mocking him. Alden asked, "What if they convert to your side now?" Ragnar said Andrew's chance would come. Rem chided the young man, provoking him quite a bit. Andrew asked why they were doing that to him. Rem kept telling him that it was fine. Everyone wondered what was happening with those fighters, as it seemed the virgin had fallen for the provocation. Everyone wondered, who's the virgin they're talking about? A soldier said, "That handsome and still a virgin? That sucks." Andrew told everyone to shut up, claiming he wasn't angry. Then, one of the soldiers asked if he wanted them to take him to a good brothel when they went to the city. Andrew replied that he didn't need to. Jackson commented that provoking like this had an unexpected side. Encred asked, "What do you mean? Andrew is young, and it's normal to get annoyed. I just tried to console him." Rem continued, nearly dying of laughter at the situation. Christ wondered if Encred had been joking or serious, or if he'd acted instinctively, sensing the mood. Either way, Encred was truly a curious person. Christ spoke to Encred, asking if he wanted to step outside to talk about something. Encred replied that he had nothing to say, but Christ said he had a plan, whispering it in Encred's ear. Anthony thought it didn't seem difficult and took the lead. Christ asserted that if Encred was the demonic-tongued commander he knew, he was sure Encred could turn the tide on that battlefield. The wave of change created by the commander would spread like a tide. Then, they noticed it was the scout platoon, and it was Encred himself. He was arriving at the front along along with Alden and Rem. Thus, the path to victory would soon open. According to Kreis, he had instructed Encred to show boldness to the enemies, provoking them and approaching within arrow range. At that, the rival soldier who had been challenging him asked what Encred was doing. He replied that he was already at the front, having just joined the front line, and told him to shut up. He warned that if Encred advanced, he'd get shot by an arrow, and questioned what he intended to do. Then, Encred arrived in front of the 3 provocateurs, declaring that a group of challengers had appeared. Encred observed him, recalling his conversation with Kreis about what he would provoke, since he had nothing to say. Kreis had said that once he was out there, Encred would end up thinking of something, and that the commander also had a talent for provocations. So, Encred asked the provocateur who he was and why he had a ghoul's head, like the creatures surrounding them. The provocateur became furious, questioning what Encred was saying, and everyone started laughing at the provocation. Another provocateur, also ill-favored, claims Encred planned it, fully aware of his own appearance's impact. Encred apologizes to the provocateur, stating he never imagined such a thing due to his limited vision, and then asks if his mother was a ghoul. The provocateur grows even more furious with Encred nearly lunging at him. Everyone starts laughing. Odin comments that even God would punish such words. Ragnar adds that, for a human, he is quite unattractive. Even Angel laughs, questioning the source of such intense provocation. The provocateur's bodyguard realizes he took the provocation seriously, especially the part about being called a virgin. The soldier challenges Encred, vowing to cut out his insolent tongue. Encred thinks the enemy fell for the provocation and accepted the duel. Now, he just needs to win with an overwhelming skill difference, and everything will be resolved. However, another stops him, questioning what Encred thinks he can do and where he's going. They mention Encred's injury, which must not have fully healed yet. Encred thinks it's true, and that he needs to act cautiously to avoid revealing his true state. Rem says that for a novice, Encred is good, and instructs Endrin to kill him. The provocateur, filled with hatred, draws his sword. He thinks that for someone who lived only for the Gardener clan, nothing else was needed, and thus there was no shame. But Encred humiliated him by calling him a virgin. He believes the fault lies with the man who yelled. Then, the provocateur states he doesn't want to fight the smaller soldier, demanding they bring the ghoul-headed man who insulted him and tell them he's scared and won't show up. Endrin tells him to shut up, promising to rip his mouth open, and charges the provocateur, but misses the first attack. The command recognizes that Aspen soldiers who challenge for duels are all veterans, capable of easily defeating most of their own, and are definitely not easy opponents. The Aspen provocateur, indeed, wages a fierce battle against Endrin, parrying the young man's sword. Endrin is startled by the way he fights. The provocateur seems to have an ace up his sleeve and is very well trained, demonstrating considerable persistence. Endrin charges him again, with an even heavier attack, forcing the veteran to defend. The young man doesn't yield at all, thinking, no matter the difficulty or adversity, I, Endrin Gardner, will always rise. Even when I was under the king, after being beaten by Kisoa, I found the strength to get up and do push-ups with that brute on top of me. I fought and won for my dreams. Thus, he truly defeats the veteran with a sword strike to the throat. Endrin declares that, compared to his determination, the veteran is too weak. An observer thinks Endrin was also someone full of talent, but was overshadowed by being surrounded by extraordinary people. All the soldiers of Encred's army begin to cheer for the young man, for he is the man who killed the ghoul head and performed well. Encred thinks that, viewed this way, it is indeed his style. Everyone cheers for Endrin, who is a member of the Madmen squad, known to all as Endrin the Mad. He asks if they saw that because he has already matured. Mac gets very embarrassed, questioning why he had to say that at that moment. Rem says that Endrin truly has no style, but at least he pulled it off. Kreis assesses that, as expected, the commander did not fight, but this alternative was very effective. The commander thinks now is the time, ordering everyone to advance and break the Aspen army's formation. They charge with full force against the army that was looking back and begin to mercilessly massacre them. Then, they notice Naulil's army attacking from the flank, from another direction. The border garrison, along with Torres, is furious, slaughtering everyone in their path. The commander says that while the enemies were distracted by the troops emerging from the flank, he summoned the archers, ordering them to fire. A rain of arrows strikes Aspen, and Encred's group retreats to avoid being hit. With that, several soldiers die before they can react. It is said that the tide of battle is changing. The commander orders them to observe closely, stating that no matter how much psychological warfare they use, the immutable truth of the battlefield is that whoever fights better wins. The Madmen platoon takes the lead, advancing against Aspen's army. The enemy commander remains cold as he observes the situation, with his soldiers asking what they should do. He speaks with the captain of the Greyhounds, who affirms they are ready and that it's time to retreat. Upon hearing these words, the enemy commander forms a grim smile, saying that the moment has finally arrived. Everyone notices Aspen retreating, commenting that the enemies are fleeing and that they have finally won. However, Ice's eyes gleam strangely, for even though the advantage has shifted, it's odd that Aspen would retreat so easily. The commander himself also considers that there's something suspicious. One of the men speaks with the commander, asking if they should pursue and deliver the final blow. He responds no, and that they will also retreat now, as Nalila is certainly plotting something. Later that night, the leader of the Greys goes to a meeting with all of Aspen's leaders. The commander asks if he delivered the message. He responds yes, and that since they cannot draw attention, they are waiting far from the camp. The commander states that Nalila's tactics remain predictable. Aside from attacking with the border garrison and using turtle-armored infantry, they know nothing else. He says that Mr. Abner's strategy is different. Abner comments to the commander that a small elite group decides the battlefield, which has already been proven by the existence of knights. However, this small group doesn't necessarily have to be knights. The commander declares that they, Aspen, will be the ones to win this battle. Sometime later, the commander tosses a coin into the air and thinks that it's the second day of waiting since returning from the battlefield. Contrary to the expectation of immediate new combat, the calm is like an impending storm. Aspen has two options: retreat or use of asymmetrical force. The commander even considered the possibility of them using sorcery and prepared himself. Even doubling the reconnaissance patrols, they found no sign. He wonders what Nalila is plotting. Outside, some ask what they're thinking, to be so carefree in the middle of a war. Encred is about to depart for yet another duel with Ragna. Then, the fairy appears, and Encred asks what brings her there. She asks if it's strange to check on useful soldiers in wartime, but Encred wonders why the captain herself has to do it. He thinks to himself that enough time has passed for his recovery to seem natural, so he wants to start with the duel. Ragna asks if Encred is leaving right now. Encred replies that last time he went easy because of his injury, but today he doesn't need to. Ragna replies that she didn't plan to go easy either, launching herself at Encred with an ultra-heavy attack. Encred defends himself with everything he has. Encred thinks that Ragna's sword is refined, with a rebellious blade trajectory. In contrast, his is crude, rough, and clumsy, but even that is the result of what he has built. Encred lunges at Ragna again, using techniques he has been absorbing. He scrapes his sword on the ground and throws some dirt into Ragna's eyes, who defends herself using both her shoulder and her sword. It's noted that the unconventional swordsmanship the commander used to employ is still occasionally used by Encred. The observer wonders if it was Zole's mercenary sword. Encred uses the path he'd plotted, bringing the sword to his back and launching it at Ragna, who easily dodges the attack. Encred thrusts his sword into the ground. Ragna comments that it's a new possibility, the broadsword style he taught him. Encred then draws another sword from his sheath, adopting a dual-wield stance, with the tip of one of his swords right at the center of Ragna's forehead. Ragna, looking closely, barely dodges, as Encred would have plunged the sword right into the middle of his head. Viro is surprised, noting that Encred is using dual swords. Encred really adopts the dual-wielding posture and is ready to charge again. Ragna says that if Encred is going to fight with two swords, he'll get serious too, welcoming the challenge since the duel isn't over yet. Encred starts to laugh in that electrifying battle. Ragna takes the fight more and more seriously, and the atmosphere heats up. Renho, watching from the outside, is astonished, saying that Encred is really taking it seriously. If he hadn't lost the bet, it would be his turn. He wishes the duel would end quickly so he could go battle too. Meanwhile, Jackson thinks he doesn't like to fight head-on, but he wants to fight the sub-lieutenant. However, he thinks to himself that this doesn't seem like his nature to just walk away. Alden pays close attention to Encred, noting that he might be bolder now and that next time he'll break his tendons. Alden thinks that Lee isn't strong enough yet, and he almost sent Encred to the Lord's embrace. The Elds, watching that, wonder if those guys are really in their right minds because Alden wants to kill Encred. They notice that in fact, Alden is completely insane, and everyone is on edge to face Encred. The fairy, watching this, notes that they look like desperate children. Even the laziest soldier only gets fired up when in front of Encred, and she wonders if it's due to his inexplicable magnetism. She states that she feels the same way, and that if possible, she'd like him to duel with her sword, Nayi. And so Christ notes that even the captain has been infected by that fervor. Hank starts to shout, saying he can't take it anymore and wanting it to be his turn already. He states that if anyone cuts in line, even the captain, he'll kill them. She questions if that wouldn't be insubordination. However, Encred notes that the combatants are strong. They're probably not even fighting at their full capacity in the duels. The real ambition to surpass one another was visible. Everyone looks at Encred as if he were prey, something they need to devour. Everyone is paying attention to him. Encred thinks that on the day they return from patrol in that field of tall grass, he saw the same expression he swore to bring forth before him. He declares, "If you have time to argue, then you should advance. I won't rest until I fight everyone everyone. Later that night, Encrid collapses onto the bed, exhausted. Enlil tells him he needs to shower and sleep, but Rin asks them to leave him be, saying he must be completely drained. Chryson remarks they're a bunch of ogres. He asks how many more duels they'll have. He's barely recovered and will be knocked down again. Rin starts to tease Chryson, saying he looks hungry again. Encrid, in turn, falls asleep and begins to dream. He dreams he's in a forest and is surprised by the scenery. There are no ships or flower fields like in previous dreams. This is something different. Some harpies fly over him, and a man orders everyone to fight. He realizes these are the days of his old mercenary company, the time when they fought harpies. Encrid sees himself in the middle of that battlefield, fleeing to avoid being killed. One of the soldiers watches him with a malicious smile in his eyes. Encrid apparently remembers who that is. One of the mercenaries hits Encrid, calling him a coward and asking if he hadn't told him not to act like a hero, ordering him to step aside. The mercenary blocks a harpy's attack using only his wooden shield. Encrid realizes that, even with their rough language, they were companions full of affection. That mercenary company had welcomed him without prejudice, even though he was a wanderer of mediocre skill. However, there was a despicable individual who approached from behind the man defending Encrid and killed him unexpectedly, leaving Encrid surprised by what was happening before him. Then, the bald man asked why the other was doing that to him, but there was no time for answers. The harpy arrived and killed him, carrying him away. Another mercenary shouts to the captain as he's taken. However, losing concentration in battle, he is also captured and taken along with the captain. One of them calls Encrid, saying they need to retreat first. But that person is also killed by a dagger from that individual, the strongest in the company. He used his strength to massacre his own comrades. The traitor then declares they can't escape because everyone will die there. Young Encrid asks why he's doing this. The traitor replies he received a much better offer than that disgusting failed company. He says eliminating nuisances cleanly prevents regrets. Furthermore, their pathetic and weak talk about camaraderie annoyed him. He spits on the head of one of his dead former comrades. Encrid doesn't stand idly by at that affront and attacks the traitor. However, he is disarmed with great ease and thrown to the ground, pinned and strangled. The traitor tells Encrid he can go, but that he's useless, even if he lives. He calls Encrid a useless being, hitting him in the face, feeling pity for the weak Encrid. Encrid realizes the traitor was truly strong. No, he thinks, it was he who was weak and had to accept that affront in silence. Watching his companions die, unable to do anything, was very hard. But what tortured him most was having survived thanks to that unwanted favor from the traitor. Devoting his life to revenge would be exactly what the traitor wanted. Because of this, he buried the pain of losing his companions deep in his chest and moved forward for his dream. Even so, even if he had power at that moment, he didn't think he could have done anything. He sees the traitor calling to him, asking if he wanted to be killed this time, making the figure appear much larger than he actually is, filling him with fear. Then, someone says that's a useless nightmare, telling him to stop getting lost in it. Everything changes once again. It's Esther who is influencing Encrid, changing his perception in the dream. Esther lies over him, saying Encrid causes her a lot of trouble. She remembers that in the rear, she used all her power to drain the man's exhaustion, but he was so exhausted he couldn't do anything when his life was at risk. She states she won't repeat that mistake again. In the morning, the soldiers are called and ask what's happening. Rem announces that Aspen's forces, which were hidden, have appeared and are attacking. All the warriors rise and assume positions of readiness. As Encrid leaves, Christ comments that acting so early in the morning will end up scratching his skin. Encrid looks at Esther sleeping, remembering that the voice at the end of his dream, for some reason, reminded him of Esther. He goes back to her, stroking the panther and asking her to protect the camp well, leaving her asleep. Outside, he assumes a position of readiness. Rem says he figures they've prepared something since they made them wait, and it looks like it'll be a lot of fun. Encrid, watching intently, agrees with Rem, wondering what they've prepared and what trick they're hiding. Suddenly, the soldiers' eyes widen, and they flee in fear from what's before them. One of them orders them to fire, and fire now, because a gigantic monster is in the middle of the battlefield. All the archers prepare to shoot, unleashing a volley of arrows. However, that bluish, gigantic monster barely feels them on its skin, deflecting them with one hand and holding a club in the other. Encrid notices that it's a giant. The giant raises its club, preparing to bring it crashing down upon the men. With a single blow, several are killed, crushed, and torn apart. The survivors are terrified. The monster continues to unleash violent attacks in all directions, killing and mauling soldiers before the others' eyes. Many scream for help as they see their comrades crushed like mosquitoes. With that, the army's morale collapses, and everyone begins to tremble with fear, ready to flee. Then, other giants appear beside the first. There are several of them, gigantic blue monsters, who begin to laugh at the small men, as if enjoying the carnage. Encrid thinks that the main races living on the continent are the frogs, driven by dreams and desires, the fairies who worship nature, the dwarves obsessed with metals, and the beast folk who prioritize reproduction above all else. There are also the draconians, known as the lone walkers, and the giants who revel in massacre and love violence, which they wreak with their own bodies, being called red blood beasts. Meanwhile, the enemy advances on both flanks. From the right, they kill soldiers stealthily. From the left, they shred soldiers. Christ tells his captain that if they don't stop the enemies on the front line, they'll all be surrounded and killed. Then, Encred calls to them to halt the advance. However, Christ wonders why Encred is so calm. The fairy, Fado, says it's as he had said. Those who came from the left are hers, and she will go there. He questions if that's so. She asks if he doesn't have a blessing kiss for good luck. Encred simply replies no. She says he's cruel. Encred retorts that even in such a situation, she doesn't stop with that. But the company commander went to the left, and the giants remain ahead and to the right. Rem says that this is wonderful, because he's going to seize the opportunity to make a real display. He tells Encred to pay close attention, saying that this is what he'll learn later. Encred wonders why Rem is so excited and what he'll do.